Chapter 21-26 Stabilizing the Universe. Chapter 21-26 Stabilizing the Universe. Amen. Medicine Ancestor's uncertain voice came from above the void. But Sacred Ancestor, High Priest, laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha, brilliant, stupendous. Kid, you indeed have some skills. It's just that I wonder how long can you last under the two of our great Tao." Everyone had baffled faces. Yi Yuan's move was clearly incomparably lousy. So how was it brilliant? But Ji Mo's pupils shrunk. His eyes revealed an astonished look. Otherwise could not tell, but he could understand. Yi Yuan's fingers seemed plain and ordinary, but it perfectly remedied some latent dangers left behind during the process of the two great sovereigns hewing open heaven and earth. Going according to the original rhythm, even if the two great sovereigns opened up a world anew, the result would also be exactly the same as before. This was the outcome decided in the chess game, so no one could change it. But now, with Yi Yuan smoothing things over in the middle, it was totally different. Yi Yuan's strength was insufficient to partake 1p8 in the two people's development of the world to create the world. But he had his own Tao. This is the yin-yang harmony that he spoke of. How incredible! Ji Mo could not refrain from marveling with admiration. When Long Ji and the rest heard this, they did not understand, but felt that it was very impressive. To be able to make Ji Mo let out such an emotional sigh. This finger move was absolutely remarkable. It was just that they were totally clueless about alchemy Tao. So how could they see through the profundities involved? Again, amidst the loud laughter, Sacred Ancestor, High Priest pointed another finger out. Heaven and earth divided again. Medicine Ancestor gave a cold snort and also pointed a second finger out, being incomparably sharp. Yi Yuan's gaze revealed a hint of a solemn look. But he also pointed a second finger out without the slightest hesitation. This finger was the same as before, also without any noise. The three people's showdown seemed played down, but in reality, it was incomparably perilous. Under the two great sovereigns' great Tao, if Yi Yuan made the slightest error, it would be the outcome of being smashed to pieces. No matter how talented Yi Yuan was, he was also just a true G. D-realm powerhouse. So how could he bear two mighty transcendent heavenly emperors Tao, ACCU? Emulations? Taking part in the two people showdown, he was actually serving a pivotal function in front of the two great sovereigns, borrowing force to deliver force, and not him really exerting much force. But how could this sort of thing be that simple? If it were bystanders, they probably would not even be able to block a single exchange, and would be directly crushed to dust by the two great sovereigns' power of great Tao. But Yi Yuan's realm was too low in the end. It was already extremely difficult to survive under the two great sovereigns' heavy pressure, let alone that he even had to repair the damaged world because of the two people's showdown in magical abilities. The second finger that Medicine Ancestor pointed out was incomparably swift and fierce. It contained thick Tao intent, with killing intent being extremely heavy. Medicine Ancestor's move was clearly in order to exert greater pressure on Yi Yuan, trying to make him die under the two people's Tao ACCU. Emulations. The three people were akin to playing a game, taking turns to point out one finger after another. A brand new world gradually appeared in front of everyone. Ji Mo looked ahead, a trace of understanding flash. Plussing across in his eyes. To a powerhouse of his level, every improvement was extremely hard to come across. Not making advancements for several tens or even several hundreds of thousands of years was also normal. But these short few days of observation could match several tens of thousands of years of his bitter cultivation. Originally, he could not figure out the ask, not chess game after racking his brains. But with Yi Yuan's addition, he actually had a feeling of suddenly seeing the light. Yi Yuan's technique was completely not worth mentioning in front of the two great sovereigns. But it was precisely because of his appearance that made this world become more perfect. The places where he cast the spell were all lacking areas originally and ask not, covering the incompleteness and regret caused by the two great sovereigns' magical showdown. Under Yi Yuan's Partic. 1. P. Asian, a perfect world was being sketched out little by little. Time pa said day by day, the powerhouses of the outside world became more and more astonished. They had once thought of countless possibilities for Yi Yuan to clear Asnot, but they had never thought that Yi Yuan was actually clearing the hurdle with such a method. Sitting and debating on Tao with two great sovereigns, creating a world, this kind of method was way too inconceivable. Before this, if someone said that a 6-star priest would sit and debate on Tao with the two great alchemy Tao sovereigns, they would definitely turn their noses up in contempt and then ridicule the person endlessly. But now, their inner hearts were completely filled with shock. Time flew by. In a blink, half a year already Pa said. The situation isn't good. You guys look, Yi Yuan's complexion is pale. It seems like he's already completely drained like a lamp without oil. It's already been half a year. He hasn't stopped in the slightest and is actually only at the end of his ropes until now. This guy is really a freak. A true G. Oh, D-Realm Powerhouse is facing two great alchemy Tao sovereigns, and yet he could actually hold on for as long as half a year. It's simply unimaginable. Even I, this Empyrean, would have long reached the end of my ropes too. Inside the chessboard, Yi Yuan's complexion was pale, his forehead seeping out fine beads of sweat beads, his entire person seemingly very frail. A fierce battle lasting half a year, regardless of whether it was divine essence or soul force. Yi Yuan already reached the limit. Humph. Boy, I didn't expect that you could hold out until now. But it also ends here. Medicine Ancestor gave a cold snort and pointed a finger out once more. Powerful Tao ACCU. Mulations covered the world as easily as Cruz. H.I. plus ing dead leaves, inflicting heavy damage on the S.P.A.C. that Sacred Ancestor High Priest created. Sacred Ancestor High Priest gave A.M.U.F. fled groan, clearly also already running out of steam and expiring. Inside this Ask Not was a doomed game to begin with. How could the Sacred Ancestor High Priest be Medicine Ancestor's match? If not for Yi Yuan taking part, this game of chess would merely be reenacting the chess game back then. Powerful Tao ACCU. Mulations crushed over towards Yi Yuan. At this time, such a powerful force was like the last strand of straw that overwhelmed the camel's back. Incomparably heavy. Ha. So what even if you're gifted? In the end, isn't it still death? Yi Yuan, see if you still don't die. Seeing this situation, Heavenly Emperor Shaoyan could not refrain from laughing out loud. He held extremely deep grudges toward Yi Yuan. Although he was shocked by Yi Yuan's talent and strength, he wished that Yi Yuan would be wiped out by Medicine Ancestor. Heavenly Emperor Zishu looked toward GMO and said with a smile, Lord Starrive, this is the Lord's second sage that you let us witness? That's right. He's indeed very impressive. But a dead second sage really lets people feel greatly consoled. GMO just snorted coldly and did not say anything. Concerning this round, he was not optimistic about it too. The current Yi Yuan was too frail. Yi Yuan's gaze became slightly sharp, and he said in a cold voice, What a fine Medicine Ancestor. Really someone who is narrow-minded. Since that's the case, then I'll let you take a look at my true strength. Yi Yuan gave a cold snort, both hands in the position of holding a ball. An enormous Tai Chi diagram emerged behind Yi Yuan. When Medicine Ancestor's Tao ACCU mulations landed on Yi Yuan's body, it was immediately guided into the world by the Tai Chi diagram, repairing this world in an uninterrupted flow. Heaven and earth are divided into yin and yang. Yin and yang stabilize the universe. Medicine Ancestor, you watch closely. This is my Yi Yuan's Tao. Stabilize for me. Yi Yuan turned his palm. The Tai Chi diagram behind Yi Yuan slowly started turning. This world of chess game actually gradually formed. Yi Yuan's great Tao aura actually completely overshadowed the two great sovereigns. There was only a Tai Chi yin-yang diagram remaining in this world. Bang! Yi Yuan's palm shook, The Taiji diagram dissipated with a loud bang. Chapter 21-27. The moment to witness a miracle. Chapter 21-27. The moment to witness a miracle. This is not possible. How did you do it? Inside the void came Medicine Ancestor's astonished voice. And just as the Taiji diagram dissipated with a loud bang, the entire ask-not world emitted a dazzling light, and it actually started gradually contracting. That endless world transformed into one fixed cyclone after another and started drawing in. The phantoms of the two great sovereigns also gradually started dissipating. Ha! The young ones are to be feared. The young ones are to be feared. After 10 million years, there's finally someone that can take part in our two people's game of chess. Although the sacred ancestor high priest's figure started dissipating, he laughed loudly without ceasing. Finally, the entire world turned into an enormous chessboard. It was precisely Ask Not. Except, a heaven-shocking transformation already happened to the chess game on the chessboard currently. How is this possible? A draw. It's actually a draw. This Empyrean has once researched the Ask Not chess game in detail before. No matter how hard one works, it will always be the outcome of defeat in the end. So how is this possible? A miracle. This is the moment of a miracle. I've witnessed the birth of a miracle. The entire place was in shock. The outcome of this Ask Not chess game actually became a tie. Those present were all major powers, so they naturally would not be unfamiliar with Ask Not. This Ask Not chess game, the Medicine Ancestor who played white occupied a tremendous advantage. The Sacred Ancestor High Priest declining trend already could not be salvaged. Saying that it was an eternal chess game, it was actually Sacred Ancestor High Priest defeat. But now, the chess game on the chessboard was already totally different. Black and white, two sides, each occupied half of the map. Not a piece more and not a piece less. The entire situation was extremely harmonious. There was you and me and you, and actually gave people a feeling of gladdening the heart and pleasing the eye. Perfect. This word sounded out in everyone's hearts at the same time. GMO looked at that chess game blankly and was speechless for a long time. Such a scene truly came too shockingly. To talk about the understanding of Ask Not, who could compare to him? Or perhaps, who could beat Sacred Ancestor High Priest? Sacred Ancestor High Priest had devoted himself to studying it, and was also unable to crack this eternal game. Presently, in Yi Yuan's hands, it actually transformed the rotten into the magical, reaching such a perfect and harmonious realm. Yi Yuan perfectly outlined the Ask Not world with his own Tao, forming the present situation. He was merely a 6-star priest. So how'd he do it? Eternal game. This is the true eternal game. Turns out that Ask Not's final phase is actually like this. Above the void, GMO laughed loudly without ceasing. His mood had never been so free from inhibitions before. Ask Not was the sore point of his master for tens of millions of years. Now it was finally solved. He knew that his master was definitely paying attention to this event. Right now, he must also be laughing heartily. In this world, the most terrifying thing was not a powerful opponent, but the loneliness of an expert. Now, his master finally found an alchemy Tao sovereign that met his match. He must be very delighted and pleased. Zishu, did you find Second Sage's game satisfactory to the eyes? GMO looked toward Heavenly Emperor Zishu and said with a smile that was not a smile. The Qilin clan's powerhouses were long already dumbfounded. Even if they did not understand alchemy, they also knew that Yi Yuan had accomplished a remarkable major thing. This eternal game, Ask Not. The Qilin clan also knew that this was the game between two great sovereigns. This game was an eternal puzzle. For tens of millions of years, no idea how many supreme powerhouses had attempted to solve this puzzle, but failed to do so. But now, it was solved by a measly little 6-star priest. How could they not be surprised? It was solved, completely solved, and not walked out of the chess game. These two concepts were totally different. For others, being able to protect themselves after entering the game and walking out of the puzzle safely was already a very impressive thing. But Yi Yuan shattered the world that the two great sovereigns structured with a heaven-shocking will, and also refined the pill anew with great Tao together with a great divine ability, and the two people building a perfect world. This was a chess game and also a medicinal pill. This kind of situation was simply fantastical. Just based on this game, Yi Yuan's name could go down in history. They had truly witnessed the moment of a miracle. What was laughable was that they were still jeering and making cutting remarks before this, thinking that Yi Yuan was dead for sure. But now, they had their faces slapped blatantly. Being questioned, Heavenly Emperor Zishu's expression flickered incessantly, being very ugly. Suddenly, Zishu clasped his hands and said to Yi Yuan, "The T.I. of Second Sage lives up to reality as well as in name. Zishu has offended Second Sage previously. Please pardon my offense." No matter how unwilling he was to admit it, the moment this game ended, no one could treat Yi Yuan as a junior any longer. He was a powerhouse that could genuinely compete with the two great sovereigns. Perhaps his current strength was still weak, but in the future, he had limitless possibilities. At this point, no one was able to refute it. Maybe another medicine ancestor would really appear again in this world. Yi Yuan looked at Heavenly Emperor Zishu and said coolly, "Now, do you still want to take the Qilin Emperor bone?" Zishu's expression turned stiff and he said, "Not anymore." Second Sage, Lord Stardrive, Zishu takes his leave. After he was done talking, Zishu brought Xiaoyun and the rest along, and they quietly withdrew. They truly could not stay on in this place any longer. They also had no face to stay on. Originally thought that Yi Yuan was just a junior S. N. A. T. C. H. then S. N. A. T. C. H. But they discovered in the end that Yi Yuan was a future T. I. Tan. The actions previously simply became a joke. A miracle. Really miraculous. I finally understand why Sacred Ancestor High Priest would confer him as Second Sage. Seeing this game today, I can brag for 100,000 years. There was a series of marveling in the city. They felt honored to have witnessed the moment of miracle. In those priest temples, 7-star priests had abashed looks on their faces. Yi Yuan had once said to them that he was the opponent that Sacred Ancestor High Priest designated. At that time, they turned their noses up in contempt. Now, they finally understood that what Yi Yuan said was not false. Yi Yuan absolutely had the qualifications to become Sacred Ancestor High Priest opponent. In front of Yi Yuan, Sacred Ancestor High Priest disciples appear to be cast into the shade. Incredible. Truly too impressive. I want to take him as my master. In the city, Long Xiaohai waved his hands about agitatedly. His complexion was flushed red. I'm afraid that Yi Yuan will find you too stupid. Hang on. If you acknowledge him as master, wouldn't I become a junior? No way. Long Xiaochun immediately denied it. But Long Xiaohai ignored her and was still immersed in the midst of excitement. He already completely became Yi Yuan's fan, his ardent wars. Per. Longji, who was by the side, was also speechless for a long time. He also did not expect that this young man was actually so heaven-defying. Second Sage, this emperor also has to apologize to you. Prior to this, I also had many suspicions about Second Sage. Now, I'm wholeheartedly convinced. GMO bowed in salute and said to Yi Yuan. This bow came from the bottom of his heart. Even following by Sacred Ancestor High Priest's side, GMO also found it very hard to understand his master's actions and profound meaning behind them. But today, he witnessed Yi Yuan's miracle and finally understood his master's painstaking effort. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "My realm is too low. Causing people to give birth to underestimation is normal. As for apologizing, there's no need." With High Priest Stardrive delivering ask, not personally, this he is endlessly grateful. Chapter 21-28. The condition to become a supreme powerhouse. Chapter 21-28. The condition to become a supreme powerhouse. GMO. How do you feel about the trip to West Spirit region? Sacred Ancestor High Priest looked at the GMO in front of him and said with a smile that was not a smile. With Yi Yuan clearing the hurdle, GMO hastily bade farewell to Yi Yuan very quickly and returned to report to Sacred Ancestor High Priest on the mission. At this time, Sacred Ancestor High Priest's 11 disciples were all present. It was just that their expressions appeared somewhat awkward, especially High Priest Redplume. GMO blushed with shame. But thinking of Yi Yuan's soul-stirring, Tai Ji developing Tao, he could not help revealing a look of admiration. He bowed and said, "Master, GMO is completely convinced. Second Sage is prodigious and is bound to be a big shot that shakes heaven and earth in the future." While talking, GMO was very respectful. When he mentioned Yi Yuan, it was actually like facing a senior. If High Priest Stardrive's demeanor was seen by people, they would definitely be incomparably shocked. Wing laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "You apprentice brothers, few people have always been arrogant at heart and haughty in manner. Apart from Master, you've never submitted to anyone. I didn't expect that this time you were actually subdued by Yi Yuan." GMO smiled bitterly and said, "If not for seeing with my own eyes, GMO finds it really hard to believe that there's actually such an alchemy rare talent in this world. Second Sage seems to be born for alchemy Tao. A short 1,000 over years, and he can actually spy right at the source of great Tao. It truly makes people sigh with admiration." The event during this half a year, GMO felt as if it was right in front of his eyes. Each finger that Yi Yuan pointed out seemed to have the effect of shocking the soul. Wing smiled and looked towards High Priest Redplume and said, "Yin Hui, do you still have resentment in your heart now?" High Priest Redplume's expression was slightly red as he bowed and said, "Reply, Master, Yin Hui is convinced. It's just, Yin Hui doesn't understand why he, a 6-star priest, can actually do it to this step." Wing put away his smile and said, "Actually, this performance also made Master incredibly shocked. About this ask, not chess game, Master has researched for tens of millions of years and was unable to achieve fusing Tao into one. But he did it. Looks like the day of my showdown with him isn't far already." Letting GMO bring ask not over, what Wing expected was not for Yi Yuan to break the deadlock. Even if he sealed 50% of the power, breaking the deadlock was also not what Yi Yuan's bit of strength could accomplish. But Yi Yuan's performance far exceeded his expectations. Yi Yuan actually solved the puzzle of tens of millions of years and created a new world. Such a result shocked the world. It naturally also included him, Sacred Ancestor High Priest. Could it be that his understanding of alchemy, Tao, already Serpa? SES Master? Yin Hui said in puzzlement. Wing shook his head and said, "Serpa, Sing Master is naturally impossible. Him being able to complete such a heroic feat actually has elements of gaining advantage through trickery. But he has already taken his own Tao path. That's the most crucial thing. His own Tao path." The disciples were all uncertain. Wing slowly nodded and said, "Back then, when you all challenged the Ask Not Chess game, you were all willing to be chess pieces, playing chess with Medicine Ancestor under Master's manipulation. This is also to say that you all are walking according to the path that Master designated. Therefore, even if tens of millions of years have passed, the path that you all have taken is also merely a branch of Master's. Wanted to Serpa. Master is simply impossible. And looking at the heaven-span world, sovereigns that can tide over third blight and above must have their own path, Daoan." When the group of disciples heard this, their facial expressions changed wildly. This was their first time hearing the secret of becoming a sovereign powerhouse. Wing's words stirred up tumultuous waves in their hearts. For countless years, they revered Master as a God. But only today did they discover that turns out they merely walked Master's path. "Master, this eldest disciple Splitfeather said in great shock." Wing waved his hand and said, "Master knows what you want to say, but that's impossible. Unless you have the tremendous resolve to give up everything you possess now and start again anew." Splitfeather's expression flickered incessantly and finally turned into a long sigh. Wing smiled and said, "Are you all blaming Master for only telling you guys this now?" Split Feather was terrified as he said, "The disciple dares not." Their mouths said, "Dare not," but did they really not have any thoughts in their hearts? Wing naturally knew what they were thinking and said with a chortle, "Major powers that are third blight and above, how many do you think you can find in this heaven-span world?" From that moment when you all chose to submit inside Ask Not, your lifetime's path was also decided. Want to become a sovereign, perseverance, willpower, talent, not one can be lacking. You all ask yourselves, if you guys are given a chance to redo it again, can you achieve Yi Yuan's level? The group of apprentice brothers exchanged glances. In the end, they actually lowered their heads without any prior agreement. The answer was clearly no. They understood, ask, not too well. Not submitting it was death. The will of a sovereign, they could not resist it at all. But Yi Yuan could. During these tens of millions of years, only Yi Yuan alone replaced the sacred ancestors when challenging Ask Not, and he played a game of chess against Medicine Ancestor. Just this point, they were already unable to Serpa. SS. As for challenging Ask Not the second time, Yi Yuan rose up heaven-defyingly, contending with the pinnacle will of two great sovereigns with his power alone. This was even more inconceivable. They were thrown even further behind until they could only see the dust ahead. Hence, Yi Yuan could become second sage, while they could not. Wing's meaning was very simple. Their talents and will were insufficient to become a supreme powerhouse. Being able to have today's accomplishment was already a great fortune. There were many geniuses in this world, but those truly able to tread out their own path and become a supreme powerhouse were extremely few. Walking other people's path is easy. Taking your own path is as hard as ascending to heaven. For Master being able to walk till today, how can the experiences involved be what you all can imagine? For Yi Yuan to be able to have such accomplishments at a young age, his story is likely even more exciting than the vast majority of this heaven-span world's supreme powerhouses. Wing said, GMO mused and said, "In this case, that Taiji diagram was Yi Yuan's Tao." Wing nodded and said, "Although his Tao is at the nascent level, that Taiji diagram gave me a feeling of being as deep as the sea. Martial Tao is difficult, but alchemy Tao is even harder. However, I have a feeling that Yi Yuan's future accomplishments might even be above mine and Medicine Ancestors." The group of apprentice brothers trembled all over, looking at Master in disbelief. This appraisal was too high. Medicine Ancestor was only a hair's breadth away from Tao Ancestor. Could it be that Yi Yuan could become the real Medicine Ancestor in the future? Yen Hui's face changed, and he said, "In this case, isn't Master warming a snake in your bosom?" "Ha ha ha. Warming a snake in my bosom? Everyone is afraid of losing. The more powerful, the more afraid of failure. But they have forgotten. It's precisely failure that let him walk until this step today. The Medicine Ancestor is afraid of being Serpa. Said by me, so he has always been suppressing me, not letting me lift my head. But reaching Master's realm, wanting to improve another step further, is far too difficult. Master needs an opponent. Moreover, this insult, Master has already held it in for 50 million years. Even if I lose to Yi Yuan, there's still him going to challenge Medicine Ancestor. Watching him lose is also a very merry thing, so I don't see any reason why not," Wing said with a big laugh. 1. Annotation text missing. Chapter 2129, East Suppression Pseudo-World. Chapter 2129, East Suppression Pseudo-World. No way. You can't acknowledge him as your master. If you acknowledge him as your master, then wouldn't I be directly a generation younger? I must take second sage as my master. Miss this village, there won't be the shop anymore. 1. I said no means no. If you insist on acknowledging him as your master, I'll cry for you to see. You're pestering endlessly. You're refusing to see reason. Oomph. Inside the priest temple's hall, two figures were tugging and pulling, becoming tangled together. It was precisely Long Shaohai, and Long Xiaochun brother and sister 2 people, while behind him, Long Ji shook his head slightly. This Long Xiaochun was really troublesome. Xian Luo slowly came out of the inner hall. Seeing this scene, he could not help smiling as he said, "Please wait a moment. Lord Crimson Sky is currently consulting Lord Second Sage. Lord Second Sage will be out very soon." Long Ji nodded slightly, indicating that he got it. He was a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. He naturally did not need to express anything to Xian Luo. Presently, Yi Yuan already moved into the priest temple. The temple served him with the highest standards, revering him as a god. Every day, a group of Empyreans would pay respects morning and night, being incomparably respectful. Crimson Sky even put aside all of his pride and came to pay respects to Yi Yuan every day, asking him for advice on alchemy aspect knowledge. Every day, he returned fully loaded. Before long, Yi Yuan slowly came out of the inner hall. Behind him was Crimson Sky and Lone Swan, 2 great Empyreans. When Long Xiaochun saw Yi Yuan, she arrived in front of Yi Yuan with a whoosh and pointed at him fiercely as she said, "Yi Yuan, you're not allowed to take Big Brother Xiaohai as a disciple. Otherwise, the 2 of us will break off all relations." Yi Yuan had a blank look, completely unaware of what was going on. But Long Xiaohai was greatly enraged. Pulling Long Xiaochun, he said, "Xiaochun, you're not allowed to mess around. Lord Second Sage, Long Xiaohai wishes to acknowledge you as master." As he said, Long Xiaohai actually directly knelt down. Yi Yuan hurriedly helped him up and said, "Brother Xiaohai mustn't. If you have any doubts about alchemy, feel free to come to find this Yi to discuss. But the talk of acknowledging a master, you mustn't say it anymore. You and Xiaochun are both this Ye's saviors. How can I take you in as my disciple? Also, don't keep calling me Lord Second Sage. Just call me by my name, and that will do." Long Xiaochun patted Yi Yuan's shoulder and said with a big laugh, "Haha, you're really terrific. If Long Xiaohai were to acknowledge you as master, then wouldn't I become a generation younger for no reason? Do you hear it, Long Xiaohai?" Yi Yuan was speechless. This girlie's thought process was indeed abnormal than most people. Long Xiaohai had a depressed face as he said, "But we'll be returning to the Dragon Clan soon. At that time, where would I go to ask you for advice?" At this time, Long Ji hesitated a bit, but he still bowed towards Yi Yuan and said, "Long Ji pays respect to Second Sage." He could ignore Xian Luo, but facing Yi Yuan, this existence who suppressed the Medicine Ancestor and Sacred Ancestor High Priest, the 2 sovereigns, he had no choice but to put away the pride of a Heavenly Emperor. Witnessing Yi Yuan's strength, regardless of whether it was Long Ji or Qi Zishu, they all realized Yi Yuan's importance to Sacred Ancestor High Priest. If any mishap happened to Yi Yuan, under Sacred Ancestor High Priest fury, the latter might really launch a divine war. Body could shoulder this consequence. Therefore, no matter how the Qilin coveted the Emperor Bone, they did not dare to do anything to Yi Yuan either. As for Qi Zhen, under Yi Yuan's light, he did not matter at all anymore. How could a mere Qi Zhen be mentioned in the same breath with the entire demon race's second sage? Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, "Heavenly Emperor Long Ji is too courteous. Please sit." Everyone sat down as guest and host. Crimson Sky was the same as Lone Swan, standing by the side and carrying out the etiquette of a disciple. "Heavenly Emperor Long Ji, you probably have important things to ask this Yi by coming to the temple, right?" Yi Yuan asked with a smile. Long Ji's expression turned intent, and he said with a nod, "Second Sage has the Qilin Emperor bone on your body. Releasing Qilin isn't surprising. But where did this true dragon come from?" These few days, Long Ji was extremely puzzled in his heart. Yi Yuan actually released such a pure true dragon and could even unleash such a pure dragon race martial technique. Could it be that he was a member of the dragon race? The true dragon that Yi Yuan released was not the same as the Qilin will. The true dragon was released by the dragon soul. At that time, the unyielding dragon soul soared straight to the clouds. As a member of the dragon race, Longji naturally felt it very clearly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If I say that I'm a member of the dragon race, do you believe it?" Longji's pupils constricted, his eyes full of complicatedness as he said, "Second sage must be joking. How can you possibly be a dragon?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "I'm not kidding. This ye possess an atavism dragon soul. Furthermore, it's already more than half awakened. The dragon race's cultivation method and martial technique isn't some secret to me." Longji's entire body trembled, and he said in disbelief, "Atavism dragon soul? You're actually of the atavism dragon soul. Even in the dragon clan, atavism dragon soul is also 1 in a million. In this case, you're really of the dragon race?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Through and through." Longji's heart shook wildly. Atavism dragon soul was one of the paramount dragon souls. Not only did this second sage have the talent to rule the world, he even had the dragon race's supreme inheritance. He simply gathered a great destiny onto himself. Even Long Xiaochun also opened her mouth wide at this time, looking at Yi Yuan with a shocked face. "Why you are actually of the atavism dragon soul. This is the most monstrous inheritance. As long as you keep awakening it, your strength will be able to soar by leaps and bounds and don't need to cultivate at all." Long Xiaochun said with surprise, "It's just that I don't know who Second Sage's ancestor is. Our dragon clan has been reclusive from the world for a long time already. I've never heard of anyone leaving the pseudo world." Longji said curiously. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "I don't know about this either. There are no memories in this area in my inheritance. Maybe this portion of memories is in the inheritance at the back. However, I can feel that my ancestor was likely just an Empyrean and not some incredible existence." After awakening at rank 6, Yi Yuan could feel that his dragon soul was already almost reaching grand completion. Reckon that awakening one more time was already the limit. Moreover, a dragon that was able to follow Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove, his strength probably would not be too strong either. After all, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove was also just an Empyrean. If it was the Dragon Clan's Heavenly Emperor powerhouse, they would totally turn their noses up at Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove. By the side, Long Xiaohai's eyes swiveled around, and he suddenly spoke up. "Why not do it like this? Brother Yi, make a trip with us to East Suppression Pseudo World. Perhaps after returning to the Dragon Clan, you'll be able to find your origin. Furthermore, we can also discuss Alchemy Dao." The moment Long Xiaochun heard, her eyes could not help lighting up as she clapped her hands and applauded. She said, "Good, good. No wonder the first time I saw Yi Yuan, it was just seeing my biological brother. Maybe our bloodline is very close." But Longji's gaze turned intent, an appearance of wanting to speak, but swallowing the words back. Letting a stranger go to the Dragon Clan, he was a little worried. The moment Yi Yuan heard this, he was also greatly moved. He was also very curious about his origin. But the origin of the four-phase divine beast, even Dustless could not say for sure either. Dustless seemed to have had this segment of memories wiped away. It seemed like there were still many unknown secrets on Immortal Grove. 1. Annotation text missing. Chapter 2130. Meeting with a mishap in the stronghold. Chapter 2130. Meeting with a mishap in the stronghold, lush mountains and blue rivers. Birds chirped, flowers fragrant, and monkeys crying. A lonely boat flowed down leisurely along the current in the midst of the mountains and water. Several people stood on the boat, admiring the beautiful scenery on both SHOR. Yes, laughing with praises unceasingly. "Young master, this place is really so beautiful. If we can live here together with elder sister Lear, how great would that be?" Seeing this otherworldly paradise-like scenic view, Luer's heart gave rise to a yearning for it. As for Lone Swan and the rest, they had yearning looks on their faces. East Suppression Pseudo-World was extremely mysterious. Barely anyone in the entire Heavenspan world knew. He did not expect that he could actually enter here one day. It was all thanks to their master. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Beauty is beautiful, but it secretly conceals killing intent. How can there truly be some otherworldly paradise in this world? Lu opened her mouth wide and said in disbelief, "Secretly conceals killing intent? Why don't I feel it at all?" It was not just Lu. Even Lone Swan had a blank look, clearly not discovering any dangers. Yi Yuan said, "With the Dragon Clan's power, how can the restrictions laid down be easily seen through? These two SHORESRBRIMING with vigor and vitality, too beautiful to be absorbed all at once, and may be rated as perfect. However, things will develop in the opposite direction when they become extreme. The more it's a place like this, the more dangerous it is instead. The surroundings of this brook are full of powerful restrictions everywhere. I'm afraid that even if a heavenly emperor powerhouse comes, once the person triggers the restrictions, they would turn to ashes too." When everyone heard, their hairs could not help standing on end. The environment here was too beautiful. It was very hard for them to link it together with danger. By the side, a hint of surprise flashed across in Longji's eyes, and he said with a marvel, well deserving of being second sage, seeing through the actual situation with one glance. "Looks like second sage has already touched the source of great Tao." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Just a wild guess. Rather, this Yi is somewhat surprised that Senior Long Ji actually agreed to let me enter the Dragon Clan." Although Long Ji had some qualms, he still agreed in the end. Resting for a few days in West Spirit region, he brought Yi Yuan and company and set off for the East Suppression pseudo-world. Long Ji smiled and said, "Honestly speaking, Long Ji is also very curious about Second Sage." Long Xiaochun immediately jumped up and said, Yeah, you're really an enigmatic man, full of mysteries from head to toe." Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "You're also an enigmatic girl." Giggling and laughing along the way, suddenly, everyone seemed to have pa-s said through a thin film. Everyone realized that they had probably already entered East Suppression pseudo-world. The scene did not change. It was still green hills and blue waters, birds tweeting and the flowers fragrant. But the dragon race bloodline in Yi Yuan's body suddenly started boiling with excitement, as if the blood in his body was going to evaporate. Feeling the pure dragon race pressure on Yi Yuan's body, even Long Ji's expression changed slightly too. This bit of pressure was naturally unable to make him visibly moved. But the purity of Yi Yuan's bloodline, even he was also unbelievably surprised. Long Ji could not help being secretly alarmed. Just what was this guy's background? Why would he have such a pure bloodline? He did not know that Yi Yuan's bloodline was incomparably pure to begin with. Now that he transcended 6 levels of nirvanic tribulation and achieved the perfect 6 transformation golden body, his bloodline evolved to an inconceivable level. Of course, his future path was even more MPYNTHORNY2. The perfect 7th transformation would be a life and death ordeal to Yi Yuan. It's like having returned home. Could it be that my root is actually here? Yi Yuan raised his head to the sky, feeling endless vicissitudes of emotion in his heart. Walking all the way from the immortal Grove world, Yi Yuan wandered all over the world. Now, he actually had a feeling of returning home. It was really inconceivable. Xiaoqi and Xiaoai, you guys settle second sage down first. I'll go to the clan to report completion on the mission first, Long Ji said. Long Xiaochun waved her hand and said, Quickly go. Quickly go. Having me here will do." Long Ji nodded his head, his figure moving, disappearing from everyone's line of sight. No idea how long they traveled, either. The few people finally got Ash. The party was very swift on their feet, leaping into the air and flying over toward inland. Several days later, an enormous stronghold appeared in front of everyone. After landing and entering the stronghold, Yi Yuan was also very curious and started looking around. Inside the stronghold, there were men and women, elderly and young, their expressions peculiar. The appearance of Yi Yuan and his group immediately drew many people's attention. But Yi Yuan discovered that each and every one of these dragons revealed a strange look. Inside those eyes exuded a thick look of fear and actually avoided them like the plague. East Suppression Pseudo-World has a total of 9 great heaven strongholds, 81 earth strongholds, and countless black strongholds and yellow strongholds. The Rain Dragon stronghold that we're at is one of the 81 earth strongholds. Uncle Ji is our Rain Dragon stronghold's protector elder. Long Xiaochun was clearly very enthusiastic, introducing to Yi Yuan the East Suppression Pseudo-World's local customs and practices. According to what Long Xiaochun said, the 9 great heaven strongholds ruled East Suppression Pseudo-World. Only dragons with the N.O. blessed bloodline had the qualifications to enter the heaven strongholds. That place was the Dragon Clan's core, countless supreme powerhouses. But even the 81 Earth strongholds were also equivalent to the outside world's heavenly Emperor Bodemandas. Each Earth stronghold had a heavenly Emperor powerhouse garrisoning. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan and the rest could not help feeling overcome with emotion. The dragon race was well deserving of being an ancient variant species. The might of their strength was simply unimaginable. Xiaochun, why do I feel that your clansmen seem to be very scared of us? Yi Yuan asked curiously. Long Xiaochun chuckled and said, How so? No need to care about them. Come, I'll bring you guys to the residence. By the side, Long Xiaohai wanted to speak, but swallowed the words back. At the end, he still did not speak up. It was just that how could this scene hide from Yi Yuan's eyes? But if they did not say, it was also not convenient for Yi Yuan to inquire more. He could only gloss it over. Long Xiaochun brought Yi Yuan to a stone house that was not small and stayed there. Brother Yi, you stay here first. Tomorrow, I'll bring you to stroll around Rain Dragon Stronghold. Long Xiaohai said with clasped hands. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, Then I'll have to trouble you. After Long Xiaohai left, Yi Yuan directly went into close seclusion to cultivate and did not speak for the entire night. Early morning the next day, Yi Yuan went out of the stone house and was planning on strolling around nearby, but then he saw a large group of people crowding around ahead, raising a big hue and cry. Moving close to take a look, he was immediately greatly enraged. 3 dragon race young men were actually surrounding Lu'er and Yang Fei'er, their expressions very obscene. Ha ha ha! Human girls, this young master hasn't tasted before yet. Girl, follow me, Long Hao. I'll guarantee that you'll be merry as an immortal every day in the future. A man in the middle with S.H. a gay eyebrows and a very obscene expression actually reached his hand out to touch Yang Fei'er's chin. At this time, Yang Fei'er and Lu'er were already being restrained and did not have the strength to resist at all. These 3 dragon race men were very powerful. Looking at their auras, they were already peak rank 6. Although Yang Fei'er was also a 9th firmament true G.O.D., how could she be a match for members of the dragon race at the same rank? As for Lu'er, although she was extraordinarily talented, her strength was much weaker after all. At this time, Yang Fei'er and Lu'er's clothing were somewhat in a mess. Clearly, they had experienced a fight just now. When Yi Yuan saw the situation, flames of fury surged to his head. Stop! Yi Yuan gave a cold cry, divided the crowd, and walked out. The moment Long Hao turned his head and looked, he could not help sneering coldly as he said, Yo, isn't this the human brat who came together with that misfortune star? Why, these 2 beauties are your women? Starting from today, they belong to me. 1. Annotation text missing. Chapter 21:31. Oh, is that so? Chapter 21:31. Oh, is that so? Who belong to you? Yi Yuan laughed from extreme fury, but his words were full of killing intent. Lu'er was Yi Yuan's reverse scale. For her, Yi Yuan did not even stint to employ the heaven-shocking lightning. Now, this Long Hao actually provoked in his face like this. How could he not be furious? But Long Hao was not aware of it at all. He said with a smug look, That's right, belong to me. You might not know who I am. I'm cough, cough, cough. Long Hao's words were just said halfway when his voice suddenly cut off like a duck that had its throat clutched. Yi Yuan's both hands already clutched onto his neck. A tremendous force came over. Long Hao felt like his neck was going to be twisted off, his face flues. Plussing bright red, eyes rolling back. Just now, you said that they belonged to you? Yi Yuan's words did not carry the slightest emotion, the force from his hands becoming greater and greater. His present fleshy body's strength already reached peak rank 6. How tremendous was his strength! In front of a perfect 6 transformation golden body, even if Long Hao was of the dragon race, he did not have any leftover strength to resist at all too. By the side, a young man said, "Human brat, you dare to act wildly in my dragon clan's territory? Let go of Long Hao. Otherwise, you're dead for sure today." Thud! Cough, cough, cough. Long Hao landed on the ground, holding his neck as he started coughing fiercely. When everyone saw the situation, they even thought that Yi Yuan yielded. The other young man said, "Ha, at least you're sensible, kid. It isn't your turn to act wildly here. This Yi has just come to your esteemed land. I don't wish to bring trouble to myself. The three of you, kowtow and admit your fault to Lu Er and senior apprentice Sister Fei Er, and this matter will be dropped." Yi Yuan completely ignored the other party and said coolly. Listening to the first half of the sentence, everyone even thought that Yi Yuan was scared and yielded. But hearing the second half, everyone could not help finding it funny. Making these 3 people kneel down and kowtow? How is this possible? This human brat really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Long Hao's protector, Elder Long Qi's grandson. Who dares to provoke him in this rain dragon stronghold? This human kid succeeded in sneak attacking just now. He probably isn't clear yet about Long Hao, the 3 of their strengths. Long Hao is the young generation's pinnacle genius. Just half a step and he'll be able to reach rank 7, Empyrean Realm. This kid will likely suffer some hearts. I+P. When everyone around heard Yi Yuan's words, they could not help shaking their heads. By relying on his grandfather, no one dared to provoke Long Hao in Rain Dragon Stronghold. The other 2 people, Long Fei and Long Cheng, were also both Rain Dragon Stronghold's elders' grandsons. These 3 people's backgrounds were extremely powerful. Who dared to provoke? Moreover, with these 3 people joining hands, if an Empyrean did not come out, there was virtually no match. Earlier, Yi Yuan just relied on his speed and defeated his opponent with a surprise move, controlling Long Hao. That was all. Now, Long Hao had his guard up. Everyone did not feel that he had high chances of winning. When Lu Er and Yang Fei Er saw Yang Fei Er, their hearts immediately became much calmer. Arriving at East Suppression Pseudo-World, the local customs and practices here were greatly different from the outside world. Under their curiosity, the 2 of them came out to take a look early in the morning. Who knew that they had just stepped out not long and ran in a Long Hao 3 people. Long Hao 3 people had their T aroused at the sight of them and actually wanted to make a move against the 2 of them. Lu Er and Yang Fei Er naturally disobeyed. That was how there was this current situation. Lu Er pulled the corners of Yi Yuan's sleeves and said softly, "Young master, better forget it. This place is the Dragon Clan's territory after all." She and Yang Fei Er were not worried about Long Hao, but this place was the Dragon Clan's territory. If really blow matters up, they had nowhere to run. After all, everyone knew about the might of the Dragon Clan. Making them kowtow is already considered letting them off. Otherwise, humph. Yi Yuan said with a cold snort. "Kowtow? I kowtow your King head." Long Fei, Long Cheng attacked together. "Exterminate him for me." Long Hao roared and suddenly threw a palm out. Universe Dragon Claw, 3rd stance, Grand Universe Palm. Currently, Long Hao was extremely near Yi Yuan. Him using a heaven-shocking martial technique like the Grand Universe Palm this near to Yi Yuan. How horrifying was the power! Long Fei and Long Cheng's reactions were also extremely fast, firing out a palm at the same time. 3 great peak rank 6 powerhouses attacking at the same time. The commotion was extremely shocking. However, Yi Yuan gave a cold snort and said in a solemn voice, Looks like you guys are courting death yourselves. Grand Universe Palm. At this time, Yi Yuan made his move fiercely. It was actually the Grand Universe Palm too. Except, the moment Yi Yuan's Grand Universe Palm was executed, it was as if a C solidified. The power of his palm actually completely overshadowed the three people. Bang! A loud bang came over. The three people flew out at the same time. Yi Yuan's palm repelled three great peak rank 6 dragons. Everyone looked at this scene dumbfounded with their tongues tied, faces full of disbelief. How is this possible? He actually knows the Grand Universe Palm, too. Why is his Grand Universe Palm's power even above Long Hao's? Beyond the shock, everyone was more puzzled. Yi Yuan's Grand Universe Palm was actually even stronger than Long Hao's. One had to know, among the Rain Dragon Stronghold's young generation, Long Hao's strength was already the strongest. Apart from Long Xiaochun, body was his match at all. Now, Yi Yuan fought 1 versus 3 and actually utterly trounced his opponents. It was simply inconceivable. Long Hao being blown flying with one punch, his innards already suffered a shock, fresh blood spurting wildly. He looked at Yi Yuan with a look of astonishment and said in disbelief, "How do you know the Grand Universe Palm?" Yi Yuan's gaze was icy cold and was completely disinclined to bother with him. Bang! Another Grand Universe Palm. This palm actually flew toward Long Fei, directly bombarding him into dregs. Everyone opened their mouths wide with disbelieving faces. Yi Yuan actually dared to kill people. Long Fei was Elder Long Yu's son? Was this guy mad? Yi Yuan did not hesitate. Raising his hand, it was another palm. Long Cheng was dead. In a twinkle, Yi Yuan actually killed Long Fei and Long Cheng, these two mighty young powerhouses. Then, he slowly walked over toward Long Hao. Long Hao's expression changed drastically, a look of fear finally revealing on his face. He collapsed on the ground and feeted backward, saying tremblingly, "What do you want to do?" I'm Protector Elder Long Chi's grandson." "Oh, is that so? I gave you the chance. It was you who didn't grasp it yourself. Since that's the case, go and die then." Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, a palm lifting up once more. The surroundings were deathly silent. This guy was really a lunatic. A horrifying power gathered at Yi Yuan's palm. Long Hao's complexion turned pale. He used all the strength in his body and suddenly scurried into the distance. Yi Yuan just laughed coldly. Competing on speed, who could beat him? But right at this time, a powerful to the extreme aura suddenly descended. Clearly, the commotion here already startled Rain Dragon Stronghold's upper echelon. "Child, you dare. Stop at once. This Empyrean will spare your life." An alarmed and angry voice came from above the void. "It's Long Hao's father, Empyrean Long Yu. He arrived. This human kid is dead for sure. Long Hao is really blessed. Luckily, Empyrean Long Yu arrived in time. He can escape death." When Long Hao heard his father's voice, he could not help being overjoyed. "Ha ha! Kid, my father has arrived. With this, you're dead for sure." Long Hao turned around and said with a wild laugh, "Oh, is that so?" Right at this time, an icy cold voice sounded in his ear. Chapter 2132. You Can't Kill Him. Chapter 2132. You Can't Kill Him. The wild elation that filled his chest instantly turned into limitless terror. Long Hao's expression changed wildly, frightened until his soul nearly left his body. He did not understand it. Didn't his father already arrive? How did this guy move beside him? This was the final thought in his mind. After this second, he was thoroughly blasted into residue by Yi Yuan. "Howa!" Behind came Long Yu's heaven-shocking angry roar. He made it with his fastest speed and locked onto Yi Yuan with powerful world power, planning on killing Yi Yuan with a single blow. In his view, a late-stage Empyrean mighty expert locking onto a true D-realm martial artist. How could the other party still have the strength to retaliate? Yet he miscalculated. Yi Yuan was just like a loach, slipping away from his world power. Yi Yuan then moved beside Long Hao and killed him. At this time, all of the Dragon Clan's members were staring dumbfoundedly with their mouths agape, looking at that slightly skinny figure in disbelief. Who on earth is this kid? Why is he so strong? Empyrean Long Yu is a late-stage Empyrean realm mighty expert, but he actually failed to restrain the human brat. That was spatial law just now, right? That's a supreme law. Furthermore, looking at his appearance, he is likely already comprehended extremely deep. True G. Oh. D-realm experts were as weak as an ant in front of Empyrean realm powerhouses. But Yi Yuan, this ant, shook of Empyrean Long Yu's final hit and even counterkilled Long Hao. This kind of strength, how could they not be surprised? But what everyone was more surprised by was Yi Yuan's audacity. A human actually dared to kill 3 dragons in a row so arrogantly in E-suppression pseudo-world. This breadth of spirit had no choice but to make people admire. It was just that the final outcome was already decided. Empyrean Long Yu looked at Yi Yuan coldly and gnashed his teeth in hatred as he said, "Good. Very good. This Empyrean already arrived, and you actually still dared to deal a killing blow. Rest assured, this Empyrean won't let you die easily." Yi Yuan turned to look at Empyrean Long Yu and said coolly, "You wanted to kill me, so why couldn't I kill him? Bulls. Hi+T. How can a mere human compare to the human dragon race? No need to say any more. Prepare to suffer this Empyrean's wrath." Amidst the angry roar, Empyrean Long Yu's aura suddenly erupted. The berserk dragon race pressure crushed over towards Yi Yuan's frenziedly. Empyrean Long Yu reached his hand out and made a grabbing action. An enormous claw extended out of the void and grabbed straight at Yi Yuan. That horrifying pressure made people's faces change. If this claw landed, Yi Yuan's fleshy body would definitely turn to ashes. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and did not take any action, and also did not seem to have the intention of running. But right at this time, a figure slowly walked out of the void and just lightly waved a hand. The enormous claw directly shattered into countless motes of light. Empyrean Long Yu's expression changed, and he said in a cold voice, "Long Ji, what's the meaning of this?" This person who walked out of the void was precisely Long Ji. Empyrean Long Yu completely made little of Long Ji by relying on his father. Normally, he was just a little arrogant. But now, Long Hao being killed under Long Yu's rage, how would he still care about Long Ji? If not for Long Ji's strength being too powerful, he would have long smacked him to death with one palm. Long Ji's brows furrowed slightly, and he said in a solemn voice, "You can't kill him." Empyrean Long Yu said in a great rage, "Long Ji, your matters, there will naturally be father finding you to settle the scores. Now, this punk that you brought killed Hauer, but you actually say that I can't kill him? Based on what?" Long Ji said coolly, "Based on that he's second sage." Second sage? What's that? Is it very impressive? A series of puzzled voices came from inside the crowd. But Empyrean Long Yu's expression changed. With his status, he naturally heard before what second sage was. That was personally conferred by Sacred Ancestor High Priest. Except, just Cleve second sage, and he wanted to suppress him? So what if Sacred Ancestor High Priest? Sacred Ancestor High Priest's people killed someone in the Dragon Clan. Could it be that our Dragon Clan can't touch him still? When did Sacred Ancestor High Priest start intervening in our Dragon Clan? Long Ji, you saying such words, could it be that you threw your lots in with Sacred Ancestor High Priest after taking a trip outside? Empyrean Long Yu said with a cold smile. These words were somewhat penetrating, accusing of personal motives instead. Empyrean Long Yu was clearly not some goody-two-shoes either, planning on using this incident to quell Long Ji for good. Long Ji gave Empyrean Long Yu a sympathetic glance and said coolly, "If you won't scruple to launch a divine war for Long Hao, I can move aside right now. Can you shoulder it?" The moment divine war 2 words came out, Empyrean Long Yu's pupils constricted. Divine war? Are you kidding me? Would Sacred Ancestor High Priest launch a divine war for a mere true G? OD realm? Emperor Long Yu said with a disdainful look. In his view, Long Ji was scaring him, making him beat a retreat in the face of difficulties. He knew what second sage meant, but he only knew one aspect and was ignorant of the other aspects. The news of Yi Yuan solving Ask not already spread in the demon divine region with a hubbub, but barely anyone in East Suppression pseudo-world knew. Long Ji said indifferently, "You aren't aware of it, but Yi Yuan solved the eternal chess game, Ask not." He sat and debated on Tao with Medicine Ancestor and Sacred Ancestor High Priest. At present, in Demon Divine region, Yi Yuan is already above millions and only has one person above him. Oh, right, the Qilin clan's Shi Zhan provoked Yi Yuan and was killed by him. The Qilin clan sent over Heavenly Emperor Zishu, but in the end, they returned in defeat and no longer mentioned the matter of Qi Zhan. How do you think Long Hao compares to Qi Zhan? Each additional word that Long Ji said, the expression on Long Yu's face became a degree more shocked. He never could have imagined that this true D-realm Brad in front of him actually had such immense capabilities. Oh, right, the matter of launching a divine war wasn't said by this emperor. At that time, Sacred Ancestor High Priest 7th Disciple, High Priest Stardrive, carried Ask not over and personally said it to Heavenly Emperor Zishu. Long Ji explained further. Long Ji's words stirred up tanic waves in the hearts of Rain Dragon Stronghold. This human actually has such a great background. Isn't he a human? Why would he become the demon race's second sage? Qi Zhan, that's the Qilin clan's young generation's strongest alchemist. Back then, when he came to the Dragon Clan, he even defeated Long Xiaohai. He was actually killed by this kid, just like that. One news after another exploded in the ears of the Dragon Clan, like one bomb after another. Each incident was inconceivable, but completed by Yi Yuan alone. Long Yu's expression became extremely ugly. If what Long Ji said was true, then there was simply no possibility for him to want to avenge Long Hao. It did not matter if he killed Yi Yuan, but Sacred Ancestor High Priest's wrath was not what anyone could bear. Once a divine war started, the Dragon Clan would be bound to suffer heavy casualties. At that time, he would be the Dragon Clan's sinner. Now, do you still want to kill him? Long Ji said coolly. While talking, Long Ji looked toward Yi Yuan. The latter had a calm and collected look. It was as if he had done something insignificant. Seeing this scene, Long Ji could not help feeling annoyed. This guy caused such a huge trouble on the second day he came to the Dragon Clan. If he had long known this, he would not have brought Yi Yuan here. This boy was indeed outstandingly talented, making the world sigh with admiration. But his ability to cause trouble was also first-rate. Chapter 2133. Don't make a spectacle of yourself. Chapter 2133. Don't make a spectacle of yourself. Long Yu's expression flickered incessantly, his face struggling. Right at this time, a figure slowly walked out of the void. Seeing the arrival, Long Yu seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw and said with surprise, "Father." The arrival was precisely Heavenly Emperor Long Qi. Heavenly Emperor Long Qi looked at Yi Yuan, his gaze icy cold. People should not look at how East Suppression pseudo-world had countless dragons. It was through the propagation of countless generations in the past that there was today's scale. But even so, the scale of this stronghold was still much smaller compared to human cities. In reality, the propagation of the dragon race compared to humans, or even ordinary demon races, was much harder. Hence, regardless of whether it was Long Qi or Long Yu, they valued Long Hao, this descendant, very highly. Now, he actually died in Yi Yuan's hands. So how could these two people not be furious? He's of the dragon race. Heavenly Emperor Long Qi said coolly. Everyone was taken aback, not knowing what Heavenly Emperor Long Qi's words meant. Long Ji seemed to have thought of something, his expression changing as he said, "Long Qi, what do you want?" Long Ji had already reported to the clan about Yi Yuan's matter. Similarly, a protector elder, Long Ji was naturally aware of Yi Yuan's real identity. "One Tai," Long Qi said coolly, "since he's of the dragon race, then it naturally has to be taken care of according to the Dragon Clan's rules. Long Zhi's two eyes narrowed slightly, and he said in a deep voice, Long Qi, do you want to plunge the Dragon Clan into the fires of war? Long Zhi, a divine war, 2 words, scared you until like this? Our Dragon Clan looks down upon the heavens and myriad realms. When did we become so cowardly and weak? Then we also can't plunge the Dragon Clan into war because of your grandson. Could it be that a mere Long Hao is even more important than the entire Dragon Clan? Long Qi mused for a moment and opened his mouth and said, Since that's the case, have an elders meeting then. This emperor won't let this matter go. Done talking, Long Qi turned around and left. The Dragon Clan's people all had dumbfounded gazes and their mouths gaping. They all thought that Yi Yuan was dead for sure. In the end, Empyrean Long Yu did not kill him. Heavenly Emperor Long Qi came and also did not kill him. This was really a historical first in Rain Dragon Stronghold. But everyone was also clear in their hearts that once this matter was brought up to the Elders Association, it would likely not end well. Long Zhi looked at Yi Yuan, his face angry from failure to live up to expectations as he said, This fellow can really cause trouble. But Yi Yuan said coolly, Nothing to do with me. It was them who provoked me first. Explaining the matter in a few words, Long Zhi was also speechless. This Long Hao could have provoked anyone, but he provoked this malefic star. So it served him right to be killed. Yi Yuan did not care that the person was a protector elder's grandson. Provoking him, one would have to be prepared to suffer his wrath. This guy did not shrink back in the slightest when facing a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse too. Why would he pay attention to the consequences of killing a puny little Long Hao? Back then, he suppressed Heavenly Emperor Shaoyun and the Qilin clan to all kneel down with his power alone, and he completely disregarded the consequences. Sigh, you're satisfied with killing someone, but this place isn't the outside world's demon race after all. Long Qi isn't willing to drop this matter, so he'll definitely think of ways to put you to death. Long Zhi said with a sigh, When soldiers come, use a general to hold them off. When the water rises, use dirt to keep it back. Scared of him for what? Yi Yuan said coolly. At this time, Lu'er and Yang Fei also moved closer. Lu'er said with an aggrieved look, Young master, it was all Lu'er's fault, provoking trouble for you. Yi Yuan smiled dotingly and said, Where did you provoke trouble? It was trouble that provoked you. That's all. In this world, there are always some people who act recklessly and blindly. Lu'er said anxiously, But there are no buts. Do you still not know your young master's ability? Yi Yuan directly cut off. Under Long Zhi's lead, Yi Yuan entered a stone house. Upon entering the stone house, he entered another S.P.A.C. Above the void, 5 enormous dragons were circling around above, giving people immensely powerful deterrence force, deliberately making things mystifying. Yi Yuan had a look of disdain and slowly walked into S.P.A.C. The leftmost giant dragon opened his mouth and said, Yi Yuan, since you're the dragon race, why haven't you knelt when you see us? Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a smile that was not a smile, Making me kneel also can, as long as you can overpower me with bloodline power. No need to guess, this giant dragon was naturally Long Qi without a doubt. Yi Yuan naturally did not have a good opinion of this Long Qi being able to bring up Long Hao, that kind of grandson. How good could this fellow be? Sure enough, the moment he opened his mouth, Yi Yuan felt that overbearing tone. Most likely, this guy was also talked like this normal. Snort. You're the one who said it. Kneel down. Long Qi gave a cold snort. A powerful true dragon bloodline power pressed down on Yi Yuan akin to a giant mountain. Although he knew that Yi Yuan definitely had reliance, what kind of existence was he? Long Qi. Why would he care about a puny little rank 6 dragon's pride? As a heavenly emperor powerhouse, his bloodline was incomparably pure, already evolving to a kind of peak of the dragon race. How could a mere Yi Yuan resist his suppression? It was just that when the Long Zhi beside Yi Yuan saw this scene, His face revealed a strange look. When he reported to the clan, it was naturally impossible to cover all details no matter how trivial. These elders knew that Yi Yuan was of the dragon race, but they did not know how pure Yi Yuan's dragon race bloodline was. Being able to contend with sacred ancestor high priest, that level of existence, with true dragon will, would Yi Yuan's bloodline power be of the common sort? The strength of bloodline power was unrelated to cultivation realm. As long as bloodline was pure enough, even if it was a powerful peak heavenly emperor existence, a weakling could also resist. Sure enough, Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh. The dragon race bloodline pressure in his body suddenly bloomed. An Astonis, plusing aura soared to the sky, pressing right up against Long Chi's pressure. Bang! Two great pressures colliding suddenly. It caused the void to tremble. Long Chi's pupils constricted, and he cried out in surprise, "Impossible! How can your bloodline power be so strong?" A hint of ridicule flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth, and he said coolly, "This is your bloodline power? Looks like your potential has already been pretty much exhausted." With one exchange, Yi Yuan sensed the strength of Long Chi's bloodline. For him to be able to cultivate to his present realm, he basically reached the end already. It was just that Yi Yuan's words clearly poked Long Chi's sore spot. Yi Yuan clearly saw the corners of the giant dragon's mouth twitch, clearly being greatly enraged. Above the void, Long Chi roared angrily and said, "Gentlemen, this boy is too arrogant, showing no respect to his elders. Everybody attacking together to suppress." Long Chi could not deal with Yi Yuan by himself, and actually shamelessly invited the rest to take action. The few people were just about to make a move, but they then heard Long Ji said coolly, "Stop making a spectacle of yourselves. Even counting Dragon Lord in, it's also impossible to suppress Yi Yuan." "What? This is impossible. How can this be possible? I don't believe it." "Long Ji, what nonsense are you talking about?" The few great protector elders clearly did not believe Long Ji's words, having shocked expressions on their faces. 6 great heavenly emperors making a move at the same time actually could not suppress a measly little rank 6 dragon. Long Ji laughed in spite of himself and said, "Talking nonsense? That's because you all didn't see how he solved Ask Not. He defeated Medicine Ancestor with a sword of will, forcefully resisted Sacred Ancestor High Priest with his true dragon will, and shattered the firmament with his Qilin will, breaking the world that Medicine Ancestor and Sacred Ancestor, 2 people, created. Do you guys think that you're stronger than Medicine Ancestor and Sacred Ancestor High Priest?" Chapter 2134, Threaten. Chapter 2134, Threaten this. How is this possible? Above the void came the cries of exclamations of the group of dragon race heavenly emperors. The words that Long Ji said were seriously too inconceivable. "Ho! Do you all think that Ask Not, this eternal chess game, is that easy to solve? If not for having a Stonies plusing ability, how can Yi Yuan walk out of Ask Not?" Long Ji said with a look of ridicule. Even until now, Long Ji held Yi Yuan in awe and veneration too. The people who witnessed the entire process of Yi Yuan clearing Ask Not would respect Yi Yuan from the bottom of their hearts. Under Medicine Ancestor and Sacred Ancestor High Priest pressure, what did Heavenly Emperors count as? "Kid, you're messing with me?" Long Chi suddenly came to a realization and reproached angrily. After Yi Yuan entered, he intentionally said to have him use suppression with bloodline power. Actually, Yi Yuan totally knew that no matter how strong his Long Chi's bloodline power was, he could not suppress Yi Yuan at all. Making a fool of himself, that's all. Yet, he fell for it. Yi Yuan could contend with Sacred Ancestor High Priest, that kind of powerhouse, with true dragon will. How pure was his bloodline? Wouldn't utilizing bloodline power in front of him be teaching one's grandmother how to suck eggs? This guy simply did it on purpose. "Oh, you're not considered too stupid yet," Yi Yuan said with a laugh. "What not considered too stupid? It was simply too stupid." Long Ji already said the outcome before they came to realize the truth. What was it if not dumb? Brat, this emperor will tear you to pieces. Long Chi's angry roar came from above the void. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws. An Astonies. Plussing pressure enveloped down and was going to exterminate Yi Yuan. But right at this time, a beautiful figure slowly walked out of the void and said coolly, "What are you trying to do, Long Chi? Do you want to make Rain Dragon Stronghold become the Dragon Clan's sinner that's condemned through the ages?" The arrival was dressed in white plumage, silky black hair winding around, boundlessly beautiful. Yi Yuan looked over. This woman actually had some similarities with Long Xiaochun. Long Chi's face fell, and he said rather unwillingly, "I pay respect to Dragon Lord." When the rest saw this woman, they also each bowed down. Yi Yuan did not expect that this Rain Dragon Stronghold's Dragon Lord was actually a woman. Dragon Lord waved her hand and said coolly, "All return to your original bodies for what? Trying to scare people? Why haven't you put away?" Long Chi and the rest recovered to their original appearances, all having Imbara said looks on their faces. They did it in order to scare people, but who knew that they failed to scare people and even utterly lost their faces? "You're Yi Yuan?" Dragon Lord looked at Yi Yuan and started sizing him up. Yi Yuan pays respect to Dragon Lord. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said. Long Chi was already too impatient to wait and said in a solemn voice, "Dragon Lord, this boy did not distinguish black from white and killed Long Hao 3 people when he just arrived at the Dragon Clan. He committed an atrocious crime and definitely can't be tolerated." Dragon Lord's dark brows furrowed slightly when she heard that and said, "This incident was clearly Long Hao 3 people who were in the wrong first. Isn't Elder Long Chi too overbearing? Long Hao injured Lu Er and Yang Fei Er and even wanted to forcibly seize the 2 people in public. Many people saw it, so it was naturally not difficult for Dragon Lord to want to know. Except, to a powerhouse like Long Chi, how was there any right or wrong? He was strong, so he was reason." Long Chi gave a cold snort and said, "Overbearing? Heh. Even if Hao Er committed a capital offense, it's also not his turn to come and execute him. Moreover, just 2 measly human girls, Hao Er taking fancy on them, is their fortune." Yi Yuan's 2 eyes narrowed, and he said with a cold smile, "Indeed, a crooked stick will have a crooked shadow. In my view, your grandson was a pile of dog s. Plus T, killed then killed. What about it? Could it be that you dare to kill me?" "You," Long Chi choked and nearly stifled until he had internal injuries. Yi Yuan's ident. 1. Tai was too sensitive, he could not touch him at all. The crime of launching a divine war was not what he could shoulder. "Humph. Do you really think that this emperor can't do anything to you?" Long Chi said angrily. "What can you do to me?" Yi Yuan said coolly. Yi Yuan discovered that Long Chi seemed to make light of Dragon Lord. It was like the person managing things here was him. Long Chi laughed coldly, and he said, "Even if I can't kill you, those few people around you, this emperor can kill them." Brilliant light suddenly shone from Yi Yuan's eyes. The bloodline pressure in his body suddenly bloomed, and he said in a cold voice, "If you dare to touch them, this Yi will definitely trample your Rain Dragon Stronghold in the future. If you don't believe it, you can wait and see." Long Chi's 2 eyes narrowed. He saw incomparably firm resolve in Yi Yuan's eyes. He did not doubt that Yi Yuan had this ability. With Yi Yuan's talent, reaching Heavenly Emperor realm was virtually certain. Swuz. Plus right at this time, a figure suddenly barged into this S.P.A.C. "Long Chi, if you dare to make things difficult for Yi Yuan, Long Xiaochun, definitely will not let you off." Long Xiaochun arrived. When Dragon Lord saw Long Xiaochun, her brows furrowed and she berated, "Long Xiaochun, you arbitrarily barged into the elders' meeting. Where's the sense of propriety?" When Long Xiaochun saw Dragon Lord, her pretty face could not help turning stiff. But very quickly, she stubbornly said again, "Mother, this matter was clearly Long Hao's fault. Even death couldn't expiate his sins." So why punish Yi Yuan? When Long Qi saw Long Xiaochun arrive, he did not get angry, but was overjoyed instead, only to see him give a cold snort and say, "Dragon Lord, Long Xiaochun Trace Ba." Said the elders meeting and shows no respect for her elders. I wonder what should be the punishment. Dragon Lord's expression changed, and she said in anger, "Long Xiaochun, still don't withdraw. This emperor will put you in confinement for 1,000 years." Long Xiaochun gritted her teeth and said stubbornly, "Even if you confine me for 1,000 years, I also can't let you guys hurt Yi Yuan. He was brought here by me, so I must bring him out safely." Seeing Long Xiaochun defending him like this, Yi Yuan was moved. He laughed and said, "Xiaochun, you withdraw first. This old fellow doesn't dare to touch me." Long Xiaochun blinked a few times and said, "Really?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Of course it's real. If this old thing dared to kill me, why would he hold some elders meeting?" Long Xiaochun tilted her head and thought about it. It seemed to be the truth. Hence, she nodded her head happily and said with a smile, "Okay, then I'll wait for you outside." After Long Xiaochun left, Long Qi laughed coldly and said, "Kid, whether you can live until then is still not known. Dragon Lord, even if I can't touch Yi Yuan, there's no problem with this emperor killing a few of his people to vent my anger, right? You wouldn't shelter a few humans, right?" When Dragon Lord heard that, her face revealed a hesitant look, but Yi Yuan's expression changed. Dragon Lord's change in attitude made his heart sink to rock bottom. When Long Qi saw Yi Yuan's expression, he was delighted. This brat was just like a hedgehog, neither listening to reason nor bowing to force. But his probing earlier clearly found Yi Yuan's weakness. His weakness was the people around him. Seeing that Dragon Lord was still hesitating, Long Qi increased the dosage and said, "If Dragon Lord insists on showing partiality for humans, then this emperor can only initiate an elders' meeting to decide by voting." Yi Yuan saw that the situation was not right and said in a cold voice, "Old dog, what the hell I do you want?" Long Qi smiled coldly and said, "Haha, this emperor even thought that you feared neither heaven nor the earth. Turns out that you have something that you're scared of too. Rest assured, as long as you promise this emperor a condition, this emperor can let those few people go." Yi Yuan's two eyes narrowed together, and he said in a solemn voice, "What condition?" Long Qi chuckled and had an appearance of satisfaction due to his wicked scheme succeeding as he said, "Sign a life and death agreement. Just say that you willingly entered the Dragon Eye Cave and everything has nothing to do with the Dragon Clan. As long as you can do it, this emperor will spare their lives." Chapter 2135, Dragon Eye Cave. Chapter 2135, Dragon Eye Cave, Dragon Eye Cave. No way. Hearing this name, Dragon Lord's expression changed, and she immediately rejected it. Long Qi smiled coldly and said, "Then according to Dragon Lord's meaning, Howard died in vain? Or are you going to let this emperor go and kill those few humans to take revenge for Howard?" Dragon Lord's gaze turned cold, and she said in a solemn voice, "Dragon Eye Cave is the Dragon Clan's forbidden area. If even a heavenly emperor powerhouse goes it will be hard to come out too. You're asking Yi Yuan to go in. Isn't it making him seek death? What a joke. Not letting him go to a dangerous place. Could it be letting him go to a safe place? This emperor not smacking him to death with one slap is already very frustrating. As for the Dragon Eye Cave, if he really has a heaven-defying destiny and comes out of there, then this emperor also has nothing to say anymore." Long Qi looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold laugh, "The Dragon Eye Cave was filled with dangers. Forget about rank 6, even if it was rank 7, no one came out before 2. Unless one's strength reached Heavenly Emperor realm, only then did one barely have the ability to protect themselves. Even so, it was also very dangerous. Long Qi did not believe that Yi Yuan could really come out after entering the Dragon Eye Cave. As for that agreement, it could just nicely be used to deal with Sacred Ancestor High Priest Fury. It could be said to satisfy both sides. killing Yi Yuan and also leaving sacred ancestor, high priest with nothing to say. Thinking up to here, Long Qi also could not help rubbing his hands in glee. Such a genius idea. Only he could come up with it. Fine, I'll go. Yi Yuan's gaze became heavy as he said. Dragon Lord frowned and said, Young man, you don't know what kind of place Dragon Eye Cave is and dare to agree to it? This lord is telling you, going in with your strength is certain death. Yi Yuan understood that Dragon Lord being concerned for him was likely because of Long Xiaochun. But this Long Qi was incomparably cunning and definitely would not give him the chance. If he did not go in, he might really make a move against Lu'er they all. Many thanks for Dragon Lord's concern. Yi Yuan appreciates it. But so what even if it's a dragon's lair or tiger's den? What kind of scene have I, Yi Yuan, not seen before? Old thing, sure, I can go in, but you have to swear a heavenly Tao oath. You're absolutely not allowed to harm Lu'er they all. Yi Yuan looked at Long Qi and said in a deep voice, straightforward enough. You rest assured, as long as you sign the agreement. This emperor will naturally swear the heavenly Tao oath to set your mind at ease, Long Qi said with a loud laugh. Coming out of the stone house, Long Xiaochun and Long Xiaohai immediately came up to greet. Yi Yuan, they didn't make things difficult for you, right? Long Xiaochun said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I already said, that old thing doesn't dare. Only then did Long Xiaochun set her mind at rest and said with a laugh, Hee, looks like second sage this tea. Tli is still pretty useful. That Long Hao, I've long found him displeasing to the eye. Well killed. Humph. Xiaochun. Long Xiaohai gave a warning gaze. The latter hurriedly shut her mouth. Lu'er still did not quite believe it and said, Young master, is it really fine? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Of course. Do you still not believe your young master? When Lu'er heard this, only then did she smile, being satisfied. Deep in the night, Lone Swan appeared in Yi Yuan's room, his expression somber. The other people's thoughts were pure and did not suspect things. But he lived to a ripe old age. How could he really rest his heart? After all, this place was the Dragon Clan and not the Priest Temple. Sure enough, Yi Yuan definitely had something to talk about by calling him here. Yi Yuan looked at Lone Swan's expression and could not help smiling as he said, There's no need to have this expression. Aren't I perfectly fine? Lone Swan's expression was solemn as he said, I wonder what instructions Master has. Yi Yuan said, Tomorrow morning, I'll enter the Dragon Eye Cave and might be gone for a very long time. If I come out within 10 years, there's naturally no problem. If I don't come out within 10 years, you bring them and leave East Suppression Pseudo-World and return to Heavenly Eagle Imperial City to quietly wait for news. Lone Swan's expression changed, and he said, Master, what kind of place is this Dragon Eye Cave? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I don't know either, but it's definitely a dangerous place. That old dog used your lives to threaten me, making me enter this Dragon Eye Cave. You don't need to have this expression either. Master is cleared before many dangerous places, so how can it be that easy for that old dog to want to do me to death? Lone Swan's expression was solemn as he said, but Yi Yuan said coolly, There are no buts. This period of time that I'm not around, you take good care of Lu'er they all. If this S knows that I went to the Dragon Eye Cave, she definitely won't agree to it. Tell her after I leave. In addition, you also have to practice your alchemy diligently. After Master comes out, I'll be evaluating you. Lone Swan's expression flickered incessantly. Only after a long time did he slowly nod his head and said, Yes, Master. Master has to be more careful on this trip. Early next morning, before the sky was bright, Yi Yuan arrived outside a stone tower situated in the middle of Rain Dragon's stronghold. Longji was already waiting there. You really thought it through about this? The moment you go, it will likely be hard to turn back. Longji said, If I don't go, will that old dog let me off? Yi Yuan answered with a question. Longji sighed and said, If I had long known it would be like this, I shouldn't have brought you guys here. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Saying anything now is too late. But I'm afraid that it's not so easy for that old dog to want my life. There are a lot of evil things inside the Dragon Eye Cave. Furthermore, They are incomparably ferocious. This stone brilliant tower is used to suppress the Dragon Eye Cave. Longji looked at Yi Yuan and said with a complicated expression. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised. He did not expect that the Dragon Eye Cave was actually in the middle of Rain Dragon's stronghold. The Dragon Clan's habitat was actually built at such a dangerous place. It was just like this place was specially constructed in order to suppress the Dragon Eye Cave. Come on, follow me. Longqi, they all are already waiting for you. Take care not to touch the array formation, otherwise, immortals can't save you too, Longji warned. Yi Yuan followed Longji into the stone tower and went down the stairs. No idea how deep they went down either. Suddenly, it became bright in front. The two people arrived in a great hall. In the center of the hall, purple light revolved like a cave entrance. Inside exuded thick, evil, devilish aura. This was still after being sealed. It was not known how strong the devilish aura inside the Dragon Eye Cave was. If someone with celestial deity realm and below cultivation was here, they would likely immediately be frozen into ice cubes by this devilish aura. Yi Yuan's two eyes narrowed, immediately feeling the danger of this Dragon Eye Cave. No wonder Dragon Lord's expression became like that the moment she heard Dragon Eye Cave. Longqi and Long Yu were both here. When they saw Yi Yuan, they made no attempt to conceal the delight on their faces. Yi Yuan, we came to send you off. Long Yu's words carried a double meaning as he said delightedly. Yi Yuan already recovered his cool and said with a faint smile, then I'll have to trouble you guys. I even thought that you should be sending Long Hao off at this time. Long Qi's face fell, and he said with a cold smile, relax. There's you accompanying on the road to the netherworld. Hao won't be lonely. Yi Yuan laughed when he heard it and said, then you guys have to pray that I don't die. Otherwise, after I go there, he'll die once more. When these father and son, two people, saw Yi Yuan's appearance, they gnashed their teeth in hatred. Humph! Razor-tongued. See if you can still laugh after you enter the Dragon Eye Cave. Enough C-R-A-P. Brought the contract? Longqi said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan took out a jade slip and said coolly, swear it then. Chapter 2136, A Treasure Vault. Chapter 2136, A Treasure Vault, swearing the heavenly Tao oath and taking the contract. Longqi's face finally revealed a hint of delight. You must still be thinking of coming out, right? Telling you quite regretfully, this entrance is one way. One can only enter and not come out. Furthermore, after you go in, you'll be transported to another venue randomly. If there are many powerful monsters there, then congratulations. You won the prize. Long Yu said smugly. Oh, in this case, the Dragon Eye Cave doesn't have an exit? Yi Yuan asked curiously. If there was no exit, then it would really be somewhat troublesome. If it was an enclosed world, then no matter how strong he became, it would also be impossible to come out of there. It is not that there isn't any. I heard that there are some spatial rifts inside the Dragon Eye Cave that traverses between spatial turbulent flows and the Dragon Eye Cave. But where these spatial rifts are, body knows either. Therefore, entering the Dragon Eye Cave is equivalent to crossing the Rubicon. Long Ji said in a solemn voice. Long Qi laughed wildly as he said, Brat, there's still time to regret now. But those few humans' lives can't be guaranteed. Ha! Yi Yuan could not be bothered with him and leaped, his figure directly plunging into the cave entrance. Long Qi still wanted to take a look at Yi Yuan's panicky appearance. Who knew that Yi Yuan was so straightforward, directly jumping in? He could not help feeling annoyed. Humph! Not being able to kill you with my own hands. Consider yourself getting off easily. Finished talking, Long Qi's figure moved, vanished. Plussing from the great hall. Long Ji also sighed slightly and turned around and left. However, not long after the few people left, a figure secretly slipped into the hall. Swaz. Plus a ray of azure light flashed past. That figure dashed right into the Dragon Eye Cave. The guards could not react in time at all. When the two Empyrean Realm guards saw this scene, their faces could not help changing greatly. Just now, that Seemed to belong Xiaochun, right? Damn it. This misfortune star actually entered the Dragon Eye Cave. Things are blown up now. You watch here. I'll immediately report it to Dragon Lord. The two people were seized with panic and left the Great Hall like flying. Yi Yuan only felt the world spin around. No idea how long had passed. Said either, he finally landed on solid ground. It was a foreign world in front of him. Blood-red sky, seemed like flames were burning in the sky. Incomparably somber. Limitless devilish aura, salt him frenziedly, penetrating right into the marrow. What fierce devilish aura! It's many times stronger than even the fiend race's devilish aura. However, such a pure devilish aura is very good cultivation resource. A hint of a smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth. The Chaos Heaven-span cannon quietly revolved and started to crazily absorb the devilish aura. If someone saw this scene, their eye, this would probably fall out. Once this kind of horrifying devilish aura entered the body, regardless of whether it was the demon race or human race, they would probably be unable to withstand it and would be corroded by this devilish aura very quickly, becoming a walking corpse. When normal people came here, they would have to revolve divine essence to push away this devilish aura. But Yi Yuan was different. He was directly absorbing it. Once the devilish aura entered the body, it was immediately refined by the Chaos Heaven-span cannon, becoming a ball of chaos divine essence, converging into the origin pill. Yi Yuan's origin pill became smaller and smaller, but the chaos divine essence became purer and purer. Everything originated from chaos. Everything returned to chaos. To Yi Yuan, there was no difference between whatever divine essence, fiend essence, or demon divine essence. As long as it was a form of energy, it could be refined by the Chaos Heaven-span cannon, becoming chaos divine essence in the end. As long as Yi Yuan was willing, he could also invoke chaos divine essence to imitate any form of energy. The devilish energy here is really a great tonic. Cultivating one day is practically equivalent to 10 days in the outside world. Yi Yuan sighed emotionally. Swuz. Plus a dark ball object arrived behind Yi Yuan silently. All of a sudden, that dark object opened its gaping maws, revealing sharp teeth, and bit towards Yi Yuan's neck. Pucci. A streak of cold light flashed past. The sharp sword energy entered right from the gaping maws, piercing right through the monster's head. Oh! The monster emitted a series of strange cries and fell to the ground, twitching a few times before it stopped moving. Yi Yuan turned around and looked. This monster looked like a black dog. It was just that the hair all over its body was extremely long, and it did not even have an eye. If it did not open its mouth, it would look just like a black ball. This monster wanted to ambush Yi Yuan. How could it know that Yi Yuan seemed to have grown eyes at the back of his head, directly annihilating it? This is the monster that they spoke of? Indeed, very strong. Never heard before that the Heaven-span world still has this kind of monster. What in the world are these? Yi Yuan said with a frown. The aura exuding from this monster's body was roughly the same as a human fifth firmament true G. OD. But that strike earlier, probably 3/5 firmament true G. Oh, DS were not a match either. Abyss monster. Dustless's voice suddenly rang out. Abyss monster? You're talking about these? Yi Yuan asked curiously. Dustless nodded his head and said, That's right. Following the soul-suppressing pearl's breakthrough to a heavenly emperor's spirit treasure, my memories seem to have somewhat recovered. I feel very familiar with this Dragon Eye Cave. It seems like I've come before once. Yi Yuan was taken aback when he heard that and said, You came here before? Could it be that Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove came before? Dustless said, Possible. These abyss monsters are very strong. Same rank humans are not a match at all. There are even some powerful existences among them that can even jump realms to battle. Yi Yuan, you have to be more careful. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, Amen, I'll be careful. And what's this? Yi Yuan was just about to leave when he suddenly discovered that beside that abyss monster's corpse, a black crystal fell out. What thick devilish energy! This thing must be the abyss monster's life essence. TSK. The devilish energy stored inside here is even purer than the devilish energy in the air. Seeing this black crystal, Yi Yuan's two eyes could not help lighting up. When others saw this devilish energy, it was like a rat seeing a cat. There might not even be time to even run. But Yi Yuan behaved like he obtained a priceless treasure. Ha ha! This Dragon Eye Cave is really a good place. With this kind of black crystals, I can break through to 8th firmament true G. Oh, D within a very short time. That old dog forced me to come to the Dragon Eye Cave. But he probably never dreamed that this place is simply a paradise to me. Yi Yuan put away the black crystal and said with a loud laugh. The devilish energy inside this one piece of black crystal was virtually equivalent to a rank 6 divine pill. What did Yi Yuan lack most in his cultivation? Medicinal pills. Even if Yi Yuan currently had deep pockets, the quant. 1. Type of medicinal pills that his cultivation required was too great. Rank 6 spirit medicines were extremely precious. Even if Yi Yuan did not lack money, he could not get that many spirit medicines either. However, as long as there was an endless stream of medicinal pills, Yi Yuan's cultivation would definitely be very fast. However, there were countless abyss monsters here. It was equivalent to having countless rank 6 divine pills. This place was simply a treasure vault to Yi Yuan. Brilliant light shone in Yi Yuan's eyes. There was already a crazy plan in his head. Hunt abyss monsters. Chapter 2137. Big Brother Sun will protect you. Chapter 2137. Big Brother Sun will protect you. Bang. 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 Inside the dark, dense woods, several figures crisscrossed, the battle situation very intense. A white figure said through between more than a dozen black monsters. The situation was alarmingly dangerous. However, that white figure was extremely nimble. No matter how dangerous the situation, he could always turn danger into safety in the end. This white-clothed youth was precisely Yi Yuan. Currently, close to a year's time, already said since Yi Yuan entered the Dragon Eye Cave. Yi Yuan's aura was much stronger compared to when he just came in. In this 1 year, Yi Yuan hunted several thousand rank 6 abyss monsters, obtaining large amounts of black crystals. Of course, how could one not wet their shoes if they frequently walked by the roadside? Yi Yuan naturally encountered Empyrean realm abyss monsters before too. But Yi Yuan was long prepared. He had long laid down the spatial node technique. The moment he ran into Empyrean realm abyss monsters, he would immediately run. Therefore, although the abyss monsters here were strong, Yi Yuan's survival ability was stronger. Up until now, Yi Yuan did not encounter real danger either. True sword hollow etch. A roar came over. Noiseless sword energy instantly erupted with horrifying energy. 3 black abyss monsters were directly blown up. Roar, roar. The remaining abyss monsters seemed to have become enraged, pouncing toward Yi Yuan crazily. Umph! You brutes really have no idea of death or danger. Grand Universe Palm. Yi Yuan gave a cold snort and suddenly fired a palm out. The dragon pranced the vast expanse of open ground, roaming the 9 heavens unhindered. 4 to 5 abyss monsters were directly blown up. Roar, roar, roar. The remaining abyss monsters became even more furious. One ball of horrifying energy undulations after another exploded by Yi Yuan's side. True sword hollow etch. With another noiseless sword energy, Yi Yuan reaped the lives of the abyss monsters without any mercy. Battling for a day and night, Yi Yuan finally annihilated all of these abyss monsters. Phew, this batch of guys are really formidable. Even if a 9th firmament true G, D was here, they would probably be blown up in one move by them too. Yi Yuan huffed a turbid breath as he spoke. The strength of this batch of abyss monsters, all of them were above 8th firmament true G, D realm. But their combat strength was extremely horrifying. Human 9th firmament true G, DS were not their match at all. Yi Yuan's present strength already infinitely approached in 8th firmament true G, OD. Coupled with his fleshy body strength, he had virtually no opponents under Empyrean. But even so, with his strength, he also expended tremendous effort before slaying them. Yi Yuan packed up all of the black crystals and said with a smile, "This batch of abyss monsters are strong, but the black crystals are also purer and stronger. With this batch of black crystals, I should be able to break through to 8th firmament origin pill." In this 1 year, Yi Yuan completely treated the Dragon Eye Cave as a cultivation treasure land. As long as he saw rank 6 abyss monsters, Yi Yuan's 2 eyes would definitely S-H-I plus any, killing them. If Long Qi was here, he would definitely be angered until he vomited blood. His method that he thought of as brilliant became Yi Yuan's wedding gown. But in this 1 year, Yi Yuan also figured out some of the Dragon Eye Cave world's rules. Which place was dangerous, which place was safe, which place had powerful abyss monsters coming and going. He had an idea in his heart. As long as he did not overshoot this boundary, there was no great danger. This dense forest at present belonged to a more dangerous place. There were many late-stage true G, O, D realm abyss monsters coming and going. Following the increase in Yi Yuan's strength, the initial region's abyss monsters already did not pose any challenge to him. Finding a secluded place, Yi Yuan laid down a bunch of protective array formations and started refining the black crystals. When the devilish energy entered the body, Yi Yuan's realm started loosening up. Several days later, Yi Yuan's aura skyrocketed, finally stepping into 8th firmament origin pill. Breaking through is getting harder and harder. Slowly opening both eyes, Yi Yuan could not help saying with an emotional sigh, "But the price paid is still worth it. Right now, even though I'm at the 8th firmament origin pill, in terms of divine essence thickness, I'm probably even stronger than ordinary 9th firmament true G, O, DS. Putting aside true G, O, D realms, even when facing Empyrean realms, it's at least also not without the slightest strength to fight back anymore. After breaking through to the 9th firmament origin pill, when I unleash all of my means, even facing a 1st firmament Empyrean shouldn't be anything difficult too." Suddenly, Yi Yuan's gaze became sharp and he said in a solemn voice, "Lier, after I break through the next realm, I'll fetch you back home. Lin Chongqing, 2,000 years hasn't arrived. But I wonder how gifted your so-called genius is." It was already close to 1,000 years in a twinkle. Yi Yuan's longing for Lier did not stop for a second. And Lin Chongqing's overbearingness was also fresh in Yi Yuan's mind. That Lin Chongqing cracked himself up to be a genius that felt that Yi Yuan was like an ant. At that time, Yi Yuan just entered the celestial deity realm, but Lin Chongqing was already an Empyrean. But 1,000 years past, said Yi Yuan was already a dragon flying in the sky and only a step away from Empyrean. What realm did he, Lin Chongqing, cultivate to? The Sea of Law the last time, as well as clearing Ask Not, both brought tremendous inspirations to Yi Yuan, with the outcome being extremely far-reaching. Regarding the next realm, Yi Yuan already had a general idea in his mind. Yi Yuan had a feeling that the next realm would be greatly different. The iron law that Empyreans could not be leapfrogged was a joke at Yi Yuan here. Yi Yuan had confidence that as long as he broke through, his strength would absolutely not be beneath Lin Chongqing. There's actually someone here, and it's even a human. As he was lost in thought, a voice suddenly sounded out not far away. Another person said, "An 8th firmament true G, OD, to actually be able to survive in the Star Devil Forest really hit the jackpot. Why would human Brad appear here? Could it be that he entered from a spatial rift?" Yi Yuan turned his head to look and saw 3 dragon race youths with disdain and mocking looks on their faces. The person in the lead was a scarred youth. He walked in front of Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "Boy, do you know what place this is?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Dragon Eye Cave." The scarred youth's 2 eyes narrowed, and could not help revealing a look of disappointment. Knowing about the Dragon-Eye Cave, then he probably did not enter from a spatial rift. It was absolutely impossible for humans to know about this place. The scarred youth said with a smile that was not a smile. Oh? You actually know that it's the Dragon-Eye Cave. Then you still dare to swagger about here in the Star Devil Forest? Truly, the ignorant are fearless. Yi Yuan smiled as he answered with a question. Could it be that there's some genuinely safe place in this Dragon-Eye Cave? The scarred youth could not help suffocating, being choked badly. This place was the world Abyss Monsters. A safe place was just relatively speaking. The scarred youth said, Kid, consider yourself lucky to run into us. Walking by yourself in the Star Devil Forest with your bit of strength, when you encounter a powerful Abyss Monster, you won't even know how you die. Since we met, follow us in the future. With Big Brother Sun protecting you, it won't be that easy even if you want to die too. All right, Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. This 1 year had always been him going solo. It was too dreary. Furthermore, in this kind of place, an additional person was always an additional portion of strength. These few people were clearly veterans here already and should understand this place better. Understanding the situation from them was pretty good. As for Big Brother Sun protecting you, this sort of word, Yi Yuan automatically ignored it. Chapter 2138. Just a misunderstanding. Chapter 2138. Just a misunderstanding along the way. The three people were extremely careful, just thieves that entered a house, fearful of making any sounds. Encountering a tiny bit of wind rustling, they would be like startled rabbits, slipping away with a scramble. Yi Yuan had a relaxed look as he followed behind the three people. This scene naturally became synonymous with acting recklessly and blindly in the eyes of the three people. However, the three people really had some ability in the area of avoiding Abyss Monsters. The moment there were some activities, they would be able to recognize it in advance and avoid it. Clearly, these few people already had their way of survival in this Dragon-Eye Cave. Along the way, Yi Yuan baited quite a bit of verbal exchanges. These three people were called Long Sun, Ao Ming, and Long Qing. They came from different respective Earth strongholds and Black strongholds, and were people who committed the most heinous crimes and were thrown into the Dragon-Eye Cave. Entering the Dragon-Eye Cave was basically equivalent to being sentenced to the death penalty, but it did not mean that one would die right away. These three people were crafty and sly, finding a way to survive in this place, avoiding many dangers, and even pulled together a team of more than 10 people. Most of these people committed severe crimes in the strongholds. That was why they would be thrown into the Dragon-Eye Cave. This made Yi Yuan very surprised. These Dragon Clan's habitats actually all had the Dragon-Eye Cave's entrances. What kind of in place was this Dragon-Eye Cave? But those who survived in this region were mostly not strong, being only at the true God realm. Long Sun had already entered the Dragon-Eye Cave for over 20 years. He was already considered outstanding among this group of people. Right now, they were currently leading Yi Yuan back to the base. Kid, let me tell you, if you're like this in the Dragon-Eye Cave, it will be considered little even if you die 100 times over. Long Sun looked at Yi Yuan and said with a disappointed look. This guy was exasperatingly slow every time, taking his own sweet time, angering Long Sun badly. But Long Sun also felt strange in his heart. How come this kid could always keep up with the three of them? As proud members of the dragon race, Long Sun, three people looked down on Yi Yuan, this human, from the bottom of their hearts. But they had to admit that Yi Yuan's luck was very good. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Many thanks for Big Brother Sun taking care along the way. Long Sun shot a glare at Yi Yuan and said with a cold snort, At least you have some eyesight. Along the way, if not for Big Brother Sun, you'd have died 10 times. Yes, yes, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Roar, roar. Right at this time, several ferocious abyss monsters suddenly dashed out of the dense woods, blocking the few people's path all at once. These few abyss monsters came extremely suddenly, like they had been lying in ambush. Long Sun's face turned pale with a swoosh. The auras of the few abyss monsters were very powerful and already had peak rank 6 cultivation realm. As for combat strength, it absolutely swept across those in the same rank. It was only to see Long Sun's eyes swivel around, a plan forming in his head. He winked at Long Qing and Ao Ming, then shouted loudly, "Do these brutes really take it that your grandpa Sun is easy to be pushed around? Boy, you deal with that right side one. Leave the rest to the three of us." There were 6 abyss monsters that appeared this time. The 3 of them dealing with 5 and letting Yi Yuan deal with 1 sounded very righteous. How could Yi Yuan not know Long Sun's little scheme? But he did not mind either, slowly drawing the bone sword and walking towards the abyss monster. Roar, roar! Seeing Yi Yuan slowly walk over, the group of monsters was clearly enraged, immediately pouncing over toward him. At this time, Long Sun winked again. The 3 people took off and escaped in the opposite direction with extremely fast speed. Kid, Big Brother Sun saved you many times along the way. Then you save Big Brother Sun once and stay behind to be cannon fodder. Ha ha! Behind came Long Sun's delighted laughter. Amidst the laughter, Yi Yuan did not turn his head back either, like he did not hear his words, continuing to walk over towards the abyss monsters. Then, Long Sun's laughter abruptly stopped. Bang! 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 Yi Yuan stabbed his sword out, carrying along with his stonies. H.I. Plussing explosion sounds. Amidst the 3 people's stupefied gazes, the 6 abyss monsters were completely annihilated. From start to end, Yi Yuan only unleashed 1 sword. This. How is this possible? Long Qing's jaws almost dropped, his eyes full of disbelief. "S so strong." Ao Ming similarly opened his mouth wide and said in shock. Long Sun rubbed his eyes. He was doubting if he saw wrongly or not. But he rubbed many times and discovered that it was still the same outcome. Abyss monsters completely wiped out. Is this guy a freak? How can he be so strong? Long Sun said in shock. He suddenly recalled him showing off in front of Yi Yuan and even said Big Brother Sun will protect you. It was simply like being a clown. Yi Yuan exterminated 6 peak rank 6 abyss monsters with 1 sword. Wouldn't killing him be like chopping vegetables? He thought that Yi Yuan was just a little lamb, who knew that it was a big gray wolf. The shock in Long Sun's heart was simply unable to use words to describe. He had mucked around in this Dragon Eye cave for so long. How could he not have an understanding of the abyss monster's combat power? Back then, they ran into a peak rank 6 abyss monster. 5 people attacked at the same time. In the end, they successfully escaped with the death of 2 people as the price. Peak rank 6 abyss monsters swept away everything. Hence, when he saw those abyss monsters, he thought of running away at once. Fight? It did not exist. But now, Yi Yuan just unleashed 1 sword and dealt with 6 peak rank 6 abyss monsters. What kind of terrifying combat power was this? Long Sun was of the proud dragon race, so he completely looked down on humans. But now, Yi Yuan shattered his pride to smithereens with absolute strength. Was this guy really just 8th firmament true G? Yi Yuan was also very satisfied with the power of this sword. Breaking through to 8th firmament true G. His strength indeed made great improvements again. The power of true sword hollow etch was more than several times stronger than before. Dealing with these peak rank 6 abyss monsters naturally did not need that much effort anymore. This lord, just now we were just... It was a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Long Sun had an awkward look, wanting to explain his earlier actions. Except, he discovered that no matter how he explained, it was very feeble. Witnessing Yi Yuan's strength, how could they still dare to run? No matter how fast they were, could they be faster than Yi Yuan's sword? That scene earlier was seriously too shocking. Yi Yuan put away the bone sword, turned to look at Long Sun, and said with a smile, "Big Brother Sun, dare not, dare not. In front of your excellency, how can this lowly one dare call himself Big Brother Sun? Your excellency, just call me Little Sun will do," Long Sun said in fear and trepidation. Yi Yuan laughed and said, "It's still Big Brother Sun that sounds warm. Big Brother Sun doesn't need to explain anything. This he understands." There are dangers all around in the Dragon Eye Cave, so sacrificing the knights in order to save the queen is only human nature. And many thanks for your excellency's understanding, Long Sun said with a fearful look on his face. He did not know whether Yi Yuan really understood or was faking understanding. After all, the action previously was courting death. However, suddenly, Yi Yuan's tone changed, becoming fierce. Long Sun's heart that just calmed down immediately jumped. This is the first time. I hope that it's also the last time. Next time, I won't be so pleasant. Yi Yuan's tone gradually turned cold, making cold sweat pour on Long Sun's forehead. Chapter 2139. Little Sun Admires. Chapter 2139. Little Sun admires inside the dense woods. Long Sun, 3 people were in front, faltering. Yi Yuan slowly followed behind, very casual. Along the way, Yi Yuan consecutively took action several times, and it was all insta-kills, frightening Long Sun badly. At the thought of posturing in front of Yi Yuan previously, Long Sun even had the heart to die. Big brother Sun, this human is too horrifying. You can't deal with him. A.O. Ming whispered. Pooh, what are you freaking rubbing my nose in it for? Want to kill me, is it? Long Sun was frightened by these words until he broke out in a cold sweat and almost finished A.O. Ming off in a rage. A.O. Ming also shuddered and said, Big brother Sun, I didn't do it on purpose. However, what is he picking tarnished black devil crystals for? That thing's corrosive power is extremely strong. Even our dragon race's fleshy bodies can't bear it either. How would I know? Maybe he has a hobby for collecting those black crystals. But even if this thing is placed inside storage rings, it will also cause irreversible corrosion to people, Long Sun said with uncertainty. Along the way, he was also very curious. It was just that he was startled by Yi Yuan's strength and did not dare to open his mouth at all. Powerful abyss monsters were as weak as paper in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan killed them as easily as killing chickens and slaughtering dogs. All right, this place should be safer. We can stop for a while, Yi Yuan said coolly. The moment Long Sun heard, he hurriedly ran over and asked, Your Excellency, what instructions do you have? Yi Yuan said, I collected quite a few tarnished black devil crystals along the way, so I'm going to cultivate for a while. You guys protect me. The moment these words came out, Long Sun, 3 people's eyes went wide, and he opened his mouth wide and asked, Why what? Your Excellency is going to use tarnished black devil crystals to cultivate? I didn't hear you wrongly, right? Long Sun was too surprised, resulting in his tongue being tied even when talking. Long Sun even thought that Yi Yuan had some weird hobby. Who knew that Yi Yuan was actually using this to cultivate? Using such pure devilish energy to cultivate. Wasn't this courting death? Yi Yuan nodded and said, Why? Is there a problem? Long Sun said, These tarnished black devil crystals are the crystallization of abyss monsters' devilish energy. It's where their essence is located. The devilish energy contained inside is extremely harmful to martial artists. You're actually going to use it to cultivate? How to cultivate? Yi Yuan said coolly, I have my own ways. You just need to care about standing guard. Yi Yuan casually laid down a few array formations and started cultivating on the spot. One ball of black energy after another flowed out of the tarnished black devil crystals, being absorbed into the body by Yi Yuan. This scene appeared extremely strange. Long Sun, 3 people's eyes went wide, their face dumbfounded. He really absorbed devilish energy. My G. O. D. His absorption speed is also too fast. Isn't he afraid of blowing up? A.O. Ming said dumbfounded. Heard that there are some people among humans that are eager for quick success and will frequently cultivate some unorthodox paths. Could it be that he's that kind of martial artist? Long Qing said. Smack. Long Sun directly gave him a slap at the back of his head and scolded, Fool! His Excellency's divine essence undulation is incomparably pure. How does he look like a devil cultivator? Also, His Excellency's divine essence is incomparably thick, far Serpa. Sing same rank powerhouses. Are you freaking blind? Which 8th firmament true G? O. DS have you seen that have such horrifying strength? Long Qing had an innocent look, but thinking about it, it was also true. Yi Yuan's divine essence was incomparably pure and orthodox. It was impossible to be a devil cultivator. But this kind of cultivation means still brought him incredible shock. But this is also too peculiar. Forget about a human. Even if it's the fiend race, they also don't dare to absorb tarnished black devil crystals like this. Long Qing said indignantly. Long Sun looked at Yi Yuan with wars. I plus P and said, His Excellency isn't an ordinary person. This devilish energy is merely a form of energy in the end. Abyss monsters are able to make use of it to become incomparably powerful. In theory, the human race and demon race should naturally be able to utilize it too. It's just that ordinary cultivation methods are completely unable to stop the devastation of the devilish energy. Looking at it this way, His Excellency's cultivation method must be extremely impressive. Long Sun had some knowledge and understood it very quickly. Only when the other two people heard did they come to a realization. But their eyes, when looking at Yi Yuan, gradually turned from fear to respect. The devilish energy that they feared like a tiger actually became a great tonic to Yi Yuan. TSK, really too incredible. I can even feel that His Excellency's realm is rising rapidly. This is 8th firmament true G. O.D. A.O. Ming said with a sigh of admiration. The other two people deeply felt that way too. After several days, Yi Yuan refined all of the tarnished black devil crystals. His realm had a considerable rise once more. Long Sun immediately moved close and said with a fawning look, Your Excellency is really too incredible to actually use the tarnished black devil crystals as divine essence stones. Little Sun admires. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes at him and said, Enough bootlicking, go. All right, Your Excellency, Little Sun will follow you in the future. You mustn't discard Little Sun. Long Sun thickened his skin and said, In this Dragon Eye Cave, was there anything more useful than latching onto a thick thigh? With a powerhouse like Yi Yuan around, as long as they did not encounter Empyrean Realm Abyss monsters, they could practically do whatever they pleased. This way, the chances of finding a spatial rift would also increase greatly. Yi Yuan said coolly, That will have to depend on your performance. Yi Yuan brought the three people and pushed through all the way. Half a month later, the party arrived in a valley. This place was the base of Long Sun and the rest. However, inside the base was full of desolation, everything in a terrible mess like it had just experienced a great battle. Big Brother Sun. It's Big Brother Sun who returned. Inside the dense woods by the side, several people suddenly scurried out. When these people saw Long Sun, each and every one of them was inexplicably agitated, shouting and wrangling for what? Xiaochun, what's wrong with you? Long Sun was just about to berate the few people and make them offer greetings to Yi Yuan, but he discovered in each and every one of them had wine noses and swollen faces, all carrying injuries on their bodies. When Long Chun saw Long Sun, he actually burst out crying with a wah. Big Brother Sun, we're so miserable these few days that you weren't around. Long Chun had snot and tears running. Looks like these few days they were oppressed. Long Sun frowned and said, Shut up for me. Speak. When the world happened. Long Chun complained tearfully, Big Brother Sun, it was all done by Long Zhaodian. He left the words, setting a time limit for you to surrender within 3 months. If you don't surrender, he'll raise our base to the ground and let us not even have a place to stay. Long Sun was greatly enraged the moment he heard and howled, Mother ** King Long Zhaodian, F * King H. ELL. When the tiger isn't home, the monkey calls himself king. Brothers, follow me. I'll go and pummel the *T out of this guy right now. As he said, Long Sun was just about to rampage, but was held back by Long Chun. Big Brother Sun, you mustn't. Long Zhaodian, he found an Empyrean realm helper. He's formidable to the extreme. We aren't a match. Even their camp already changed their leader too. Long Chun's words were like a basin of cold water splosh. Plussing down, drenching Long Sun until his heart turned cold. What did you say? Empyrean? Long Sun said with a stupefied face. At this time, Yi Yuan slowly opened his mouth and said, just an Empyrean. Look how it scared you until you're like a grandson. The moment Long Chun heard Yi Yuan talk like this, he immediately spoke up to scold. Who the L are you, to dare speak to Big Brother's son this way? Chapter 2140. Big Brother Tian is very awe-inspiring. Chapter 2140. Big Brother Tian is very awe-inspiring, terrific lad. Long Chun unexpectedly bursting out this sentence frightened Long Sun until he fainted and regained consciousness several times. Long Sun, three people's faces changed greatly. Smack! Long Sun directly gave a blow to the back of Long Chun's head, nearly beating him to the ground. Disrespectful, to dare speak to Lord Yi Yuan like this. Are you tired of living? Long Sun reproached Long Chun fiercely, then turned around and put on a smiling face as he hurriedly said, Your Excellency, this child is insensible. Please don't stoop to his level. Lord, this guy is merely an 8th firmament true G. Oh, D-human, even inferior to me. Why are you, Big Brother's son, calling him Lord? Long Chun had a doubtful face. Not just Long Chun, the others all looked at Long Sun with great surprise. What kind of character was their Big Brother's son? He actually bowed his head in submission and was obedient toward a human who was not strong, saying yes repeatedly with servility. Long Sun wished to smack Long Chun to death with one slap right now. He roared angrily at Long Chun and said, What? Not even listening to Big Brother's son's words anymore, is it? Call him His Excellency. From today onwards, Lord Yi is our boss. Long Chun and the rest exchanged glances, clearly somewhat hesitating. But in the end, they still chose to listen to Long Sun's words and called out, Boss! Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, Big Brother's son is still your boss. I don't have the spare time to be your boss. Long Sun hurriedly said, Yes. What kind of character is Your Excellency? Why would you take fancy on being a boss? That, Your Excellency, your meaning just now is, you think nothing of Empyreans too? Yi Yuan said coolly, think nothing of them or not. I'll only know after having a crack at him. All right, find a secluded place. I'm going into a closed seclusion. Along the way, Yi Yuan hunted many abyss monsters again. The harvest was enough for him to be in a closed seclusion for a while. After Yi Yuan left, the baffled-looking Long Chun finally could not resist opening his mouth and asking, Big Brother's son this. What in the world is going on here? Long Sun looked at him fiercely and said, If you don't want to die, shut your mouth for me. You don't look at how he's only 8th firmament true G. Oh, D. If he wants to annihilate us, one finger is enough. Long Chun still did not believe this as he said, 8th firmament true G. Oh, D. One finger to wipe us out. Hoo-hoo, Big Brother's son, you really know how to joke. Who is freaking joking with you? You didn't see His Excellency taking action. Do you know how he came back along the way? When Long Qing was saying this, his face still carried an intense look of fear. How did you return? Could it be that you didn't walk back? Long Qing smiled coldly and said, We walked back, but he also killed all the way back. Along the way, the abyss monsters that died in His Excellency's hands are no less than 1,000. What? How is this possible? Everyone had a look of disbelief. Long Sun laughed coldly and said, Believing it or not is up to you guys. The three of us saw it with our own eyes, so could it still be fake? Don't blame me for not warning you guys. If you all want to seek death, feel free to go and provoke him. Long Sun swung his hands and left, leaving behind the crowd with dumbfounded faces. Long Sun had already lived in Dragon Eye Cave for a long time and indeed had some ability. This camp was in the Abyss Monsters' no man's land, and there were actually no Abyss Monsters that came close. It was rather quiet, perfect for Yi Yuan's closed seclusion. Yi Yuan refined the tarnished black devil crystals. His realm also slowly stepped closer to 9th firmament true Ji, realm. 3 months later, Long Zhaodian brought a group of people and came fighting to the doorstep. Long Sun, looks like you won't shed tears without seeing the coffin. Today, Big Brother Tian, I will trample your camp. Long Zhaodian was awe-inspiring as he shouted. Long Sun said in a cold voice, Long Zhaodian, you took advantage of the fact that I wasn't around and injured my Big Brother Sun's brothers. This score we should also settle it properly. Long Zhaodian laughed loudly and said, Long Sun, looks like you still haven't figured out the situation. Let me tell you, our boss is an Empyrean realm powerhouse. You dared to defy her elderly self, you're dead for sure. Long Sun similarly laughed loudly and said, It's you who didn't figure out the situation. Do you think that only you found a backer? On Big Brother Sun's trip out, I also found a backer. Long Zhaoyan's expression changed, extremely surprised in his heart. This guy wasn't putting up a bold front, right? Ha ha ha. Long Sun, do you think that you can scare me? Big Brother Tian, away with one sentence? You acknowledged a boss? Call him out. This father of yours will pummel him to a pig's head. Long Zhaodian said with a loud laugh. He completely did not believe that Long Sun found an expert too. How could there be such a coincidental thing? He just found an expert here, and an expert popped out on Long Sun's side too? Oh, it's you who said that you're going to pummel me into a pig's head? A figure landed, looking at Long Zhaodian very calmly. It was precisely Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan. When Long Sun and the rest saw Yi Yuan, they hurriedly bowed in salute. When Long Zhaodian saw Yi Yuan, he was first stunned, then immediately burst out laughing. Ha ha! Long Sun, this is the expert that you found? A human, and it's even an 8th firmament true G. OD? Ha ha! So formidable. I'm so scared. Brothers, let's hurry up and tuck our tails between our legs and run. The boss that they found is really too scary. Long Zhaodian laughed wildly, but his words were full of ridicule. Naturally, there was not a hint of really being scared. Just an 8th firmament true G. Oh, D. So why would he take him seriously? Long Zhaoyan's subordinates immediately pandered to it. Yeah, we're so scared. This boss, you mustn't make a move. We're afraid that we can't hold out. Ha ha! 8th firmament true G. Oh, D, I'm really so scared. Long Sun, you're really declining with each sing day to actually find an 8th firmament true G. Oh, D, to deceive yourself as well as others. The other party mocked away, but Long Sun responded with a cold smile. Laugh. Laugh to your heart's content. A while more, you guys probably won't even have the strength to cry. Recalling when he saw Yi Yuan back then, didn't they also have this kind of expression? But later, their faces were slapped resoundingly. This Long Zhaodian was posturing in front of His Excellency and even said that he was going to beat His Excellency to a pig's head. Ha-ha, laughed enough. Yi Yuan said coolly. Long Zhaodian laughed hard without ceasing and said, Haven't laughed enough yet. Let me laugh a while more. You just be happy for now. Otherwise, you'd already be pummeled to a pig's head now by your father. Bang! His voice had yet to fade when a fist already landed on Long Zhaoyan's face, sending him flying out. With Long Zhaoyan's peak rank 6 cultivation realm, he could not react in time at all. Several months had said, Yi Yuan's current strength already steadily closed in on middle stage 8th firmament true G. OD, how much stronger was it compared to back then? If not for him reigning in his strength, Long Zhaodian would already be utterly dead. Yi Yuan knew that these people stuck together and helped each other out inside the Dragon Eye Cave. Although both sides were on bad terms, they would not really fight to the death. Otherwise, just this bit of people, even if the Abyss monsters did not kill them, they would have long wiped themselves out by themselves. Bang, bang, bang. The tempest-like fists landed on Long Zhaoyan's body, each fist not leaving his face. In several breaths, Long Zhaodian became a complete and utter pig's head. The smiles of those subordinates were still stiff on their faces at this time, but could not smile no matter anymore. Long Tian said that he was going to pummel him to a pig's head, but in a blink, he was beaten to a pig's head by him. Chapter 2141, Poor Memory. Chapter 2141, Poor memory. Go back and tell your boss that in the future, our two camps will stay in our own lanes and mind our own business. Don't attempt to challenge my patience. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself. Yi Yuan said to the pighead-like Long Zhao Dian. Wow. Long Zhao Yan's eyes were full of shock and fear, opening his mouth and wanting to speak. But his face was already swollen like a pig's head and could not open his mouth at all. He could only cry loudly. Ha ha! Long Zhao Dian, your current appearance is really exactly the same as a pig's head. Looks like I'll have to call you Pighead Tian in the future. What kind of character do you think Lord Yi is? You're purely looking for abuse yourself. Seeing Long Zhao Yan's appearance, Long Sun started laughing heartily. He and Long Zhao Dian were almost on par in terms of strength, so they could not do anything much to the other. But Long Zhao Yan's camp was still a notch stronger than them. The two people fought for over 20 years, and he had always been at a disadvantage. Today, seeing the other party being beaten to a pig's head, how could Long Sun not be delighted? Beyond the joy, Long Sun's side was also extremely shocked, especially Long Chan. They were all very clear about Long Zhao Yan's strength. It was even a notch stronger than Long Sun. But he was like a child in front of Yi Yuan, without the strength to fight back at all. Previously, they were still looking down on Yi Yuan. Now, they felt lingering fear. It turned out that this lord was really very impressive. Still not scramming? Could it be that you guys all want to become pigheads? Yi Yuan's two eyes narrowed, and he took a step out. The other side all shuddered and brought along Pighead Tian and fled like flying. Your Excellency is mighty. Your Excellency is mighty. After Long Zhao Dian left, everyone cheered. The last time, Long Sun was not around, so they were really bullied badly. Now, Yi Yuan took revenge for them. They were extremely moved. Supporting his pig-like head, Long Zhao Dian escaped back to the camp. Seeing the boss, Long Zhao Dian used fled voice to complain tearfully. Boss, you have to seek justice for me. The dragon race's recovery ability was still extremely strong. The current Long Zhao Yan's pig head swelling already went down a little and could barely manage to talk. When that person opposite saw Long Zhao Dian, she could not help laughing out loud. Long Zhao Dian, why did you become a pig's head after not seeing for a while? Not to mention, you have quite the potential to be a pig's head. It was a girl, having two small horns growing on top of her head. If Yi Yuan was here, he would probably get a big fright. This girl was none other than precisely the Long Xiaochun who followed him. After Long Xiaochun entered the Dragon Eye Cave, she kept attempting to find Yi Yuan, but the Dragon Eye Cave was too big. She had nowhere to start all. Just not long ago, Long Xiaochun accidentally stumbled upon Long Zhao Yan's camp and directly used brutish means to subdue him. Long Xiaochun was mischievous by nature and felt that being a boss was pretty fun. Hence, she also started taking great joy in playing. But her goal was the entire Dragon Clan strength, to make them come and find Yi Yuan together. After all, no matter how powerful she was, with regards to finding people, numbers still win. Long Zhao Dian said with a bitter face, "Be boss, I only became like this because I was carrying out errands for you." Long Xiaochun giggled and said, "Relax. The person who beat you until like this, I'll definitely beat him until the same later as well. Speak. When the world happened, weren't you bragging to me every day, saying how incredible you are?" Only then did Long Zhao Yan's sadness turn to joy as he said, "Boss, it's not that I, Long Zhao Dian, can't make it, but that Long Sun also found a boss from no idea where. His strength is too strong. I'm not a match at all." "Oh, your strength has already reached the top in rank 6. Could it be that their boss is an Empyrean too?" Long Xiaochun asked curiously. Long Zhao Dian said gloomily, "Really isn't. Their boss is a human, having only an 8th firmament true D cultivation. But his strength is incredible. I didn't even have strength left over to retaliate. Fortunately, he didn't deal a killing blow. Otherwise, little Tian probably won't be able to come back to meet boss." "Human? 8th firmament true D? Could it be him? Hang on, Just how long has it been? How can he possibly break through his cultivation realm? Furthermore, the environment here isn't suitable for cultivation at all. Could it be that there are still other humans that entered this place? Long Xiaochun said with a frown. When Yi Yuan entered the Dragon Eye Cave, he was merely an initial stage 7th firmament true G. OD. After only 1 year plus had passed, said, logically speaking, it was impossible to break through to become an 8th firmament true G. OD. The Dragon Eye Cave's spiritual energy was extremely spa. R.S.E. Furthermore, it was mixed with large quant. 1. Ties of devilish energy. Cultivating became extremely slow. One must reel it in slowly like reeling silk from a cock. Oh. And before they could absorb very little spiritual energy. Calculating according to common sense, cultivating outside for over 10 years might not even be comparable to 1 year in here. Under such circumstances, how could Yi Yuan possibly break through to be an 8th firmament true G? D in a short 1 year's time. This kind of thing was too fantastical. But Long Xiaoyan's words still perked Long Xiaochun's interest. She planned on personally going to take a look. Go, bring me to go and see this person. Long Xiaochun got up and said. Long Xiaoyan was greatly excited and said, with boss making a move, that bunch of grandsons will definitely die very miserable. Boss, you have to stand up for me and beat that punk into a pig's head. Long Xiaochun pretended to be cold and proud as she said, relax, you're my subordinate. Slapping your face is equivalent to slapping mine. I'll help you pummel him to a pig's head. Very soon, Long Xiaoyan and the rest staged a comeback. Outside Long Sun's camp, Long Xiaoyan shouted, human brat, my boss is here, so hurry up and come out to die. Long Sun came when he heard that. Seeing Long Xiaoyan, he laughed loudly and said, Pighead Tian, you were already beaten to a pig's head. Are you still being forgetful? Long Xiaoyan smiled coldly and said, this one is our boss, the Dragon Clan's peerless genius, Lord Xiaochun. Let your boss come out. Lord Xiaochun said that she's going to beat him to a pig's head. Long Sun's gaze S.H.I. plus feeded to Long Xiaochun and could not help revealing a serious look. This guy really found an Empyrean realm to be boss. Furthermore, this Empyrean realm was actually a young and beautiful woman. Long Xiaochun already reached Empyrean realm at a young age. So how could she be relegated to the Dragon Eye Cave? Go invite boss out. Long Sun had a solemn look as he said to the Long Qing beside him. Long Xiaoyan had a smug look and said with a cold smile, Long Sun, you wouldn't think that your 8th firmament true G. D can still deal with an Empyrean powerhouse, right? The moment Lord Xiaochun make her move, that boss of yours will immediately turn to minced meat. This father of yours had said before, asking you to surrender earlier, but you wouldn't listen. Today, I will definitely beat you to a pig's head. Oh, right, that boss of yours too. Who did you say that you want to beat to a pig's head? Looks like your memory is very poor. Yi Yuan walked over leisurely as he said coolly. Seeing Yi Yuan, Long Xiaochun's pupils could not help constricting, her face revealing an expression akin to being relieved of a heavy burden. When Yi Yuan saw Long Xiaochun, he was also stunned. He did not expect that he would actually run into Long Xiaochun here. Why did this girl enter the Dragon Eye Cave? Long Xiaoyan completely did not detect the strange atmosphere and still laughed loudly as he said, ha. Beating who to a pig's head? Of course it's beating you to a pig's head. You, a mere 8th firmament true G. D, dare to be so arrogant. Today, I want you to be unable to bear the consequences of failure. Bang! A heavy punch landed on his face, directly sending him flying out. The one who hit Long Xiaoyan was none other than precisely Long Xiaochun. Chapter 2142, Strength Soaring. Chapter 2142, Strength Soaring. The swelling on Long Xiaoyan's face just went down a little. With Long Xiaochun's blow, it swelled up again. Boss, did you hit the wrong person? Long Xiaoyan hurt until tears came out as he said with an innocent look. Long Xiaochun turned to look at him and said with a grin, I didn't hit wrongly. Yi Yuan is my close brother. You want to beat him to a pig's head, so I naturally have to beat you to a pig's head. See close brother? Long Zhaotian said with a stunned look. Yi Yuan was speechless and said, Xiaochun, why did you enter the Dragon Eye Cave? Long Xiaochun wrinkled her nose and said, Humph. I knew that Long Qi, that old thing, had no good intentions and what a fine mother. In the end, I just happened to hear her and Uncle Ji discussing your matter. Originally, I planned on going to stop it, who knew that I was still a step late. Hence, I took advantage of the fact that they weren't paying attention and secretly slipped inside. You were brought into the Dragon Clan by me. So how can I watch you seek your doom? Now that I entered, I have to bring you out. When Yi Yuan heard, he felt warm in his heart. From the first time he laid eyes on Long Xiaochun, Yi Yuan had a feeling of being connected by blood, feeling very cordial. Maybe they really had bloodline relations. After all, Body knew the origins of the dragon race's progenitor too. Maybe he was born in the Rain Dragon stronghold? You, this girl, are also too capricious. With you coming here, outside is probably already in a mess, Yi Yuan said with a sigh. Long Xiaochun laughed and said, Who cares? Either way, I wasn't happy at all staying in Rain Dragon stronghold. Instead, after coming in, the feeling of being a boss is pretty good. What's H.I. plus name? Little Tian. Why haven't you come to apologize to Yi Yuan? Long Zhaotian came B-R-M-M-I-N-G with confidence, thinking that he could gain back face at Yi Yuan here and beat Yi Yuan to a pig's head. Who knew that he failed to beat Yi Yuan and he himself became a pig's head again? In the end, he even had to admit his fault to Yi Yuan, truly a grieving. However, Long Xiaochun gave the order, so he did not dare to defy in the slightest. Long Xiaochun was unruly by nature. These few days, Long Zhaotian had no lack of being tortured by Long Xiaochun and had long lost any temper. Why, Your Excellency, little Tian was wrong, Long Zhaotian said with a bitter look. Seeing Long Zhaotian's appearance like a bullied wife, Long Sun was tickled badly by the side. Yi Yuan waved his hand. He cannot be bothered to stoop to the level of this kind of minor character. Since Xiaochun, you like to be boss, in the future, merge these two camps. You could be the boss, Yi Yuan said coolly. All right. Long Xiaochun had a joyful look. The two camps directly underwent a merger. Long Sun and Long Zhaotian went through the specifics of operations. The two people naturally could not avoid some disputes. Yi Yuan brought Long Xiaochun to his station and started chatting. Long Xiaochun sized Yi Yuan up and down and said with a peculiar look, Really seeing ghosts? In this sort of place, not only did your cultivation speed not slow down, but it actually became faster instead. Yi Yuan smiled and started revolving the Chaos Heavenspan cannon. Devilish energy poured into his body crazily. When Long Xiaochun saw this scene, her mouth opened wide and she exclaimed, You can actually use devilish energy to cultivate? This is really seeing ghosts. Since young, I thought that I was a freak. Only now do I know that compared to you, I'm too normal. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, You're such an adorable little girl. How are you a freak? Long Xiaochun laughed and said, I'm different from the rest. Yi Yuan could feel that Long Xiaochun's smile exuded pain and loneliness. Yi Yuan had long known that Long Qi, they all called Long Xiaochun a misfortune star. It seemed like this little lass had a sad past. However, since Long Xiaochun was not willing to say, Yi Yuan naturally was not willing to ask more either. If Long Qi, that old man, know about your current situation, I reckon that it can anger him until he directly goes to reincarnate. Long Xiaochun suddenly thought of something and started laughing. Yi Yuan also laughed and said, I think so too. Honestly speaking, I really quite like this place right now and don't really want to go out anymore. The Dragon Eye Cave is simply a cultivation paradise to me. Long Xiaochun was speechless as she said, It's also just you that treats this place like your own backyard. However, how we go out? Yi Yuan smiled and said, I naturally have a way. Long Xiaochun's pupils constricted, and she said in surprise, You have a way? Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "But right now, the most important thing is still increasing strength. Xiaochun, these next few years, I'll have to rely on you." Long Xiaochun patted her chest and said, "Say it. Want me to do what?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Hunt abyss monsters and get as many tarnished black devil crystals back as possible." Long Xiaochun said speechlessly, "All right, the method that you cultivate is really special." Hence, in the following days, Long Xiaochun brought the merged two great camps and went around hunting abyss monsters. With Long Xiaochun, this abnormally strong girl around, rank 6 abyss monsters could not last one exchange with her at all. Yi Yuan was only in charge of one thing. That was cultivation. Saving the time to hunt, Yi Yuan's realm advanced by leaps and bounds. 3 years later, Yi Yuan completed the arduous task that others were unable to complete. In 300 years, he broke through to become a 9th firmament true G OD. Another 5 years as said, Yi Yuan broke through to peak 9th firmament true G OD in one stroke. There was only a step away from the next realm. His cultivation speed made everyone stare wide-eyed and tongue-tied. Regardless of whether it was Long Sun or Long Zhaotian, they could only use the label freak to describe Yi Yuan. On this day, Yi Yuan exited seclusion. Long Sun scuttled over to greet, saying fawningly, "Your Excellency is really G.O.D.-like." In a short 9 years' time, cultivating from 7th firmament true G.O.D. to peak 9th firmament true G.O.D., we probably can't find a second one in the entire Heavenspan world, right? This was not merely B.U.T. Tearing up, he was truly shocked. Yi Yuan's cultivation speed virtually drove people mad. With Yi Yuan's speed of absorbing divine essence, if it were the average person, it was sufficient to burst their divine seas. But Yi Yuan was like a bottomless pit. However much you came, I would absorb however much. Too crazy. He had never heard before that someone could cultivate this way, a true G.O.D. realm. Yi Yuan scolded laughingly, "Stop sucking up." Long Sun chuckled and said, "Your Excellency, coming out of seclusion this time, are you bringing us out?" Yi Yuan said, "No rush. Since the cultivation environment here is so good, I naturally have to break through to the Empyrean realm in one go before going out. Otherwise, after going out, it will have to expend a great deal of effort to break through to the Empyrean realm." The quant. 1. Tie of spiritual energy required for Yi Yuan to break through to the Empyrean realm was extremely horrifying. Reaching the outside world, just the cultivation resources had to make big preparations. The tarnished black devil crystals here were abundant, and the devilish energy was also very plentiful. Breaking through here was naturally the best choice. This, Your Excellency, isn't consolidating your realm a bit before breaking through again? Long Sun said hesitantly. If ordinary people's cultivation realm broke through so quickly, it was hard to avoid their realms being unstable. Wanting to break through to the Empyrean realm needed a very long time of preparations. Otherwise, the chance of failure was very high. Looking at Yi Yuan's meaning, he wanted to break through in one stroke. Yi Yuan said coolly, "No need. I haven't moved around for so long. I should go out and stretch my limbs a bit." Chapter 2143, Initial Display of Talent. Chapter 2143, Initial Display of Talent. Why, Your Excellency, we can't head forward any further in front, and that's the territory of rank 7 abyss monsters. Yeah, Lord Yi, you're powerful and can escape from the jaws of rank 7 abyss monsters, but we can't. Following behind Yi Yuan, Long Sun and Long Zhaotian were trembling. The others were also the same. Long Xiaochun pursed her mouth and said, "Scared of what? This grand inn is here. Would I still let you guys suffer a loss?" Goodness gracious, my grand aunt. The strength of rank 7 abyss monsters far surpa. SES those in the same rank. If it aims a sneeze over here, we'd be dead. Big Brother Sun said with a bitter face. Roar! His voice had yet to fade when a 3-person tall behemoth suddenly emerged. The devilish energy sprawling off its body practically froze everyone. Goodness gracious! Why did it really come when we were talking about it? Long Sun and Long Zhaotian were scared out of their wits and practically did not even have the courage to run away anymore. Empyrean-level Abyss Monster. This was a monster with a lion's head and a horse's body. 2 sharp teeth poked out, giving people an extremely ferocious feeling. A decent one finally came out. I'll use you to practice then. Yi Yuan chuckled and drew the bone sword, fighting intent surging on his body. What? Your Excellency, you aren't mad, right? This is an Empyrean-level Abyss Monster. Long Sun was frightened badly. Empyrean-level Abyss Monster was not what ordinary Empyreans could compare to. Their strength far surpassed, said those in the same rank, even though they all knew that Yi Yuan's combat power surpassed, said people facing an Empyrean-level Abyss Monster was still too forceful. Yi Yuan, you'd better don't push yourself. I've exchanged blows with Empyrean-level Abyss Monsters before and almost suck. You in bed. Dealing with it with your current strength is still too forceful. Long Xiaochun said. She had mucked around in the Dragon Eye Cave for a long time. These few years, she had always been helping Yi Yuan hunt Abyss Monsters and could not avoid contact with Empyrean-level Abyss Monsters. Long Xiaochun's fleshy body strength was extremely powerful. Her strength far surpassed Sing Same rank Empyrean-level powerhouses. But even so, she was not a match either. It could be seen how strong Empyrean-level Abyss Monsters were. It will be boring if it's weak. Moreover, I require pure devilish energy when I break through to the Empyrean realm. The devilish energy of true G, O, D realm is already insufficient to use. Yi Yuan said coolly, his footsteps already moving over toward the Abyss Monster. Ignorant human, you're provoking me in, Abyss Monsters. This Empyrean will tear you to shreds. Inside Yi Yuan's mind came the other party's mental transmission. Abyss Monsters were extremely bloodthirsty, but were not without intellect. On the contrary, Abyss Monsters had extremely high intelligence. It was just that there was a language barrier. They rarely took the initiative to carry out communication. When they saw humans or demons, there was only one word. That was kill. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, Ho-ho, arrogant and overweening fool. Today, I'll let you see how lowly you are. Humph, a mere human, truly ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. There will come a day where we shall step out of the abyss and occupy the entire heaven-span world. Now, you can become a delicious meal in this Empyrean stomach. Blade of the Devil. The Abyss Monster brandished its claws. Several dozen black blades of light rushed over. The swift and fierce blade lights virtually shredded S.P.A.C. Feeling the horrifying power of the black blades, the faces of Big Brother Sun and the rest turned white. Even Long Xiaochun also had a solemn look. Sword Hollow Etch. With Yi Yuan's present strength, there was no problem instant casting several dozen sword hollow etches. Incomparably swift and fierce sword light flashed past, completely canceling out the blade of the devil. The Abyss Monster was also slightly surprised. Clearly, it did not expect that Yi Yuan's strength was actually so strong. His blade of the devil, even if it was an ordinary human Empyrean, it was also impossible to neutralize so easily. It was actually resolved by a true G. D so lightly. Merely like that. Watch this. True Sword Hollow Etch. Grand Universe Palm. Heavenly Qilin devouring S.P.A.C. By relying on these powerful moves, Yi Yuan actually fought until he was evenly matched with the Abyss Monster. By the side, Big Brother Sun and the rest were immediately dumbfounded. This. My eyesight must be failing. Long Zhaotian stammered. A true G. D battling an Empyrean. This is simply unheard of. Furthermore, this Abyss Monster isn't an ordinary Empyrean. their strength far surpa SES those in the same rank. This is also to say that if an ordinary first firmament Empyrean is here, wouldn't they be defeated at His Excellency's hands? As Big Brother Sun was in shock, he sucked in a cold breath. The combat power that Yi Yuan displayed simply drove people insane. Even though they had long known that Yi Yuan's combat strength was extremely strong, sufficient to insta-kill peak true G. Oh, D powerhouses, when Yi Yuan really went all out, they were still shocked. This was simply not the combat strength that a human should have at all. How powerful were abyss monsters? But Yi Yuan actually crossed a major realm and fought until he was evenly matched with the abyss monster. Strong. Too strong. Whichever genius, whichever heaven's chosen, there's simply a pile of trash in front of Lord Yi. Long Zhaodian marveled with admiration. Ah, D.A.M. Inhuman, you've angered this Empyrean. This Empyrean is going to tear you to shreds. After a drawn-out battle, the abyss monster finally got angry. Bang! The Empyrean abyss monster opened its huge mouth. Countless devilish energy suddenly gathered. Everyone's faces changed. Long Xiaochun even cried out in surprise. Yi Yuan, run first. Avoid the sharp edge. Yi Yuan did not have the intention of retreating at all, laughing loudly and saying, "Haha, perfect. Run? Do you think that you have the chance to escape? You'll be crushed into nothingness right away." Abyss desolation. The Empyrean abyss monster gave a loud roar. The entire S.P.A.C. became dark. Heaven and earth seemed to have become a huge cage, completely imprisoning Yi Yuan, not giving him any chance to escape at all. When everyone saw this scene, each and every one of their faces changed wildly. Up until now, they had never seen before Empyrean-level abyss monsters executing an attack. They did not know that the other party actually still had such a horrifying ultimate move. This power was virtually going to obliterate everything. "Yi Yuan, I'll help you." Long Xiaochun cried out daintily, raising her fist and about to join the fight. "Xiaochun, don't come over. This fellow, me alone handling is enough." Yi Yuan shouted, "Ignorant fool. This Empyrean wants to see what means you have. Do you think that only you have an ultimate move? Today, this little lord will let you take a look at true strength." Yi Yuan's gaze turned sharp. The muscles on his body started quivering fiercely. A formidable strength soared to the sky. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces changed wildly. The imposing aura on Yi Yuan's body was not one type, but three types: divine essence, vital energy, and soul force. Three kinds of auras rose steadily up, surging straight for the sky. Heaven and earth changed colors because of it. In an instant, fierce gales howled. Yi Yuan's hair fluttered, his clothes fluttering madly, akin to a celestial deity descending. On Yi Yuan's body, three kinds of auras actually started fusing. His body gave off a terrifying light. The cage formed by devilish energy was akin to paper paste under this imposing momentum, directly being burst through. What move is this? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In this world, how could someone possibly fuse essence, energy, and spirit into one? The Empyrean abyss monster was simultaneously alarmed and enraged, its voice carrying incredible disbelief. Chapter 2144, Astonies.H.I. Plusing Secret. Chapter 2144, Astonies. H.I. Plusing Secret Essence, Energy, and Spirit combining into one. How? How'd he do it? Is this the power of essence, energy, and spirit combining into one? Truly ridiculously strong. Since time immemorial, there have been countless dazzlingly talented people who attempted to fuse essence, energy, and spirit. But no one had done it before. How did he do it? There were cries of exclamations all around. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Before divine Tao, one needed to fuse essence, energy, and spirit, the three paths before they could attain divine Tao. But after divine Tao, The heaven-span world's martial artists no longer had anyone capable of fusing essence, energy, and spirit into one. Tao ancestors could not either. Since remote antiquity, there had been no idea how many major powers that cultivated essence, energy, and spirit, the three paths to the highest summit, and attempted to fuse them into one. But upon entering divine Tao, this became a paradox. No matter how hard they worked, they were unable to succeed. Hence, essence, energy, and spirit being unable to fuse into one. This also became the consensus of all of the heaven-span world's powerhouses and also the Iron Law. But today, this Iron Law was broken by Yi Yuan. This kind of thing was seriously too shocking. Long Xiaochun and the rest opened their mouths wide, eyes full of disbelief. The vast universe. I am heaven. Chaos essence, single breath sword. Yi Yuan's entire state finally climbed to his peak state, reaching an incomparably profound and mysterious realm. The way Long Sun and the rest saw it, the current Yi Yuan was like the sovereign of this world. Under such power, the Empyrean abyss monster quivered and did not even dare to escape. One sword unleashed. H.I. plus ing. It carried the power to obliterate heaven and decimate the earth. The Empyrean abyss monster directly turned to ashes, scattering and disappearing. Picking up the tarnished black devil crystals, Yi Yuan was astonished. He said, well deserving of being an Empyrean-level tarnished black devil crystal, to actually still be able to maintain perfectly unscathed even against my chaos essence one-breath sword. Empyrean-level tarnished black devil crystals are indeed extraordinary. At present, Yi Yuan's essence, energy, and spirit, the three paths were all already cultivated to the peak of Origin Pill realm. His state was also unprecedentedly harmonious. He was already just a step away from the next realm, with the chaos heaven-span canon cultivating until this day. Its extraordinary aspect was finally exhibited. Other people were unable to fuse essence, energy, and spirit into one. But after his divine essence realm reached the peak Origin Pill realm, essence, energy, and spirit three paths fused into one naturally. And this state faintly echoed with the Origin Pill inside his divine sea, reaching a kind of delicate state. It seemed like there was something that was going to break through the soil. Yi Yuan understood that he was just missing an opportunity, and he would be able to step into the next realm. Yi Yuan, how did you do it? I've never heard before of someone capable of fusing essence, energy, and spirit into one. If this piece of news is spread in the heaven-span world, it will bound to stir up a BLOOD. Why storm? Long Xiaochun's face revealed a rare, solemn expression. She knew that the significance of this matter was too severe. If it was known by people, Yi Yuan would likely face extremely dangerous circumstances. Yi Yuan smiled and said, therefore, this matter can't let people know. You guys should know what to do. His gaze swept across everyone's faces. Long Sun and the rest trembled all over, immediately understanding something. It was only to see Long Sun kneel on the ground with a thud. He then wailed pitifully, why, Your Excellency, spare my life. Little Sun was blind just now and didn't see anything. With Long Sun taking the lead, the rest knelt on the ground one after another, wailing inordinately. Yi Yuan could not help being speechless when he saw the situation and said, when did I want your lives? Big Brother Sun was taken aback and said stammeringly, Your Excellency's meaning isn't to have us end ourselves? Yi Yuan scolded laughingly, fool. Wanting to kill you all is merely a matter of snapping a finger. Do you think that I'd still talk so much C-R-A-P with you all? It was still Long Zhaodian who was smart, immediately rejoicing and directly swearing a heavenly Tao oath. Furthermore, the oath was extremely vicious. The others were enlightened, all following and swearing heavenly Tao oaths. The gazes of Big Brother Sun and the rest, when looking at Yi Yuan, gradually turned to respect from fear. If it were others, for the sake of their own safety, they would definitely kill them without the slightest hesitation. Once this kind of thing spread to the Heavenspan world, it would surely cause an enormous shock. The entire Heavenspan world would instantly fall into a mess. At that time, probably even Tao ancestors would be startled too. Yi Yuan would fall into endless pursuit. Everyone would want to pry open Yi Yuan's mouth and have him give an account on how to fuse essence, energy, and spirit. But Yi Yuan did not. This kind of lord was worth following. Long Xiaochun also had her palm towards the sky, preparing to swear a deadly oath, but she was stopped by Yi Yuan. "You don't need to sweat it," Yi Yuan said coolly. Long Xiaochun said uncertainly, "Why?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "A person who entered the Dragon Eye Cave without hesitation for a brother. What can I not trust about the person?" Long Xiaochun smiled sweetly and patted Yi Yuan's shoulder as she said, "Good bro, but my heavenly Tao oath still has to be sworn. Furthermore, they all have to die." Yi Yuan, "The implications of this matter are too great." With Long Xiaochun saying this, the hearts of Long Sun and the rest that had just been set at ease immediately tensed up again. Although they swore a deadly oath, and there was naturally heavenly Tao restricting it, swearing a heavenly Tao oath had its risks after all. If someone divulged Yi Yuan's intel at the risk of certain death, then the consequences were too ghastly to imagine. However, Yi Yuan shook his head firmly and said, "When I, Yi Yuan, do things, I naturally have my own reason. Long Sun, they all have no grudge nor enmity with me. Killing people to silence them, this sort of thing, I, Yi Yuan, can't do it. Don't bring this matter up anymore." With Yi Yuan saying so, Long Sun and the rest felt warm in their hearts. This boss of theirs was truly different from the rest, even Long Xiaochun. This kind of person with pure thoughts wanted to kill people to silence them permanently. It could be imagined how severe this matter was. However, Yi Yuan did not make a move against them without the slightest hesitation. "Your Excellency, rest assured. Even if I, little Sun, dies, I also won't divulge a clue," Long Sun said firmly. "Your Excellency, little Tian would rather die than to talk about this matter." "Your Excellency, me too." Everyone scrambled to get a word in, but their expressions had an unprecedented solemnness. By the side, Long Xiaochun was stunned. She was very clear about these people's temperament. Being opportunistic, being adept at currying favor, cravenly clinging on a life instead of braving death. All in all, Long Xiaochun failed to see some advantages from them. But until now, these people's faces had an unprecedented solemnness. Clearly, it came from the bottom of their hearts. However, the prerequisite is that we can go out. Long Sun suddenly thought of something as he said bitterly, "In this Dragon Eye Cave, wanting to get out was far too difficult. Not going out, even if they knew in his stonies. Plussing secret, it was impossible to divulge it either. Even if they wanted to leak it, there was nowhere to leak it to." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You all rest assured. I'll find a spatial rift and bring you all out." The moment these words came out, everyone trembled all over. "Your Excellency, you really have a way?" Long Sun said in disbelief. "Why, Your Excellency, this kind of thing can't be joked around." Long Zhaodian also said with an agitated look. Yi Yuan said confidently, "Of course, but I have to break through to the Empyrean realm first." Chapter 2145, Breakthrough Changes, Emergency Situation. Chapter 2145, Breakthrough Changes, Emergency Situation. What Yi Yuan wanted to break through to was naturally not the Empyrean realm. As for what kind of realm it was, he himself could not say for sure either. But Yi Yuan had a feeling that his next realm would definitely be extraordinary. It had been close to a year in a twinkle. Yi Yuan had killed many Empyrean-level abyss monsters by working together with Long Xiaochun, obtaining quite a few tarnished black devil crystals. At the Empyrean level, the devilish energy contained inside those tarnished black devil crystals was extremely pure, more than 100 times purer compared to true G.O.D. realm. With these tarnished black devil crystals, Yi Yuan could start to assault the next realm. Inside a stone chamber in the camp, Yi Yuan sat cross-legged. His mind was in confusion. My essence, energy, and spirit have all already reached the peak of Origin Pill realm and formed a resonance. The Origin Pill inside the divine, C, is already compressed to the limit too. Wonder what kind of unusual change will occur if I continue pouring in large quant. 1. Ties of Chaos Divine Essence. Inside Yi Yuan's divine C, the Origin Pill was already compressed until it was just the size of a pea. But the power contained inside was extremely horrifying. Around the Origin Pill, Tao marks revolved around, akin to a sea of lightning. It's time to begin. Yi Yuan flipped his palm. Several pieces of tarnished black devil crystals flew up, suspending around him. The Chaos Heaven Span cannon revolved. Yi Yuan started to absorb the devilish energy inside the tarnished black devil crystals frenziedly, pouring it into the Origin Pill. Empyrean-level tarnished black devil crystals had immense reserves and were also extremely pure. Yi Yuan absorbing them was like a vast ocean flooding in, causing a huge impact on Yi Yuan's divine sea. His Origin Pill was already being compressed to the extreme. Currently, the Chaos Heavenspan cannon continued to push Chaos Divine Essence into the Origin Pill. All of a sudden, the Origin Pill started vibrating fiercely. An intense pain came from his abdomen area. Yi Yuan's forehead broke out in cold sweat. However, this was just the beginning. The Chaos Heavenspan cannon completely did not care about whether the Origin Pill could withstand it or not, squeezing Chaos Divine Essence in nonstop. The originally stable Origin Pill also became more and more unstable. This way, the pain that Yi Yuan suffered was also tremendous. What powerful aura undulations! Is this really breaking through to the Empyrean realm? Outside the stone chamber, Long Xiaochun and the rest were currently standing guard for Yi Yuan. Sensing such intense undulations, Long Xiaochun also felt alarmed. She herself had broken through to the Empyrean realm before and naturally knew what kind of concept was breaking through to the Empyrean realm. But Yi Yuan only just started, and the commotion was already even bigger than hers. His Excellency's commotion here is also too big. If it provokes a powerful abyss monster when the time comes, we can't block it, Long Sun said speechlessly. Before breaking through, Yi Yuan already joined hands with Long Xiaochun, cleaning up the abyss monsters in a radius of several hundred miles. But looking at it now, it was completely insufficient. Just the current commotion, the devilish energy in a radius of 10,000 miles already gathered over crazily. Such a huge commotion. To say that those powerful abyss monsters would not react, that would be seeing ghosts. One piece of tarnished black devil crystal after another was being absorbed. Yi Yuan's aura became stronger and stronger. The Origin Pill in his abdomen became more and more unstable. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's expression changed wildly and said, "DM, hit. Why at this time? This way, the tarnished black devil crystals that I prepared probably aren't enough anymore." It turned out that the Origin Pill absorbing Chaos Divine Essence crazily actually affected the fleshy body. At this time, his fleshy body actually started breaking through too, and he was going to transcend the tribulation. Rank 7 Nirvanic Tribulation. The horrifying degree of Rank 7 Nirvanic Tribulation virtually made people despair. It was 10 times more terrifying than the first 6 added up. At this juncture, the Nirvanic Tribulation arriving at the same time was simply deadly. Bang! Yi Yuan revolved the Chaos Heavenspan cannon crazily, absorbing tarnished black devil crystals like a whale swallowing seawater. The consumption rate of tarnished black devil crystals suddenly sped up. For the sake of this breakthrough, Yi Yuan naturally prepared adequately. But under this kind of situation currently, the reserves of tarnished black devil crystals were somewhat struggling to make ends meet. Rumble. Horrifying energy erupted, directly blasting the stone chamber to dust. Long Xiaochun's pupils constricted, and she cried out in surprise. Not good. He's transcending the nirvanic tribulation at the same time. Is this guy mad? As a dragon race Empyrean, she naturally knew the power of the rank 7 nirvanic tribulation. Even if it was her, she did not dare to easily attempt it too. But now, Yi Yuan actually also wanted to transcend the nirvanic tribulation at the crucial juncture of breaking through to the Empyrean realm. It was truly an action that courted death. How could she know that Yi Yuan had no command over himself either? In this world, he was the first person who fused essence, energy, and spirit, the 3 paths. Even he himself also did not know that such a problem would occur. But now, saying anything was too late as well. This is too crazy. His Excellency is really G-O-D-like to actually dare transcend nirvanic tribulation when breaking through to be an Empyrean. Long Sun had a look of wars. H-I plus P and did not feel that it was dangerous at all. Ever since learning that Yi Yuan fused essence, energy, and spirit, the 3 paths, his wars. H-I plus P of Yi Yuan was already akin to the waters of the Yellow River, flowing unceasingly. Since His Excellency dared to do so, he naturally had the confidence. There was no need to worry at all. In this world, who isn't extremely cautious like treading on thin ice when breaking through to the Empyrean realm? But His Excellency is actually transcending 2 tribulations simultaneously. This really broadens our horizons. Long Zhaodian also said with a look of wars. H-I plus P. Haha. No wonder His Excellency's dragon race martial technique is so strong. It turns out that he's of the perfect 6th transformation golden body. To be able to transcend rank 6 nirvanic tribulation is already rarely seen in this world. Now, if he were to transcend the rank 7 nirvanic tribulation, I'm afraid that the moment he enters the Empyrean realm, he'll be able to contend with 2nd firmament Empyreans. Long Sun's 2 eyes shone as he said. And more than that, don't you forget, His Excellency still has the Chaos Essence 1 breath sword. Long Zhaodian said with a chuckle. The 2 people chimed in one after another, practically lauding Yi Yuan up to the heavens. But Yi Yuan knew his own suffering. The 2 tribulations already reached a very critical period. The tarnished black devil crystals almost could not sustain his needs anymore. Suddenly, Long Xiaochun's face changed, and she said, Not good. There are Empyrean-level abyss monsters that came. Everyone's faces changed. One powerful aura after another closed in from all directions. This huge commotion provoked powerful Empyrean-level abyss monsters in the end. What to do? The expressions of Long Sun and the rest changed wildly as they were in shock. In front of these Empyrean-level abyss monsters, they did not even have the qualifications to be cannon fodders. An abyss monster casually puffing out a breath would eradicate them. Long Xiaochun's expression became incomparably solemn, and she gritted her teeth and said, If really can't, I can only cry. Long Sun revealed a smile that was uglier than crying as he said, My grandaunt, already at this time, you're still in the mood to crack jokes? If crying can resolve problems, then I'll cry for 3 days and 3 nights right now. But Long Xiaochun said seriously, I'm not joking with you. When I cry, even I myself am scared. It's just that I'm afraid that Yi Yuan probably can't withstand it. Ha ha! Ignorant human to actually cause such a huge commotion when breaking through, really courting death. That's right. This human is very strong. He must taste very good. At that time, each depends on their own ability. See who can get him. Each and every one of the abyss monsters revealed amused looks, all staring at Yi Yuan like hungry wolves. Chapter 2146, Visitor from the Abyss. Chapter 2146, Visitor from the Abyss looking at the bunch of greedy gazes giving off light in the darkness. Long Xiaochun's heart sunk to rock bottom. The abyss monsters being summoned were extremely powerful. She even detected that there was a third firmament Empyrean realm's aura. Abyss monsters at this strength were not what she could deal with at all. Don't care anymore. Long Xiaochun gritted her teeth and was actually really squeezing out tears over there. But right at this time, Yi Yuan's voice sounded in her ears. Xiaochun, make use of the jade slip that I gave you and bring them all out. You don't need to care about my side. Let them come over. But Long Xiaochun was anxious. No buts. Let them come over. Yi Yuan directly interrupted. Long Xiaochun gritted her teeth, stomped her feet, and said, You all, follow me. Finished saying, she brought everyone and directly crushed the jade slip. The spatial node technique activated. Long Xiaochun and the rest were directly teleported out. Lord Xiaochun, we're all gone, but what about Lord Yi? Long Sun said worriedly. Long Xiaochun looked into the distance, her gaze glimmering as she said, I hope that he has a way. Over here, a group of Empyrean-level abyss monsters was casting covetous eyes, getting closer and closer to Yi Yuan. Spatial node technique. Truly excellent means. The commotion of this human's breakthrough is truly extraordinary. It's even much stronger than us in. Oh, abyss monsters. Seems like it must be very delicious. The current Yi Yuan, in the view of the abyss monsters, Yi Yuan was the most tasty delicacy. As for Long Xiaochun, they all escaping, it did not matter. Swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus finally, someone could not hold back and made a move against Yi Yuan. The prey is mine. N-O, body S, N-A-T-C-H. To dare S. A-T-C. H, pray from me. Are you all tired of living? Once someone made a move, the other abyss monsters all could not hold back. Das. H. I. Plussing over one after another. Such a delicious prey. How could they possibly give it to others? Ah, truly, someone delivers a pillow when taking a nap. A bunch of fools. I was just worrying that the tarnished black devil crystals were insufficient. Since that's the case, then I won't be courteous. In the group of abyss monsters' ears came Yi Yuan's mocking laughter. They could not help being greatly alarmed in their hearts. Right then, a horrifying energy undulation erupted from Yi Yuan's body. Tao births 1, 1 births 2, 2 births 3, 3 births myriad life. I finally understand. Amidst the explosion sound came Yi Yuan's hearty laughter. Feeling this energy that could decimate heaven and earth, the group of Empyrean-level abyss monsters felt their hairs stand on end. An incredible feeling of danger welled up in their hearts. Not good. Quickly run. D.A.M. in it. Does this guy not want his life anymore? Alarmed and angry voices lingered incessantly. These Empyrean-level abyss monsters turned tail and ran. But it was already too late. A noiseless explosion extended in all directions, destroying everything, including Yi Yuan himself. The current Yi Yuan directly blew up into ashes. However, his body was condensed again very quickly, then obliterated, rinse and repeat like this. Nirvanic tribulation. Amidst this horrifying explosion, Yi Yuan was transcending the nirvanic tribulation. Not just this, Yi Yuan's divine soul was similarly being blown into pieces. In the center of this horrifying energy, there were only two things that were not destroyed. One was the world-suppressing steel. The other was Yi Yuan's consciousness. Time could be destroyed, but only consciousness was imperishable. Tarnished black devil crystals absorbed from me. Those tarnished black devil crystals were directly gobbled up by Yi Yuan, fusing into the explosions, using to condense the fleshy body, using to remold the divine soul. These second firmament and third firmament Empyrean realm tarnished black devil crystals were incomparably pure. The energy was also extremely plentiful. To the current Yi Yuan, it was simply a great tonic. The explosions were still continuing. The entire Dragon Eye Cave was trembling. Those powerful abyss monsters were frightened until they ran like mad outside. The void shattered. Gale winds wreaked havoc. The entire Dragon Eye cave fell into utter chaos. In the extreme depths, several archaic auras suddenly emerged, emitting voices that were simultaneously alarmed and enraged. Ahoa! RS! A voice roared angrily. In it. The third layer seal is actually broken. Another ancient voice said, Sigh, we have guarded the abyss for countless years. I didn't expect that it actually had the seals broken by someone from outside. Another person said, Could it be that our 8 great abyss suppressing pseudo-worlds were breached? Someone attempted to breach the abyss from the outside world? At this time, a voice that seemed to have crawled out of a grave opened its mouth and said, Stop guessing randomly. Bai-chun, you go and take a look. Yes. Amidst the darkness, someone answered, turning into a streak of white shadow, disappearing. When Bai-chun's figure landed at the Dragon Eye Cave, his pupils could not help constricting. It's actually like this. Interesting, really interesting. Looks like the heaven-span world that has been peaceful for so long is finally having great waves stir again. Bai-chun's voice was full of complicatedness. Fortunately, the seal's damage isn't big. Otherwise, if those second layer's monsters rush out, it would be too much to bear. As he said, Bai-chun needed incomparably profound seals in his hands and sent them into the void. The entire Dragon Eye Cave finally calmed down once again. The explosions were still going on, but the fiercest explosion was naturally that instant at the beginning. Now, the destructive power was already far from before. Many thanks for Senior taking action. Otherwise, this Junior would have gotten into trouble. In Bai-chun's mind, a voice suddenly appeared, making his state of mind that found it hard to fluctuate for hundreds of millions of years have a trace of ripple. His brows furrowed, and he said, A puny little Empyrean, you can actually discover this Emperor's existence? Bai-chun's appearance was just like a speck of dust, being unable to cause any waves to this layer's SP. A sea at all. He did not expect that Yi Yuan could actually notice him. This shock was naturally by no means insignificant. Although the commotion that Yi Yuan caused was horrifying, what kind of eyesight did Bai-chun have? He saw through that Yi Yuan was merely breaking through rank 7 with one glance. He was not even considered as an expert in Bai-chun's eyes. This kind of strength, even if they scratch their heads be ill. Why, they could forget about discovering his existence too. But Yi Yuan actually discovered it. Junior's current state is a little special. Everything in this Dragon Eye Cave is clear at a glance. Hence, I can discover Senior. Yi Yuan transmitted his voice. Bai-chun's gaze glimmered slightly. Also no idea what he was thinking about. Looks like a remarkable little fellow emerged in the heaven-span world. Didn't expect that you have some connections to the dragon race, Bai-chun said in surprise. His strength was exceedingly formidable. Just through this wisp of divine sense voice transmission, he detected the existence of Yi Yuan's dragon soul. Junior's mother is from the dragon race. Yi Yuan knew that it could not help from Bai-chun and said honestly. His current state was extremely mysterious. He could feel that this Bai-chun was unfathomable, virtually akin to a god. The strongest person that Yi Yuan had seen before was merely GMO. But he had a feeling that GMO was probably not even dregs in front of this white-clothed old man. Bai-chun nodded and said, So that's how it is. I hope that you remember your ident. One tie, with your talent. You're bound to take on a huge responsibility in the future. Yi Yuan replied, Senior garrisoning here, your merits are the greatest. Junior understands what I should do in my heart. Bai-chun nodded slightly and said, You break through well then. This emperor is leaving. Finished talking, his figure directly dissipated into the world. Chapter 2147, Decisive. Chapter 2147, Decisive. Old Bai, you wouldn't be lying through your teeth, right? A mere true G. D-Realm's breakthrough can blow the third seal open? When Bai-chun returned to the abyss, he recounted the things that he saw, immediately drawing the other powerhouse's suspicion. A mere true G. D-Realm expert breaking through to the Empyrean realm, No matter how monstrous, it was also impossible to blow up the third seal. One had to know that this third seal, even if it was a ninth firmament heavenly emperor, they could forget about breaching it in the slightest too. In the darkness, Bai Chun could not be bothered to provide an explanation and said with a light smile, "Really an interesting kid. Not only did he blow open the seal, he actually even discovered my existence." "Oh, right, boss. That kid even has some connection to you. I see that this kid is pretty good, so I left behind some lucky chances to him on your behalf. Of course, if he falls into a wrong path in the future, you can borrow it to restrict him too." "Oh, listening to you, it's indeed an interesting little fellow. It's too bad that we can't abandon our posts. Otherwise, I'd really go and take a look at this kid. But listening to what you said, this boy is extraordinary. The heaven-span world will likely be in an upheaval situation again." Amidst the gloomy and dark abyss, another voice came over. Bai Chun sighed slightly and said, "It's as the doomsday battle is right before our eyes. I didn't expect that heavenly Tao Samsara is finally going to start again." After sighing, everyone fell silent. The abyss recovered tranquility once more. Inside Rain Dragon's stronghold, Heavenly Emperor powerhouses were all present. The entrance of the Dragon Eye Cave was shaking intensely and actually started cracking apart. Everyone's divine essence poured out wildly, joining hands to stabilize the seal. But a powerful strength burst out of the seal, making the faces of the group of Heavenly Emperors turn white. 7 to 8 Heavenly Emperor joined hands before barely managing to maintain the seal from breaking. Long Chi's complexion was ashen as he gritted his teeth and said, "I am in it. WHE Dragon Eye Cave seal has never had a problem before. Why did it cause such a big commotion this time?" Dragon Lord's face was also pale as she said, "I'm afraid that a powerful abyss monster was born inside, and it's salting the seal. Xiaochun will be fine inside, right?" Long Chi smiled coldly and said, "Like this, it's good too. At least that boy is definitely dead. However, your spirit in heaven can rest in peace." Long Chi suddenly thought of something and opened his mouth and said, "Dragon Lord, this commotion wouldn't be caused by Xiaochun encountering some danger, right?" The moment these words came out, everyone's faces changed. Clearly, this sort of possibility was very high. Indeed a misfortune star, not stopping even after entering the Dragon Eye Cave. Long Chi said with a cold snort. Dragon Lord's pretty face turned slightly cold as she said in a cold voice, "Long Chi, don't you forget Xiaochun's ident. One time, the Dragon Eye Cave was originally managed by you, but because of your negligence, you let Xiaochun fall into a dangerous situation. If this matter was reported upstairs, can you bear the consequences?" Long Chi's face changed slightly, not daring to speak anymore. Amen? The undulations seemed to be smaller. Suddenly, Long Ji spoke up. Sure enough, the intense undulations coming from inside gradually became small, finally completely stabilizing. All of the Heavenly Emperors finally let out a sigh in relief. At this time, a din suddenly came from outside the stone tower. Long Chi was currently said, and he said with a cold snort, "Who is making noise here? Don't they know that this is a restricted area inside the stronghold?" As he said, his figure moved, disappearing on the spot. "You all, let me go in. Let me go in." Lu'er attempted to charge into the stone tower, but was blocked firmly by the guards. The Dragon Clan guard said in a solemn voice, "If the few of you keep causing trouble, don't blame us for not being courteous anymore." The ones guarding the stone tower were all Empyrean powerhouses. Once they took action, Lu'er and the rest were naturally not a match. Lu'er had a sorrowful face as she gritted her teeth and said, "I'm begging you guys, let me go in. Young master didn't come out for 10 years. I'm going to find him." Actually, for these 10 years, Lu'er spent each day very tormentedly. If not for Yi Yuan's order, the agreement of 10 years, she would have long charged into the Dragon Eye Cave. But along with the pious Sing of Time, the 10-year date got closer and closer. The hopes of Yi Yuan coming out became bleaker and bleaker, She finally could not wait anymore. It was just that the guard was cold as ice and did not bend the rules at all. What has us wanting to enter the Dragon Eye Cave got to do with you all? His Excellency isn't coming out, then we'll go in to find him, Ning Tianping said angrily. A figure appeared and said coolly, he already died inside. You all don't need to go in anymore. It was precisely Long Chi. Luer looked at Long Chi hatefully. Wisconsin H. I. Plussing to swallow him alive. She knew that it was this person who sent young master into the hopeless land, Dragon Eye Cave. You're spurting nonsense. It's impossible for young master to die. Luer screamed. Right, His Excellency is especially gifted, a peerless talent. He absolutely won't be stumped by a puny little Dragon Eye Cave. Ning Tianping also said with an indignant and resentful face. Seeing the despaired looks of Luer and the rest, Long Chi was full of delight in his heart. What he wanted was precisely such a result. Haha, puny little Dragon Eye Cave? You guys have stayed here for 10 years and probably haven't truly understood what kind of place the Dragon Eye Cave is. That place seals countless abyss monsters. Each abyss monster is several times stronger than same-rank humans. In there, what fills the air isn't spiritual energy, but devilish energy. One cannot cultivate inside the Dragon Eye Cave. Replenishment is extremely difficult. The divine essence expended will frequently not have enough time to be replenished, and there will be abyss monsters rust. Plussing over again. How long do you all feel that he can live under this kind of environment? Honestly telling you guys, there was once a heavenly emperor who was relegated into the Dragon Eye Cave, and he never came out again. Long Chi said a lot in one breath, saying the brutality of the Dragon Eye Cave in its entirety. The more they listened, the heavier the mood of Luer and the rest. In the end, it was close to despairing. They knew that Yi Yuan was formidable, but no matter how impressive the person under this kind of environment, there would also come a time where their strength would be depleted. Then, could Yi Yuan last 10 years? You're talking nonsense. If not for you, young master also wouldn't have entered the Dragon Eye Cave too. I'll fight it out with you. Luer was indignant and leaped up. It was as if S.P.A.C. was frozen. The others all had sorrowful and indignant faces, inclusive of Lone Swan. All of them rushed over toward Long Chi, but what kind of existence was Long Chi? This level of attack was completely too weak to stand the combat. One, tied in front of him. Snort. Long Chi did not move and just gave a cold snort. It was akin to a clap of thunder, striking everyone's hearts. Poo-work, poo-work, poo-work. The few people spewed out a mouthful of fresh blood at the same time, figures flying out backward. In front of a heavenly emperor, Empyreans were ants, let alone that they were just true G. Oh, D-Realm? Overestimating your own ability. If not for that kid forcing this emperor to swear a heavenly Tao oath, you all would already be dead people now. Long Chi said with a cold snort. Long Chi had sullen anger on his face, but he was incomparably delighted in his heart. Killing Luer, they all was merely the effort of lifting a hand. They were merely ants to him. But only seeing these people's extremely grievous appearances would he be in a great mood. Luer clenched her teeth hard, her gaze icy cold. Since that's the case, then I'll force you to act and kill me. Today, I'm going to perish together with you and avenge young master. Without the slightest hesitation, Luer rushed over toward Long Chi once more like a moth flying into the fire. Right, we'll fight it out with you. Since you don't dare to kill us, then we'll force you to kill us. Ning Tianping gave a cold cry and also rushed over. Chapter 2148, First Blossom of Chaos. Chapter 2148, First Blossom of Chaos. Inside the Dragon Eye Cave, the faces of Long Xiaochun and the rest revealed the joy of having survived a disaster. The explosion was too violent. Long Xiaochun crushed quite a few jade slips in a row and teleported to the furthest spatial node before barely managing to avoid the power of the explosion. Even so, each and every one of them was also made dusty and dirty in appearance, seemingly very ragged. Lord Xiaochun, the commotion that Lord Yi caused is a little too big, right? Long Sun said with lingering fear in his heart. Too terrifying. Even if a heavenly emperor is in the center of the explosion, they would probably also die without any corpse left, right? Lord Yi wouldn't. He wouldn't have. Long Xiaoyin's complexion turned white as he said. Shut up. Long Xiaochun directly interrupted Long Xiaoyin's follow-up words and said in a solemn voice, Yi Yuan must still be alive. The others were silent like cicadas in winter, but reason told them that Yi Yuan's hopes of survival were virtually none. One had to know, Yi Yuan was in the center of the explosion. Such a horrifying explosion. How could it be possible to survive? The explosion has subsided. Let's go over and take a look. Long Xiaochun had a rarely seen serious expression as she said, This is my own world. Amidst the region of chaos, Yi Yuan's consciousness overlooked the world, his heart surging. All the way until today, he finally created a world that belonged to him. This stretch of chaos was boundless and gray, without the slightest signs of life. Furthermore, it was even expanded outwards at an extremely fast speed, becoming larger and larger. My world is only born a full 3 major realms later than others. Looking at this, it seems to be somewhat different from the rest. Yi Yuan looked at this stretch of chaos as he muttered. Even though Yi Yuan did not go through Divine Lord Realm before, having spent so long in the Heavenspan world, the powerhouses that he had seen before were countless, and he was not foreign to hewing open a world. When martial artists reached Divine Lord Realm, they needed to have a point singularity of the Heavenspan world as a foundation, expanding and developing, creating their own world. Putting it bluntly, this Heavenspan world had countless powerhouses that created countless small worlds, but they were all based on the Heavenspan world and were an extension of the Heavenspan world, including East Suppression Pseudo-World. This kind of powerful pseudo-worlds, it was also a part of the Heavenspan world in the end. But Yi Yuan's method of breaking through was totally different. His world was entirely created by himself. No point singularity, no time, and also no S.P.A.C. This stretch of chaos was a brand new world. When chaos blossomed initially, heaven and earth were not divided. Everything was a wilderness awaiting development, a blank piece of paper. How this world would develop in the future completely depended on him. This kind of control was not restricted by the Heavenspan world. Yi Yuan could feel that this world seemed to be 2 parallel worlds from the Heavenspan world, neither interfering with the other. And it was not the same as the other small worlds, being an extension of the Heavenspan world. Furthermore, the chaos spiritual energy of Yi Yuan's world was incomparably thick. It was even thousands, tens of thousands of times thicker than the Heavenspan world's spiritual energy. Even if there was thinning in the future, it could also reach the Heavenspan world's level. Other small worlds, such as the Immortal Grove world, the spiritual energy inside was drastically diluted, the amount extremely low. Hence, it was even harder than trying to ascend to the heavens for martial artists to want to break through the shackles and arrive at the Heavenspan world. Even a colossal pseudo-world like the East Suppression pseudo-world was a shade inferior when compared to the Heavenspan world too. Yi Yuan's gaze was deep as he slowly said, I seem to have understood something. Looks like the path that I'm taking is a true path that leads to the highest heaven. They are unable to fuse essence, energy, and spirit 3 paths because their path is fundamentally wrong. Their path relies on the Heavenspan world. So how can they break the shackles of the Heavenspan world? Even if it's the Tao ancestors, they are merely a powerful life form in this Heavenspan world too, never able to transcend. But for me to be able to walk to this step, it's still all thanks to the lesser Heavenspan mountain. Cultivating the chaos Heavenspan canon until today, experiencing countless hearts. H.I. plus P.S. Yi Yuan finally created his own world. Even though this world was still very small, being not even as large as a Divine Lord Realm small world, Yi Yuan's world was 1,000 times, 10,000 times stronger than Heavenly Emperor realms in terms of quality. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's world had limitless possibilities. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's thoughts stirred. A figure appeared in Yi Yuan's world. It was precisely Dustless. When Dustless saw this world that was merely 1,000 feet in radius, he was shocked until his eyes went wide and he was tongue-tied. This is your world? T2, inconceivable. Dustless said with a sigh of admiration. Yi Yuan smiled and said, before breaking through the realm, I was also unable to imagine that my world would actually be like this. Dustless muttered, wrong. Turns out that the world was wrong. Divine Lord hewing open a world, Empyrean controlling a world, Heavenly Emperor dominating the world. Turns out that it was all wrong. Yi Yuan, your path is the true great path that leads to the highest heaven. Dustless watched Yi Yuan walked over step by step, carrying confusion, carrying uncertainty, carrying limitless hearts. I plus PS. But now, the fact finally proved that the path Yi Yuan took was correct. This world was a world that Dustless had never seen before. Just one glance, and he saw through the extraordinary aspects of this world. Being able to walk until this step today is still all thanks to heavenly, Empyrean, immortal grove. If not for him, if not for the lesser heaven-span mountain, I can only fade into the crowd as well. Yi Yuan said with an emotional sigh, but Dustless shook his head and said, that's not it. It's foreordained by heaven. Do you still remember the words that Immortal Grove said before dying? Yi Yuan nodded slightly. Immortal Grove had once said before dying that the meaning of his existence was Yi Yuan's birth. The lesser heaven-span mountain's masters isn't just you alone. But regardless of whether it was Immortal Grove or Fong Tian, they both did not take this step. Immortal Grove had outstanding talent and comprehended Tao in front of the lesser heaven-span mountain for several million years, and is also less than a fraction of you. It was not that he can't make it, but it was that you're too strong. You're the person that heavenly Tao chose. Dustless said with somewhat of an upsurge of emotion. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, a heart that yearns for Tao. I've never changed before, but my greatest wish right now is still being able to revive Ling Xue. Dustless said, silly child, you've already done sufficiently well. 2,000 years of comprehending Tao, hewing open a new world. Who could do it? However, this new realm of yours isn't heavenly Empyrean. So how should it be called? Yi Yuan's path was a brand new path. The realm was naturally different. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, now that the chaos has just bloomed, call it Chaos Realm then. Feeling the berserk spiritual energy amidst the chaos, Dustless could not help laughing as he said, Chaos Realm. Rather fitting. But after today, the spiritual energy that your cultivation requires will be horrifying. Yi Yuan also smiled bitterly and said, this is also something that can't be helped. If not for leaving Lu the 10-year agreement, I really can't bear to leave this place. From entering the Dragon Eye Cave until now, it had been 10 years. Yi Yuan was scared that they all were worried. So that was why he chose to break through at this juncture. He knew that Lu probably had a rough time these 10 years. Rather, his realm advanced by leaps and bounds these 10 years, directly breaking through to Chaos Realm from 7th Firmament Origin Pill Realm. Towards this great gift that Long Qi gave him, Yi Yuan really could not quite bear to leave. At this time, Yi Yuan's thoughts stirred, and he said with a smile, Amen? The Nirvana tribulation is also transcended already. My fleshy body also broke through to rank 7. Chapter 2149, Grand Int. Chapter 2149, Grand Int. Feeling the explosive power coming from his body, Yi Yuan was extremely satisfied with his physical body. The tribulation of rank 7 Nirvana tribulation was the nightmare of body cultivators. Without an indomitable strong will, there was completely no way to transcend. But to Yi Yuan, this was precisely his forte. This process was incomparably painful, but pulling through, sweetness would come after the bitterness. With a perfect 7th transformation golden body, one's vital energy was exuberant like the noonday sun S. H. I. plus Ning high above. Yi Yuan felt that even if he did not utilize divine essence now, he could blow up an Empyrean-level abyss monster with one punch. Aha! Breaking through this time is really a metamorphosis. Essence, energy, and spirit three paths are akin to a nirvanic rebirth, causing my strength to skyrocket. Yi Yuan said with an emotional sigh. Essence, energy, and spirit fusing. It's truly incomparably terrifying. It's just too bad that apart from you, no one in this heaven-span world can do it at all. Dustless also marveled with admiration. Yi Yuan nodded with a slight smile. Suddenly, he made a slight sound of surprise. A dragon-shaped mark appeared between Yi Yuan's brows. Looks like that senior was indeed unfathomable to actually leave behind this mark on my body unknowingly. However, this mark seems to be like a seed containing tremendous power inside, waiting for me to develop. Feeling this imprint, Yi Yuan immediately connected it to Bai Chun. To be able to plant a mark on his body unknowingly, apart from that Bai Chun, who else could there be? Currently, he still could not feel danger from this imprint, so he simply allowed it to take its natural course. Yi Yuan, Lord Yi. Suddenly, a series of surprised yells came from afar. It was precisely Long Xiaochun, they all who rushed over. I knew that you'd be fine. Long Xiaochun had a look of pleasant surprise. Suddenly, her face changed, and she said in surprise, You broke through? Yi Yuan nodded and said, Oh, fusing essence, energy, and spirit three paths, I also didn't expect that the nirvanic tribulation would suddenly arrive. Originally, the tarnished black devil crystals were not enough to use. Who knew that those Empyrean realm abyss monsters actually delivered themselves to the doorstep, resolving my imminent problem? When everyone heard, they could not help being speechless. To be able to treat Empyrean-level abyss monsters as praise, Lord Yi was also one of a kind. A hint of cunningness suddenly flashed across in Long Xiaochun's eyes, and she suddenly threw a punch out. A horrifying power made the S, P, A, C give off cracking sounds. Yi Yuan chuckled and also threw a punch out. Bang! Long Xiaochun's figure flew out backward and retreated several hundred feet in a row before barely managing to stabilize her figure, while Yi Yuan did not budge an inch. Seeing this scene, Big Brother Sun and the rest all had shocked faces. They all knew that Long Xiaochun was an abnormally strong girl. Her pair of fists could practically have a showdown with First Firmament Empyrean Abyss monsters. But this freakishly strong girl actually lost to Yi Yuan in one punch. Furthermore, looking at the appearance, Yi Yuan did not use full strength at all. Yi Yuan just broke through to Empyrean realm and did not even have time to consolidate his realm yet. And his strength was actually so strong already. How impressive! Indeed, well-deserving of being the perfect seventh transformation golden body. If you gave it your all, it's likely that your strength already doesn't lose to second firmament Empyreans. Long Xiaochun marveled. Yi Yuan said casually, If it's dealing with a second firmament Empyrean, it shouldn't be anything difficult. This was the powerful aspect of the perfect seventh transformation. Breaking through to rank 7, it would be an explosive increase in strength, coupled with a powerful cultivation method and martial technique. Jumping realms to battle in Empyrean realm would also be a cinch. Freak! Long Xiaochun could not help rolling her eyes. She was absolutely synonymous with genius in the Dragon Clan. But in front of Yi Yuan, she really could not find any sense of superiority at all. This guy was too freakies. Plus Yi Yuan sized Long Xiaochun up, a peculiar look on his face. Long Xiaochun was looked at by Yi Yuan until all her hair stood on end, and she said, W, what are you doing, looking at me like that? Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, I broke through to rank 7. My atavism dragon soul has already completely awakened. Long Xiaochun said doubtfully, So what? Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, It turns out that the immortal Grove World's dragon ancestor was actually your mother's big brother. The moment this came out, Long Xiaochun's expression also became odd. Suddenly, Long Xiaochun finally could not contain it anymore and burst out laughing. Hee hee. Come. Call me Grand Aunt. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Ha ha. Long Xiaochun laughed herself into fits, convulsing heavily, virtually almost not able to breathe. By the side, Long Sun and the rest were also holding in their laughter at the beginning. In the end, they finally could not hold it in and collectively burst into laughter. They never would have thought that there was actually still this layer of relations. I plus P between Yi Yuan and Long Xiaochun. Yi Yuan was speechless. He had treated Long Xiaochun as a little sister all along. But after he awakened the atavism dragon soul, some of the immortal Grove world's dragon ancestors' memories also appeared in his head. It turned out that the dragon ancestor and Rain Dragon Stronghold's dragon lord were actually brother and sister. This also explained why he felt very close when he saw Long Xiaochun. Several million years also, the dragon ancestor felt assured for being a genius and wanted to follow his progenitor's footsteps, and he barged into the dragon eye cave alone. Who could have thought that he fell into a hopeless situation inside the dragon eye cave that was plagued with dangers in the end? Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove accidentally stumbled into the dragon eye cave from a spatial rift and saved the dragon ancestor, Long Qin, as well as the 4 great divine beast progenitors. These few mighty divine beasts followed Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove in order to repay the life-saving grace. And the 4 great progenitors also propagated in the Immortal Grove world. Who could have thought that later, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove was killed? The 4 great progenitors' whereabouts also became unknown. But in the dragon ancestor's memories, he had a younger sister called Long Xie, who was precisely the current Rain Dragon Stronghold's dragon lord. This way, Yi Yuan was actually many times junior relative to Long Xiaochun. This label grandaunt was ought to be called out. But to make Yi Yuan call her this, it was too difficult. With this, the seniority was off. Yi Yuan, quickly call. Otherwise, grandaunt will be unhappy. Call, and there will be a reward. Long Xiaochun ridiculed. Yi Yuan could not help rolling his eyes. With this, he would never be able to lift his head in front of Long Xiaochun. Of course, making him call Long Xiaochun grandaunt, that was impossible. All right, stop messing around. It's getting late, we should go out. Yi Yuan said coolly. Sure enough, one sentence immediately attracted everyone's attention. Your Excellency, is this real? You can really bring us out? Long Sun said in pleasant surprise. The others also had looks of antic. 1P, Asian. This kind of place was simply akin to L to them. Yi Yuan secretly let out a sigh of relief and said coolly, Of course, my spatial law is already comprehended to the 6th firmament. What is looking for a mere spatial rift count for? Moreover, there are also coordinates of a spatial rift in my inheritance memory. Before breaking through to the chaos realm, it would really still be somewhat troublesome for Yi Yuan to look for a spatial rift. But during the explosive, Yi Yuan's consciousness entered a very profound and mysterious realm and knew this 3rd layer seal like the back of his hand. The spatial rift coordinates that he currently grasped were no less than 5. Long Xiaochun was also distracted by Yi Yuan and hurriedly said, Then still waiting for what? Hurry up and go. This in place. I don't wish to stay for a second longer. Yi Yuan nodded his head slightly and said, Follow me then. Chapter 2150. What a great fortuitous encounter. Chapter 2150. What a great fortuitous encounter. Above the void, several figures were akin to moths flying into the fire, pouncing over toward the powerful existence. Long Qi had an impatient look on his face, clearly very annoyed. The restriction of heavenly Dao oaths on martial Dao powerhouses was extremely great. Luer and the rest were currently unleashed. Plussing suicide attacks against him. It would naturally be fatal to him. At this time, if other people made a move to kill Luer and the others, it would be the same as him violating the oath, and he would likewise be erased by heavenly Dao. Being restricted by the heavenly Dao oath, he did not dare to actually deal a killing blow either, being annoyed badly by Luer and the rest. At this time, Lone Swan, Ning Tianping, Yang Fei'er, and Lone Swan were covered in blood all over, already having sustained extremely heavy injuries. A casual wave of Long Qi's hands was simply a destructive blow to them. However, this was precisely what they desired. Use the heavenly Tao oath to kill him. Hence, even if their injuries were extremely severe, they also dragged their weary bodies and unleashed suicide attacks. Humph! A bunch of ants. Do you really think that this emperor can't do anything to you? Long Qi grabbed with one hand. An unrivaled domain force directly imprisoned everyone. Even Lone Swan, this Empyrean, was unable to move a muscle too. The might of a heavenly emperor was displayed in its entirety. Ning Tianping's eyes turned bloodshot from anger, and he roared furiously. King Long Qi, if you have the capabilities, kill this father of yours. Otherwise, I will tear you to shreds one day. Long Qi had a disdainful look as he said, wildly arrogant and ignorant. The more you cultivate, the more you'll understand the disparity between true DS and Heavenly Emperor. It's impossible for you to be this Emperor's match your whole life. Long Qi, you despicable villain. There will come one day when I'll settle this score with you. Lu'er yelled at the top of her voice. The current Lu'er's eyes were full of hatred. She secretly swore to definitely cultivate properly after today, to avenge young master. Long Qi's brows furrowed slightly, his heart somewhat rippling. He thought nothing of the others, but Lu'er was a little special. With his vision, he could naturally perceive Lu'er's talent. Although the realm of Heavenly Emperor was extremely difficult, Lu'er had hopes of breaking through. If allowed to take its own course, this S might be a great enemy in the future. In it. That brat dug a pit for me. Really troublesome. I didn't expect that this emperor was clever for a lifetime, but I'm actually scammed by a dead person in the end. Only at this time did Long Qi come to realize the truth. When Yi Yuan forced him to swear a heavenly Tao oath, he actually secretly dug a pit. He could not kill Lu'er they all, but Lu'er could kill him. Right now, Lu'er they all were naturally ants in Long Qi's eyes. But 10,000 years later, 100,000 years later, a million years later, with Lu'er's talent, breaking through to be a heavenly emperor might also not be impossible. If there was really that day, it would be troublesome. Long Qi felt gloomy in his heart. Wisconsin plussing to dig Yi Yuan out of his grave and pummel brutally. Humph! Do you think that this emperor can't do anything to you like this? Right now, this emperor will seal your divine sea and imprison you forever in Rain Dragon's stronghold. I want to see how you guys still plan to take revenge. Long Qi said with a cold smile. Everyone's faces changed drastically, clearly not expecting that this guy was so vicious. Seeing the expressions of Lu'er and the others, Long Qi had a smug look as he said, Haha, weren't you all very KY just now? Lift your heads and take a look at this blue sky. This will be the last time that you'll be seeing it. Finished talking, Long Qi's finger lightly tapped. A powerful force tore through the air and was about to seal Lu'er's divine sea. Yet, right at this time, a change suddenly occurred. Layers of ripples emerged in the air. Lu'er's figure disappeared bizarrely. Long Qi's pupils constricted, and he said in a thunderous rage, Who is it? Get out for this emperor. The void rippled. A figure emerged. Who could it be if not Yi Yuan? Do you still want face or not, old dog? Yi Yuan narrowed his eyes and looked at Long Qi, full of killing intent. Your Excellency, Master. When Ning Tianping and the rest saw Yi Yuan, they could not help being pleasantly surprised. While on the other side, Long Qi's eyes were almost popping out. He had an expression like he had seen a ghost as he said in shock, Yi Yuan, you came out of the Dragon Eye Cave? This isn't possible. Yi Yuan narrowed his eyes and said with a cold smile, What's impossible about it? Am I not standing perfectly well in front of you? In Yi Yuan's embrace was the extremely weak Lu'er, but currently she had a happy look. Originally, hearing Long Qi's description of the Dragon Eye Cave, Luer already completely lost all hope. She already made the resolve to take revenge for Yi Yuan. But in a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan actually appeared in front of her alive and well. There was really nothing more blissful than this. Young master, it's really great that you're fine. Luer hugged Yi Yuan tightly as she said in surprise. Yi Yuan's face revealed a hint of a smile and said, "Silly girl, so desperate for what? Didn't young master promise you that I'll definitely return within 10 years? Luer nodded her head hard, a blissful look on her face. Long Chi had not recovered from his shock, yet when suddenly his pupils shrunk again. You broke through to the Empyrean realm? This is impossible. A short 10 years. You broke through to be an Empyrean in a place like the Dragon Eye Cave? The aura exuding from Yi Yuan's body clearly already Serpa. Said True G. Oh, D-Realm, reaching the level of Empyrean realm. In fact, the aura on Yi Yuan's body was even more than a magnitude stronger than ordinary First Firmament Empyreans. A short 10 years, going from 7th Firmament True G. Oh, D to First Firmament Empyrean, Long Chi doubted whether he saw wrongly or not. Furthermore, the current Yi Yuan actually gave him a feeling of absolute secrecy, as if it was a dense fog in front of him. Logically speaking, when a heavenly emperor looked at an Empyrean, that was seeing through at one glance. Why would this kind of a logical feeling appear? The commotion here already attracted quite a few people to surround and watch. Feeling the aura on Yi Yuan's body, the Dragon Clan's powerhouses burst into an uproar all at once. Wasn't it said that one can't cultivate in the Dragon Eye Cave, and that it's a hopeless land? How did he cultivate? This is too fake. Forget about the Dragon Eye Cave. Even on the Heavenspan Mountain, it's also impossible to break through to the Empyrean realm from 7th Firmament True G. Oh, D, in 10 years too. Just what kind of freak is this fellow? Not only did he break through to be an Empyrean, he even came out of the Dragon Eye Cave. The things that happened to Yi Yuan were seriously too illogical, making them incredibly shocked. At this time, the other Rain Dragon Stronghold Heavenly Emperors also arrived one after another. Seeing the Empyrean realm Yi Yuan, each and every one of them was shocked until their jaws. The ground. Wasn't the Dragon Eye Cave a hopeless land? Wasn't it without chances of returning? Wasn't one unable to cultivate? But what was with this scene before their eyes? Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "Speaking of which, really have to thank you for giving me a lucky chance. If not for you forcing me into the Dragon Eye Cave, it would really not be that easy for me to break through to be an Empyrean." Long Chi opened his mouth wide, wanted to say something, but could not speak at all. At this very moment, he wished to give himself 2 tight slaps. Although he did not know what Yi Yuan experienced inside the Dragon Eye Cave, the strength of his Empyrean realm was real. Giving good fortune, this sort of thing was simply a divine stroke by the Gods. He clearly wanted to doom Yi Yuan. In the end, after 10 years, Yi Yuan returned domineeringly, becoming an Empyrean. Such a blessed lad. Chapter 2151. 10,000 times, 10,000 times. Chapter 2151. 10,000 times, 10,000 times. Long Chi's complexion alternated between green and white, finally turning into Embara. Smint from anger that filled his chest. So what if you're an Empyrean? In front of this emperor, Empyreans are ants. If this emperor wants to suppress them, what can you do to me? Long Chi gave an angry roar. With his heavenly emperor pressure suddenly releasing, he was about to make a move against Yi Yuan. "Stop!" Dragon Lord cried out, directly making a move to stop Long Chi. Long Chi's face fell, and he said angrily, "What's the meaning of this, Dragon Lord? This boy can't be killed, but could it be that the others can't be suppressed either? As Rain Dragon Stronghold's protector elder, could it be that this emperor doesn't even have this bit of authority?" Dragon Lord's 2 eyes narrowed, and she said in a cold voice, "Long Chi, be more clear-minded. You open your eyes and take a look at his glabella." Long Chi was taken aback when he heard that, and looked over toward Yi Yuan once more. With this careful look, his pupils could not help constricting. Heavenly Dragon Mark. Long Qi cried out in surprise. He was being mocked by Yi Yuan earlier, and under his rage, he did not detect the mark at Yi Yuan's glabella. Upon looking at this time, he could not help breaking out in cold sweat. Yi Yuan was originally planning on flass. I. Plussing his ident. 1. Tai, and requesting Dragon Lord to take action. He did not expect that Long Qi was actually very apprehensive of the mark on his glabella. That's right, it's precisely the Heavenly Dragon Mark. Seeing the Heavenly Dragon Mark is akin to seeing the ancestor. If you keep on pestering endlessly, even I can't protect you too, Dragon Lord said in a solemn voice. Long Qi's face was like a chameleon's, changing again and again. This fellow made a trip into the Dragon Eye Cave. Not only did he break through to Empyrean Realm, he actually even obtained the Heavenly Dragon Mark. Long Qi could not help feeling depressed. What on earth had he done? Wasn't it said that the Dragon Eye Cave was a hopeless land? Why was it that this guy seemed to have been enlightened after going in, swapping a fowling piece for a big gun in 10 years? Long Qi's current mood was already unable to use words to describe. Finally, Long Qi gritted his teeth and gave a deep bow to Yi Yuan and said, Long Qi pays respect to son of the Heavenly Dragon. Yi Yuan was very surprised. He also did not expect that this mark was actually so useful. The other heavenly emperors, as well as Empyreans, bowed down one after another. We pay respects to the son of the Heavenly Dragon. Yi Yuan looked toward the Dragon Lord and asked, What does this Heavenly Dragon Mark represent? Dragon Lord said in surprise, You don't know? Yi Yuan shook his head. Dragon Lord was speechless and explained, The Heavenly Dragon Mark is the dragon race's supreme existence, a recognition given to a junior, representing that he has hopes of becoming a transcendent heavenly emperor. This is also a symbol of ident. 1. Tai in the Dragon Clan, being called the son of the Heavenly Dragon. The position of son of the Heavenly Dragon is equivalent to a Heaven Stronghold's Dragon Lord. Even if a heavenly emperor sees, they would have to pay respects too. Yi Yuan was also struck dumb when he heard. This tiny mark actually represented such a lofty status. But very soon, a hint of a smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth, and he said, Then do I have the authority to impose sanctions on him? While talking, Yi Yuan pointed at Long Qi with his finger. Long Qi's expression turned stiff, his face becoming extremely ugly. A hint of delight also flashed across Dragon Lord's eyes, and she said with a nod, That's of course. Long Qi, why haven't you made apologies and asked for punishment from the son of the Heavenly Dragon? Long Qi was exasperated in his heart. At this very moment, he finally experienced what was called shooting oneself in the foot. He cracked himself up to be clever, forcing Yi Yuan into the Dragon Eye Cave. In the end, Yi Yuan came out, becoming the son of the Heavenly Dragon. Son of the Heavenly Dragon. The status was equivalent to a Heaven Stronghold's Dragon Lord. How was the status. Offending the son of the Heavenly Dragon was equivalent to offending the Heaven Stronghold's Dragon Lord. Even if he was a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse, he could not bear this charge either. Long Qi. Long Qi unintentionally offended the son of the Heavenly Dragon. Long Qi hopes that the son of the Heavenly Dragon can forgive. Having no choice, Long Qi could only lower his head. He discovered with his peripherals that a hint of a strange smile was currently flass. Plussing across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth, and his heart could not help thumping. What did this boy want to do? Humph. Whatever you want to do, Long Qi, am an exalted heavenly emperor. What can you do to me? Making apologies to you is already making the greatest concession. Forgiveness, that's impossible. Since you offended me, you naturally have to be punished. Yi Yuan said coolly. Long Qi pulled a long face and said, Yi Yuan, don't reach for a yard after taking an inch. Yi Yuan narrowed his eyes and said with a cold smile, Reaching for a yard after taking an inch? You should rejoice that I'm only Empyrean Realm. If I'm Heavenly Emperor Realm right now, just based on you making a move against Lu'er just now, I'd have Long smacked you to death with one slap. You should be very clear why Long Hao was smacked to death by me. Not mentioning Long Hao was still fine. Upon mentioning Long Hao, Long Qi gnashed his teeth in hatred even more. This guy killed Long Hao. Now, he even had to lower his head to him. It was truly unprecedented humiliation. Dragon Lord Long Xia said coolly, Long Qi, you're very clear about the crime of offending the son of the heavenly dragon. In Rain Dragon's stronghold, things are still okay. If it's reported up, the matter probably won't be so easy to clean up. Furthermore, don't you forget, he's second sage. Son of the heavenly dragon plus second sage. Huh. Long Xia did not carry on saying, Long Qi should understand her meaning. Second sage was indeed nothing in the dragon clan. But second sage plus son of the heavenly dragon, that was totally different. The priest temple was Tan of a demon race to begin with. Their strength was not much weaker than the dragon clan. These two T's added together, it was equivalent to two great mountains. Even if Long Qi was a heavenly emperor, his outcome would be very miserable too. Long Qi sucked in a deep breath and gritted his teeth and said, Yi Yuan, don't go too overboard. Forcing a heavenly emperor into a life-and-death struggle. You know the consequences. Now that it came to this, Long Qi had no choice but to lower his head too, accepting Yi Yuan's punishment, even though he was 1,000 times unwilling. But if this matter were to blow all the way up to the top, the consequences would still be too much for him to bear. Yi Yuan chuckled and said coolly, Relax, I've always repay evil with good. I won't make things difficult for you. Seeing Yi Yuan's grinning appearance, a bad premonition flashed across in everyone's hearts. While Long Xiyu had a curious look, she also really wanted to see what Yi Yuan was going to do. You go to the top of the stone tower and yell 10,000 times, Long Qi is a pig, this phrase. Men need to shout louder. Let the entire stronghold hear, Yi Yuan said with a beam. The moment these words came out, everyone's faces revealed strange looks. Making a heavenly emperor do this sort of thing, to think that this guy could think of it. Dragon Lord nearly failed to hold it in and spurted out, hurriedly covering her mouth and laughing. Long Qi's face changed, and he roared angrily, Brat you're bullying people too far. Yi Yuan's gaze turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, Bullying people too far? Ho. This matter was caused by Long Hao. Who's right and who's wrong? Don't you have any idea in your heart? When you coerced me to enter the Dragon Eye Cave with lure their lives, why didn't you say bullying people too far? When you made a move to deal with lure, why didn't you say bullying people too far? Now, just making you yell a bit, you're saying that I'm bullying people too far? Not doing? Also can I, a mere Empyrean, have no qualifications to make a heavenly emperor do anything. But there will always be someone who will make you do a little something. Finished talking, Yi Yuan snorted coldly, flicked his sleeves, and left. Hold on. Long Qi's face changed, stopping Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan stopped his figure and said coolly, 10,000 times, not a single time less. Long Qi nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. He had not spoken yet, and this boy already blocked off his words. Chapter 2152. Long Qi is a pig. Chapter 2152. Long Qi is a pig. 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 Over and over again, a loud and clear voice reverberated throughout Rain Dragon's stronghold. Everyone could hear it clearly. Long Qi was very domineering in the Rain Dragon stronghold, virtually rendering Long Xia to a mere figurehead. No one dared to challenge his prestige at all. Long Hao was also so arrogant under his wing. But today, Protector Elder Long Qi actually did such a thing. It was truly embarrassing. The dragons in the stronghold all revealed strange looks, but they also did not dare to show it too much, holding it in badly. How keen was the perception of heavenly emperor powerhouses? They were all afraid of Elder Long Qi settling the scores afterward. This scene is really unimaginably beautiful. I never imagined in this lifetime that someone could actually make Elder Long Qi do this kind of thing. But today it actually happened. This Yi Yuan is really incredible. Entering the Dragon Eye Cave. Not only did he come out alive, he broke through to the Empyrean realm and even obtained the Heavenly Dragon mark, becoming a son of the Heavenly Dragon. In the Rain Dragon stronghold, Elder Long Qi virtually covers the sky with one hand. Yi Yuan doing so sweeps his face clear. Elder Long Qi definitely won't let him off. Forget it. With the ident. 1. Tai of Son of the Heavenly Dragon, Yi Yuan is equivalent to having obtained a death exemption golden token. What can Elder Long Qi do to him? The group of dragons discussed softly. Clearly, the impact that this scene brought to them was too intense. A supreme Heavenly Emperor powerhouse actually said that he was a pig in front of everyone and even had to say it 10,000 times. A dragon being a pig. This scene was truly incomparably bizarre. At the top of the stone tower, Long Qi's gaze never left Yi Yuan. If looks could kill, Yi Yuan would have long died 10,000 times. It was just a shame that Long Qi was also clear in his heart that he really could not do anything to Yi Yuan. Long Xie was very delighted in her heart. These few years, she had been suppressed by Long Qi all along. Yi Yuan's way of doing things today really got a brutal payback on her behalf. Long Xie arrived in front of Yi Yuan and asked with a look of antic. 1. P. Asian, Yi Yuan, that. You came out of the Dragon Eye Cave. Did you? Yi Yuan nodded and said, Long Xiaoqun came out together with me. They are at the back and will arrive very quickly. Just as he was talking, several dozen figures appeared on the horizon. The one in the lead was lovely and adorable, a pair of horns growing on top of her head. It was precisely Long Xiaoqun. Mother! Long Xiaoqun yelled. Long Xie had a look of agitation on her face. But very soon, her expression turned cold, and she said in a solemn voice, You still know to come back? After going back, face the wall for 100 years. Not breaking through to second firmament Empyrean, you're not allowed to come out. Long Xiaoqun stuck her tongue out and said wittily, Mother, don't get angry first. Isn't that Long Qi? Long Qi is a pig. Ha ha. Did this old fellow's age get to his head? To actually scold himself? Long Xiaoqun was just thinking of saying something when she was drawn by Long Qi's voice. Long Qi's voice was seriously too loud. Even if Long Xiaoqun did not want to hear, she also could not. She did not react at first. But upon thinking carefully, wasn't it Long Qi himself? Why was this guy scolding himself? Long Qi clearly heard Long Xiaoqun's unbridled laughter, his face black until it was practically turning purple. The others had strange expressions and were even discussing softly. But no one dared to laugh in a flagrant manner. But Long Xiaoqun did not have the slightest scruple at all. She laughed very happily. Very happily. While angry was angry, Long Qi was also very surprised in his heart. Why did Long Xiaoqun come out too? When did the Dragon Eye Cave become so easy to come out? Ha ha! Is this old man an idiot or not? To actually scold himself? By the side, Long Sun laughed loudly and said, Seeing this old man, Big Brother Tian, I immediately have the confidence. Even this kind of idiot can cultivate to be a heavenly emperor. Big Brother Tian, I can definitely cultivate to that level. Long Zhaotian nodded his head solemnly, saying it very seriously. Ha! Big Brother Sun, I am stronger than you. I can naturally cultivate to Heavenly Emperor realm even more. Long Sun said in disdain. Look at yourself. You're not much better than this old man. Even if you can cultivate to Heavenly Emperor realm, you'd also just be a notch stronger than him, Long Zhaotian said. Uft. Even if Yi Yuan was composed, he was also tickled by these two guys. But when Yi Yuan saw Long Qi's expression, he immediately felt very satisfied in his heart. These two living treasures were finally of some use. These two people chimed in one after another. Long Qi's face already turned red from black, his face growing by virtually a fold, almost exploding. Bang! A powerful to the extreme pressure descended upon the entire Rain Dragon stronghold. Where did the fools come from? To dareballs. I plus T in front of this emperor? This emperor will kill you all with a palm. Long Qi had a look of thunderous rage. Once a heavenly emperor raged, the air seemed to have solidified. Goodness! Yi Yuan, save us! The two people cried out strangely and hid behind Yi Yuan. In the two of their hearts, Yi Yuan had long already become a D-like existence. The mysterious power that Yi Yuan displayed in the Dragon Eye Cave had long brought the two of them into submission. Even though Long Qi was a heavenly emperor, he was still much lousier in their hearts. That was why the two dared to be so unbridled. Yi Yuan's two eyes narrowed, and he said in a solemn voice, "Long Qi, what do you want to do?" Long Qi's imposing momentum stopped, a palm raised to midair, and did not dare to land anymore. When Long Sun saw that Long Qi indeed did not make a move, he immediately plucked up his courage. Poking his head out from behind Yi Yuan, he called out, "You scold yourself and actually dare to say that others are fools. Where did your courage come from? You listen to this little lord's name. I'm Little Sun under Lord Yi Yuan's command." Long Zhaodian also stretched his head out and called out in a clear voice, "Little Tian under Lord Yi Yuan's command." Dumb old man, remember it. This little lord will definitely Serpa. You in the future. Long Qi was furious. Even if he was a heavenly emperor powerhouse, he also felt that his two lungs were almost exploding at this time. Long Qi, it's just been 200 times. There's still 8,800 times. What are you planning to say until? Yi Yuan said coolly. Long Qi gritted his teeth and said, "Consider yourself ruthless. Long Qi is a pig. Long Qi is a pig. Long Qi is a pig." Lord Heavenly Emperor could only continue. Long Xiaochun had a look of surprise as she said, "What's going on here?" Long Xie pulled a long face and said, "Yud am in la s, having learned neither knowledge nor skill, to not even know about the son of the heavenly dragon." Long Xiaochun pointed at Yi Yuan in surprise and said, "You're talking about him?" Long Xie's face turned cold, and she said in a solemn voice, "Insolence. You, la s, are becoming more and more unbridled, to actually dare be impolite toward the son of the heavenly dragon." Long Xiaochun burst out laughing and said, "Mother, you don't need to be so respectful toward him. In terms of seniority, he still has to call you grand-aunt." Long Xia's expression changed drastically, and she said angrily, "DM, and girl, do you want to anger Mother to death?" As she said, she was just about to make a move to take care of Long Xiaochun, but was stopped by Yi Yuan. "Dragon Lord, wait. What Xiaochun said is right," Yi Yuan said with a look of embarrassment. Long Xie was taken aback, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, "Does Dragon Lord have an elder brother called Long Qin?" Long Xie's entire body trembled, and she said in disbelief, "Your big brother's descendant?" Chapter 2153, Battle of Dragon Sons. Chapter 2153, Battle of Dragon Sons. Yo, Long Qi, what a shocking scene. Got nothing to do. To actually call yourself a pig? Long Qi was just yelling, "Long Qi is a pig," when a middle-aged man suddenly appeared at the top of the stone tower, having a look of amuse. E-N-T on his face. Long Qi's brows furrowed, and he said, "Brother Ao Su, what are you here for?" Ao Su chuckled and said, "You don't have to care about what I'm here for first. You're doing something unique here. This emperor could even hear your howls from 100 miles away. Heh. Our dragon race bloodline is incomparably in. Oh, Blee. So even if you abandon yourself to despair, don't put yourself in the same category as a pig, this kind of low-grade life form." Long Qi had a black face, the hatred toward Yi Yuan in his heart increasing even more. This Ao Su was Heavenly Stronghold, Purple Dragon Stronghold's Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. Having this scene seen by him, wouldn't this unsavory scandal spread to all the Heaven Strongholds? Could it be that his face was going to utterly lose in the E-Suppression pseudo-world? Fortunately, this Ao Su's relations, H-I plus P with him was pretty good. Long Qi let out a sigh and said, "Sigh. Don't mention it anymore, brother Ao Su. Right now, I have a stifled breath blocked up in my chest, almost exploding. She knew that Long Chi covered the sky with one hand in Rain Dragon Stronghold, virtually rendering Dragon Lord Long Xia to a figurehead. This scene right now should not happen. Oh, could someone still anger you until like this in this Rain Dragon Stronghold? Su said curiously. Long Chi had a bitter look as he said, there wasn't in the past, but now sigh. He roughly recounted the events. Of course, he selectively forgot about Long Hao's overbearing action. When Su heard, he could not help having a shocked face too. You're saying that he only used 10 years' time and broke through to Empyrean in the Dragon Eye Cave, obtained the Heavenly Dragon Mark, and even found the way back? Su counter-asked. Long Chi nodded and said, precisely so. Pooh, precisely so my ass. Long Chi, old punk, this emperor takes you to be a friend. Are you playing this emperor like a monkey? Su directly spat in Long Chi's face. He completely did not believe Long Chi's words. But right at this time, Su gave a slight cry of surprise. A white secret order jumped out of the void and landed in Su's hands. Su reached his hand out and grabbed the secret order in his hand. Sinking his divine sense inside and looking, his expression could not help changing wildly. Long Chi, what did you say that Pu, the son of the heavenly dragon, was called? Su asked in a solemn voice. He's called Yi Yuan. Long Chi gritted his teeth and said, getting a confirmed answer. Shock was written all over Su's face as he said, then, what you said earlier was all true. Long Chi was speechless as he said, it's naturally true. Su opened his mouth wide, disbelief all over his face. The things that Long Chi said, each one was unthinkable, let alone that it even happened to one person at the same time. This matter was too inconceivable. Long Chi observed his speech and countenance and said, Brother Su coming to Rain Dragon Stronghold. Could it be? Su nodded and said, that's right, the Battle of Dragon Sons is about to begin. I came to invite Long Xiaochun to take part. However, a secret order came from the stronghold just now, saying that an additional name appeared on the Dragon Mark monument, called Yi Yuan, originating from precisely your Rain Dragon Stronghold. I really didn't expect that a measly little Rain Dragon Stronghold actually produced 2 children of the Heavenly Dragon this time. Yi Yuan, seeing this great grand, shouldn't you kowtow? Long Xiaochun teased Yi Yuan again. Yi Yuan was speechless. Long Xiaochun could play with his stick for 10 years. However, Long Xia said in a solemn voice, Xiaochun, you mustn't be rude. Disregarding that Yi Yuan obtained the Heavenly Dragon Mark, just talking about how he's of the atavism dragon soul. It's equivalent to Big Brother's successor, separated by generations. In terms of seniority, he's of the same generation as you. You're younger than him and should call him as your big brother. Long Xia looked toward Yi Yuan with an affectionate look. She and Long Qin had a close relations. I+P. The love for the house extends to even the crows perching on the roof, so she naturally viewed Yi Yuan in a different light. Long Xiaochun pursed her mouth and said unhappily, What? I finally managed to get some leverage over him, but you ruined it with one sentence. Yi Yuan also found it funny listening at one side. It turned out that the Dragon Clan could still have this way of saying things. Long Xia shot Long Xiaochun a fierce glare and said, You lie you don't cultivate well every day. You only know how to cause disturbances. The Battle of Dragon Sons is about to begin right away. Starting from today, you cultivate well for me. Strive to break through to second firmament Empyrean as soon as possible. If you lose in the Battle of Dragon Sons, see if I don't teach you a lesson. The moment Long Xiaochun heard the word cultivate, she could not help getting a headache. Mother, don't force me anymore. You look, I already cultivate very diligently, cultivating to the Empyrean realm so quickly, Long Xiaochun said in a spoiled manner. But Long Xia was not the slightest bit moved and pulled a long face as she said, Don't give me that. Doesn't Mother still not know your character? If you still dare to be negligent, just remember that I will directly confine you. Long Xiaochun had a bitter face. Suddenly, she had a spark of inspiration. Pulling Yi Yuan, she had an appearance of giving people a feeling of unable to help to show tender care when one saw her as she said, "Big brother Yi Yuan." Long Xie was just about to get angry, but saw Yi Yuan smile. He said, "Aunt, you don't need to force Xiaochun like this too. With her talent, isn't breaking through to second firmament Empyrean still easily accomplished?" Long Xiaochun nodded her head like a chicken pecking for rice at the side, agreeing strongly to this. Yi Yuan's words were also not uttered against his conscience. Long Xiaochun's talent was indeed what he rarely saw in this lifetime. Even that Lin Chanqing who cracked himself up to be a genius was also a piece of trash in front of Long Xiaochun. This was still Long Xiaochun being very playful. That was why her cultivation speed was so slow. If she cultivated diligently, her current strength would already be G. Oh, Dean knows how horrifying. Long Xie shook her head and said, "You don't know this, but the Battle of Dragon Sons is related to the Rain Dragon stronghold's rise and fall. Now that the Battle of Dragon Sons is hanging above our heads, with her indolent personality, she'll definitely suffer a big loss going to the Battle of Dragon Sons. Those able to obtain the Heavenly Dragon Mark and become children of the Heavenly Dragon, every one of their strength is extremely powerful and not much weaker than her." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Relax, Aunt. Leave Xiaochun's breakthrough to me." Long Xie was taken aback and said with pleasant surprise, "I nearly forgot. You're the second sage that Sacred Ancestor High Priest personally conferred. Then, I won't be courteous." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "We are one family. There is no need to be too distant." Long Xie beamed and said, "I really didn't expect that Big Brother would actually have an outstanding descendant like you. Given time, you'll definitely Serpa. S your predecessor." Long Xiaochun giggled and said, "Great. Eating a medicinal pill, and I'll be able to break through. It really saves too much trouble." In front of Ao Su, Long Qi said with a doleful look, "Brother Ao Su, you have to uphold justice for this younger brother. Disregarding that boy killed my Hauer, he even used this sort of method to humiliate me. I really can't endure this grievance." Ao Su revealed a difficult look, shook his head, and said with a sigh, "Younger brother Long Qi, elder brother knows the bitterness in your heart. But you're aware of the status of the son of the Heavenly Dragon. Just based on my status, it's hard to touch him at all." Long Qi secretly cursed the old fox, gritted his teeth, and said, "As long as brother Ao Su is willing to help younger brother take revenge, younger brother is willing to offer the heaven-shaking hammer with both hands." Ao Su could not help smiling when he heard this. He then said, "Younger brother Long Qi, rest assured. What's our relations? I plus P? Your matters are my matters. This matter, I'll definitely help you settle it." Chapter 2154, Branch. Chapter 2154, Branch. After the pill was formed, Long Xiaochun broke through the next day. Following that, Yi Yuan and Long Xiaochun followed Ao Su and left the Rain Dragon stronghold. Yi Yuan did not wish to take part in whatever Battle of Dragon Sons. More than 100 years had already passed, said since he made this trip to save Lu'er. He was somewhat worried about Heavenly Eagle in his heart and planned on preparing to leave after staying for a few days. But he could not withstand Long Xiaochun's hard and soft tactics as well as Long Xie's earnest hopes. So he set off with a half-reluctant attitude. "Hoo-hoo, Dragon Son Yi is truly a peerless talent to actually cultivate to the realm of Empyrean at this age. You'll surely be able to enter the Heavenly Dragon Mountain in the future," Ao Su said with a laugh. He was very humble and polite along the way and did not have any airs of a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. However, he had long already had killing intent aroused toward Yi Yuan. From Long Qi's mouth, Ao Su already knew how monstrous Yi Yuan was. If such a monster grew up, he would pose a tremendous threat to Dragon Son Aou. This threat absolutely could not stay. Aou was precisely Purple Dragon Stronghold's son of the Heavenly Dragon, and he was also Ao Su's nephew. Hence, even if Long Qi did not pay the price, he would kill Yi Yuan too, disposing of his hidden danger while it was in a budding state. Senior is too kind. This he was merely a little lucky, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Long Xiaochun rolled her eyes and said, "You're really hypocritical, clearly very impressive yourself, yet feigning an unimpressive appearance. Your dragon beard purples. H.I. plus an E-pill is really too incredible. The 7-star priests in the stronghold are simply laymen when compared to you." Ao Su was alarmed in his heart. This kid even knew how to refine pills. Furthermore, he was very formidable. No wonder Long Xiaochun broke through so quickly. It turned out that it was actually due to the medicinal pill. Ao Su knew that Long Xiaochun was very lazy in cultivation, and it was completely impossible to be Ao Yu's match, so he paid no attention to it. He did not expect that when he came this time, Long Xiaochun actually broke through overnight, making his jaw drop. This way, Long Xiaochun also became a formidable enemy of Ao Yu. Yi Yuan could not help being speechless when he heard it. He was being modest. How did it become hypocritical when it reached Long Xiaochun's mouth? He could not have people praise him, and he put on a straight face and say that he was very impressive, right? How to let people follow up with this? Except, he did not know that these words strengthened Ao Su's killing intent even more. The three people moved extremely fast. Half a month later, they arrived at an area of high mountains and lofty peaks. The two of you, this place is a forked road. This emperor still has to make a trip to South Hope Stronghold and receive the son of the heavenly dragon, Long Zheng, to the purple dragon stronghold. You guys travel too slowly. I'll have to trouble you two to wait here for a few days. The latest by half a month. This emperor will definitely catch up. Ao Su clasped his hands and said. Long Xiaochun's thoughts were pure and did not suspect anything. Waving her hand, she said, Go on, we'll wait for you." Ao Su smiled slightly, figure moving, and disappeared. After Ao Su left, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, but became alert. "Hey, are you mistaken? You even made it through the Dragon Eye Cave, but this wilderness is scaring you?" Long Xiaochun snickered. Yi Yuan frowned and said in a solemn voice, "Better an open enemy than a false friend. An open foe may prove a curse, but a pretend friend is even worse. The spatial structure here is very unstable. Once one hides in a spatial rift, it will be like a fish entering the sea. We will be unable to find those spatial rifts at all. Of course, this place is also the ideal place for an ambush." Plus, Long Xiaochun laughed and said, "My big brother Yi Yuan, are you being overly cautious? This place is E-suppression pseudo-world. Who dares to ambush us in my inn? Oh, Bleed Dragon Clan's territory." Clearly, Long Xiaochun did not take Yi Yuan's cautiousness to heart at all. But Yi Yuan had journeyed north and south, and had gone to no idea how many places before and experienced how many Ma's sakers before. He naturally would not be as pure as Long Xiaochun. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "This place isn't advisable to stay for too long. We'd better hurry up and leave." Long Xiaochun said, "Heavenly Emperor Ao Su asked us to wait here for him. If we were to go, how would he find us?" Yi Yuan narrowed his eyes and said with a cold smile, "I'm afraid that he doesn't have good intentions too." Originally, Yi Yuan did not have any suspicions towards Ao Su either. But Ao Su's words just now had too many suspicious points. Travel slow? Forked road? Would bringing two Empyreans on the journey really delay a lot of time? Furthermore, this forked road was a little too coincidental, right? Instinct told him that this place was not safe. The more he thought, the more Yi Yuan felt that this was a scheme, a plot specifically to kill the two of them. Long Xiaochun felt that Yi Yuan was rather abnormal and said unhappily, "Yi Yuan, you're too sensitive. Heavenly Emperor Ao Su doesn't put on any airs at all. Along the way, he also took extra care of us. How can he possibly harm us?" Yi Yuan could not help being speechless. This Lias was too pure and did not know the viciousness of a human heart at all. He did not believe that this E-suppression pseudo-world was a pure land without strife. Although Yi Yuan did not know why Ao Su would make a move against him, this place being very dangerous was certainly without a doubt. Yi Yuan frowned and said, "You're not going?" "I'm not going. Want to go, you go." Long Xiaochun said stubbornly. Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, "Forget it. I want to see just what tricks Ao Su can play." He did not believe that Ao Su dared to act against the two of them in a flagrant manner. After all, Ao Su was a receiving envoy. If the two of them died in Ao Su's hands, he would have to be buried in death himself too. Long Xiaochun had a disdainful look as she said, "Yi Yuan, I've misjudged you. You're projecting your own shortcomings onto others. Not everyone is as black-hearted as you." Yi Yuan smiled and paid no heed to it. Landing among the mountains, he found a place to rest. The way each person saw the world was different. Long Xiaochun's thoughts were simple and naturally felt that this world was very simple. Didn't Yi Yuan like this little sister because of this too? Loyal to friends, simple thoughts. Having dealings with such a person took no effort at all. Yi Yuan did not haggle over it. Rather, Long Xiaochun was unrelenting and chased after Yi Yuan angrily, and said, "Humph! I really couldn't tell that you were such a person. Heavenly Emperor Ao Su has no grudge nor enmity with us. He is also very kind. So what reason does he have to harm us? Got to admit." Ao Su pretended very well along the way. Even Yi Yuan was deceived, let alone talk about Long Xiaochun. Ao Su's ripe old age was not lived in vain in the end. Even Yi Yuan also did not detect the killing intent in his heart. Along the way, Ao Su was not overly close to the two, but he also did not put on the airs of a heavenly emperor, answering every question, helping with every problem. Everything was expressed to normally. He looked just like a kind and gentle grandpa. If not for the reason just now being somewhat shoddy, coupled with that he was extremely sensitive to C, he probably would not discover the danger yet. Talk. Say something. Being speechless, do you think that what I said makes sense? Humph. Half a month later, when Heavenly Emperor Ao Su comes, see what face you still have to meet him. Long Xiaochun said angrily. However, what Long Xiaochun did not expect was that Heavenly Emperor Ao Su did not come. Instead, a bunch of ferocious and sinister bandits came. Chapter 2155, Battling 100 Empyreans. Chapter 2155, Battling 100 Empyreans. Coming. Yi Yuan currently had his eyes shut to rest, ignoring the chirping of the Long Xiaochun by the side. Suddenly, a ripple in AC was keenly detected by him. Long Xiaochun was taken aback at first. Following that, she grumbled, "Hey, you're still using this kind of low-level method to bluff me. Do you think that I believe?" But Yi Yuan ignored her and slowly got up. His gaze seemed to have seen through the dense woods, a solemn look on his face. In the distance, some powerful auras were currently coming over here. There was a series of rustling noises in the dense woods. Several dozen figures revealed their figures. The person in the front had thick, bushy brows, a pair of eyes as sharp as an eagle's. The scar at the corner of his eye drew all the way to the chin, extremely terrifying. The scarred man said in a cold voice, "Everyone, guard your positions well. This boy is proficient in spatial law. Don't let him run." "Yes, Lord Long Xiao," everyone answered. When this group of people appeared in front of Long Xiaochun, she was utterly stunned. Each and every one of these people's auras was very powerful. They were actually all Empyrean powerhouses. The scarred man in the front even reached middle stage Empyrean. Yi Yuan was long mentally prepared and was very calm as he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Did Ao Su send you guys here?" Long Xiao laughed loudly and said, "Kid, want to bait me? However, it doesn't matter, because you're dead for sure today." "That's right. It was indeed Lord Su who sent us here. Looking at your appearance, you actually don't feel surprised?" In Long Zhao's eyes, Yi Yuan was already a turtle in one's jaws. He would be dead for sure. Although spatial law was formidable, as long as there were sufficient precautions, the opponent could not run at all. They were merely 1,000 feet away from Yi Yuan right now. At this distance, Yi Yuan did not have the chance to execute spatial law to escape at all. But regarding Yi Yuan's reaction, Long Xiao was very surprised. Since Yi Yuan was waiting here obediently, he shouldn't have known that this was arranged by Lord Su. But why was he so composed, like he knew long ago? This could not be explained. If he knew that it was Long Xiaochun's assist, he would probably be beside himself with joy long ago. Hearing Long Xiao's words, Long Xiaochun was completely dumbfounded. Long Xiaochun did not believe this as she said, "Impossible. How is this possible? Lord Ao Su is so nice. It must be you guys framing him." Yi Yuan could not help being speechless and said, "That old man has probably lived for no less than 10 million years. Wouldn't pretending to be a kind grandpa be easily accomplished?" Long Xiaochun could not quite accept this truth. When she looked at Yi Yuan, her heart felt like it was being pricked. Lowering her eyes, she felt very guilty inside. "Sorry, I was wrong. You run away. Don't worry about me." Long Xiaochun was simple, but she was not dumb. She knew that she really misunderstood Yi Yuan. Ao Su was completely and utterly a big liar. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "What a joke. You're my little sister. How can I possibly leave you and escape by myself?" Long Xiao laughed loudly and said, "Escape? Kid, you seem to not have realized your situation yet. In front of this Empyrean, you still want to run?" Long Xiaochun suddenly recalled something. Looking at the scarred man, she cried out in shock, "Eagle Eyes scar you? You're Long Xiao." Long Xiao laughed loudly and said, "Looks like this Empyrean's name is still somewhat resounding." Long Xiaochun said anxiously, "Yi Yuan, quickly run. This guy's famous for killing people without batting an eyelid. Furthermore, he's extremely strong, being unrivaled in the same rank. He committed numerous crimes in Purple Dragon Stronghold and suffered the pursuit of several dozen Black Strongholds. Later, it alarmed an Earth Stronghold. Legends say that when he was still Third Firmament Empyrean, he had once encountered the pursuit of 5 great Third Firmament Empyreans before. In the end, those 5 great Empyreans were all killed by him. If Long Xiao was just Second or Third Firmament Empyrean, Long Xiaochun would not be so nervous. She knew Yi Yuan's combat power. Even if he could not win, there was still hope of running away. But this Long Xiao was a 4th Firmament Empyrean mighty expert. Furthermore, his combat strength was extremely strong. Her assurance in Yi Yuan was not that big anymore. Long Xiaochun liked to pester Long Ji, making him talk about some of the interesting things of the East Suppression pseudo-world and the outside world. Long Zhao's fame in the boundary of Purple Dragon Stronghold was very great. Long Ji had mentioned it once before, so that was how she knew. Haha, since you know this Empyrean's battle achievements, then you should know that you're dead for sure today, right? In order to deal with you, this father of yours has brought out all the elite troops. Long Xiao said with a cold laugh. Among the dozen over Empyreans present, just the Third Firmament Empyreans were as many as 3. There were also 7 to 8 Second Firmament Empyreans. First Firmament Empyreans likewise had 7 to 8 people. Coupled with Long Xiao, this 4th Firmament Empyrean superpowerhouse, this was practically a certain kill trap. Yi Yuan's expression also had a rare show of seriousness. His current strength facing off against a First Firmament Empyrean was virtually insta-skill. Facing a Second Firmament Empyrean, he could also fight and win. But facing off with a Third Firmament Empyrean would be somewhat taxing. After all, each minor realm of Empyrean realm, the span was tremendous, difficult to go beyond. Yi Yuan broke through to Chaos Realm, fused essence, energy, and spirit 3 paths, coupled with outstanding combat strength. That was how he could jump realms in battle. But dealing with so many Empyreans at the same time, furthermore, it was even all Empyreans whose realms were higher than him, it would naturally not be that easy for him anymore. As for the Chaos Essence One Breath Sword, that was his final trump card. Whether this move could kill the 4th Firmament Empyrean Long Xiao or not was really hard to say. If the one strike failed, the consequences would be dangerous. This kind of move, even he could not randomly execute it. It looks like Ao Su really put in the blood capital in order to deal with me. However, do you all think that killing me is that easy? Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. Long Xiao smiled and said, of course this Empyrean knows that you're not easy to kill. Otherwise, could you, a first firmament Empyrean, require this Empyrean's grand presence? Since this Empyrean came, I've naturally readied everything. Brothers, kill for me. Under the word of command, roughly 17 to 18 Empyrean powerhouses attacked together. This commotion was truly earth-shaking. Empyrean powerhouses, those were all major powers that could move mountains and empty seas. With 17 to 18 Empyreans, what kind of lineup was that? Especially the 3/3 firmament Empyreans. 3-blade images directly cut through the void, arriving in front of Yi Yuan instantly. Be careful, Yi Yuan shouted coldly, directly pulling Long Xiaochun and escaping into the void, dodging those blade images. Incredibly dangerous. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised in his heart. These 3 great Empyreans' combat strengths far exceeded his imagination. Their laws were not considered too outstanding. But these 3 people, one look, and it was clear that they were veterans of 100 battles. Their application of laws already reached the acme of perfection. Coupled with the pressure from their cultivation realms, as well as the 3 people's tacit cooperation, it was troublesome to the extreme. It seemed like these guys had long already mastered their abilities under the pursuit of the Dragon Clan. Not just them, the other Empyrean powerhouses were all not amateurs too. Yi Yuan reckoned that if those so-called geniuses matched up against these people, they probably would not even know how they died. Yi Yuan was startled, but he did not know that Long Xiao, who was watching the fight from the sidelines, was more shocked than he was. He understood the strength of these brothers too well. Putting a 3rd firmament Empyrean here, in less than 3 exchanges, they would definitely die grievously. But Yi Yuan's application of spatial law was too terrifying. More than 10 rounds had Pius said they actually did not even touch the corners of his clothes. Let alone that Yi Yuan was even bringing along Long Xiaochun, who was being a burden. Chapter 2156, Breaking Out of the Encirclement. Chapter 2156, Breaking Out of the Encirclement. Yi Yuan, let go of me. If you bring me along, it's impossible for you to escape. Long Xiaochun said anxiously. She also saw through that these Empyreans that Long Xiao brought, each one was incomparably powerful, with their combat strength far surpassing those in the same rank. Furthermore, their cooperation was extremely ingenious. They had clearly gone through countless trials before there was such tacit understanding. Enough C. R. A. P. I'll get distracted like this. Relax your mind and just follow me, Yi Yuan said calmly. Long Xiaochun was startled in her heart and could only follow along as Yi Yuan ordered. One of the 3rd firmament Empyreans suddenly shouted, Big brother, come up with some ideas. Long Xiao said in a clear voice, Don't panic. Let him hide. No matter how ingenious his movement technique is, there will definitely be times when he's careless. Competing in willpower, we have never lost to anyone before. All right. When the group of Empyreans heard Long Zhao's words, the strength in their hands became steadier. These Empyreans were not in a hurry at all, like cats catching mice. The intention was to slowly wear out Yi Yuan to death. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised in his heart. Long Zhao's one sentence made these guys' combat power rise several levels. This was not the increase in strength, but the stabilization of mental state. In a fight, the more stable the mentality, the more one could tend to perform exceptionally well. 3 great Empyreans were the main attackers, the rest supported from the sides. But each person, even if it was a 1st firmament Empyrean, one could not overlook them. A move of theirs that suddenly appeared would seriously injure you. These people's cooperation was simply impeccable. One must find an opportunity to break this balance. Otherwise, it would be dangerous today, let alone that the strongest Long Xiao had not even made a move until now. No wonder even Lord Ao Su was very wary of you. Even if your strength was placed in the Battle of Dragon Sons this time, it will absolutely be top-notch too. What's even more terrifying is that you're only first firmament Empyrean. Haha, but no matter how strong you are, it's also a certain death situation today. Kid, don't struggle anymore. Long Xiao said with a big laugh at the side. Him talking on the sidelines was disrupting Yi Yuan's state of mind. Sure enough, Yi Yuan's situation became even more critical. Suddenly, a first firmament Empyrean saw an opening and stabbed toward Long Xiaochun with a sword. Long Xiaochun turned pale with fright, but it was already too late to want to stop it. At the critical moment, Yi Yuan flashed and blocked in front of Long Xiaochun. Swiss. H. Plus the long sword stabbed right into Yi Yuan's chest. Yi Yuan. Long Xiaochun turned pale with fright and screamed out. The other Empyrean's eyes lit up, akin to sharks that smelled the scent of blood, blade lights, and sword images all hacking towards Yi Yuan. Good. When Long Xiao saw this scene, he could not refrain from cheering. Yet, right at this time, a change suddenly occurred. Yi Yuan suffering this sword did not collapse like everyone imagined. Instead, he opposed the momentum and stabbed his sword out. True sword hollow etch. Yi Yuan's low voice sounded out. An unparalleled sword energy directly blasted the first firmament Empyrean in front of him to dregs. Go! Yi Yuan did not stop in the slightest, pulling Long Xiaochun and Flass. H.I. Plusing, he directly tunneled out of the group of Empyreans' encirclement. This scene happened too suddenly. Everyone did not react in time and let him succeed in breaking out of the encirclement. Yi Yuan, are you all right? Long Xiaochun looked at that sword stuck in Yi Yuan's body, tears almost falling out. Yi Yuan only got hurt in order to protect her. Falling into a heavy encirclement was also because of her willfulness. Long Xiaochun felt wrong to the extreme in her heart. Yi Yuan just chuckled, reached his hand out, and slowly pulled out the long sword. There was not even a drop of blood left behind on the sword. When Long Xiao and the rest saw this scene, their eyes went wide. How is this possible? Long Xiao said in disbelief. A first firmament Empyrean being stabbed through by another first firmament Empyrean with a sword, he was actually completely fine? Long Xiaochun opened her mouth wide, a disbelieving look on her face. Oh, you forgot? My physical body is very strong. How can this degree of attack hurt me? Yi Yuan said with a light laugher. Long Zhao's pupils constricted, seemingly thinking of something. He then cried out in surprise. Perfect seventh transformation. He's at the perfect seventh transformation. What? Is there really someone who can achieve perfect seventh transformation in this world? I heard that the people with perfect seventh transformation can become impervious to swords and spears, having a perfect defense. Unless one's cultivation realm exceeds by a lot, otherwise they would not be able to even breach the defenses. I didn't expect that it's actually true. That nirvana tribulation is so horrifying. How'd he transcend it? Cries of exclamations similarly came from the group of Empyreans. Clearly, they were shocked by the perfect seventh transformation this term. The dragon race's physical body was extremely powerful. It was also precisely because so that they yearned for the perfect seventh transformation immensely. But innumerable pioneers had once attempted it before. They all ended in failure. But today, they actually saw a living perfect seventh transformation. How could they not be shocked? Long Xiao gritted his teeth and said, "Boy, turns out that this is your trump card." But it ends here. Bang! A powerful aura erupted. The pressure of a fourth firmament Empyrean made even S.P.A.C. tremble. But Yi Yuan did not care in the slightest and said with a faint smile, "My trump cards are plentiful starting from now. Savor my methods well. Have a taste of what's called pain." Whose? H. Plus Yi Yuan's figure moved, directly teleporting away. The interval before was actually done on purpose by Yi Yuan. It was in order to break through these people's encirclement. As long as he broke through with his spatial law powers, it it would be difficult for these people to want to catch him again. Want to go? How can it be that easy? Eat this blade of mine. The short knife in Long Zhao's hand raised up, the surging vital energy carried in his stonies. Plussing blade directly cutting through the sky, catching up to Yi Yuan instantly. But right at this time, Yi Yuan's figure swayed, and he actually disappeared. This heaven-shocking blade of Long Zhao's actually struck nothing. Not good. This kid is running to hide into the spatial rift. Chase, Long Xiao said with narrowed eyes. Inside the spatial rift, Long Xiaochun had a look of pleasant surprise. Earlier, Yi Yuan getting injured frightened her badly. But at this very moment, her guilt was tossed beyond the ninth heaven by her long ago. Ha ha ha, too exciting. Yi Yuan, it's really too exciting. Long Xiaochun had long already forgotten about the anxiety and panic earlier, a look of excitement on her face. Toward this plucky little sister, Yi Yuan was directly rendered speechless. Xiaochun, want to play a game or not? Yi Yuan said with a smile. I want. How to play, Yi Yuan? Long Xiaochun clapped her hands and said gleefully. Her thought process was clearly different from others. Others would definitely roll their eyes and scold Yi Yuan viciously at this time. What time was it? Still playing games. Yet, the moment Long Xiaochun heard playing games, she immediately became excited. All right then, starting from now, you have to listen to me for everything. Since this guy dared to come and ambush me, he'll have to be prepared to pay a painful price. Yi Yuan narrowed his eyes, seething with killing intent. Long Xiaochun nodded her head like a chicken pecking for rice as she said, Say it. I'll listen to you. You rest assured. In order to make up for the mistake that I made, I'll go all out. You say play what game? Yi Yuan smiled and said hide and seek. Chapter 2157. Hide and seek. Chapter 2157. Hide and seek. A third firmament Empyrean said, Big brother, this brat hides inside the spatial rift. He wants to play hide and seek with us. A fool who overestimates his own ability. This stretch of S.P.A.C. is our old den. He wants to play hide and seek with us in our lair. This Empyrean wants to see whether it's him who plays with me or me who toys with him. Long Shi, Long Zhao, Long Ming, the three of you each lead a team and march forward. Play with this kid well. Long Xiao said with a cold smile. Long Shi, Long Zhao, Long Ming were those third firmament Empyrean powerhouses. Getting Long Zhao's orders, the two people clasped their hands and said smilingly, Big brother, rest assured. This area of spatial rifts is our own backyard. Even if that brat wants to run, he also can't escape. This area of S.P.A.C. was layered upon layers, complicated to the extreme. Long Zhao's main camp was established inside. So, to them, this place was too familiar. Yi Yuan entering this region of spatial rifts was equivalent to walking right into a trap. Long Shi three people each led their own squad and started digging everywhere, carrying out a carpet bombing-style search on this area of S.P.A.C. This brat is really impressive. There are so many of us, we actually failed to kill him. Humph! Mingxin's death must be avenged. If I catch him, I'll definitely hack him in 1,000 pieces. Long Mingxin was the first firmament Empyrean that Yi Yuan killed. This result made them very aggrieved. So many people besieged Yi Yuan, but in the end, he actually escaped. Enough! Everyone, be more alert, especially when we get to those folded S.P.C. areas. Be careful of his ambush. Plus Long, she said in a solemn voice. Following Long Xiao, he could be said to be a veteran of 100 battles and also developed an extremely vigilant personality. Although this was in their own lair, he still maintained sufficient vigilance. Suddenly, a figure flashed out ahead. Who could it be if not Long Xiaochun? You bad guys, go and die. Long Xiaochun made a funny face as she said. Long Shi's face fell. Lifting his hand, it was a swift and fierce blade. Oh my! Long Xiaochun cried out strangely, figure flash. I, plus ing, and actually disappeared. Bang! From the diagonal stab, a sudden shocking energy undulation directly blasted a first firmament Empyrean to meat paste. Aojo! Longshi's two eyes went wide, and he roared angrily. This Aojo was Longshi's old subordinate. The two people's feelings were extremely deep. Longshi did not expect that Aojo was actually killed by Yi Yuan right under his eyelids. This move earlier was clearly true sword hollow etch. Who was it if not Yi Yuan attacking? True sword hollow etch this move releasing. It did not have any energy undulations at all. It was impossible to guard against. Coupled with Long Xiaochun being deliberately misleading earlier, attracting everyone's attention. With this, even Longshi did not manage to react to it as well. Why would this place have an area of folded S, P, A, C? Why? Why we never discovered it before? Longshi howled. Longshi looked carefully. The place where Yi Yuan suddenly sneak attacked just now was actually an area of extremely hidden S, P, A, C. This hidden S, P, A, C, they had never discovered it before. But Yi Yuan actually hid here and made a move against them. This was also to say that Yi Yuan understood this spatial rift better than them. Chase, even if your father turns the spatial rifts upside down, I'll also find you. The Longshi, under a towering rage, tunneled into this folded S, P, A, C with a grunt. Swaz, H, plus a figure flashed past from afar. Longshi sent a saber slash over without a word. But that figure flashed, dodging this blade lightly, and disappeared once more. Longshi's face fell, and he said with a cold yell, Chase. Just like this, Longshi Pa S said through one folded S, P, A, C after another. Suddenly, a miserable scream came over. Longshi's expression changed, and he cried out in surprise. It's Long Bai's voice. That boy actually killed a second firmament Empyrean? A subordinate warned. Lord Longshi, this boy is full of tricks. Furthermore, he's extremely powerful. We can't keep on chasing after him like this. Otherwise, we'll be routed by him. Longshi's expression flickered incessantly. Finally, he still nodded his head. But when they attempted to traverse through S, P, A, C, and find the way they came from, they discovered to their dismay that they were lost. Lord Longshi, this. How is this possible? This place is our doorstep. We actually got lost? The group of subordinates was in a state of disbelief. They actually got lost at their front door. They thought that they knew this place like the back of their hands, but being brought around by Yi Yuan a few times, they actually could not find the way that they came from anymore. Longshi's eyes narrowed, and he gritted his teeth and said, This boy's spatial law is even more formidable than we imagined. He brought us into a spatial maze. A spatial maze? Then wouldn't we be unable to go out? This isn't possible. Since it's a spatial maze, how does he get out himself? When everyone heard this news, each and every one of their expressions changed drastically. S, P, A, C was an extremely convoluted and profound thing to begin with. It was far from as simple as it looked on the surface. Otherwise, spatial law also would not be called one of the supreme laws. Inside S, P, A, C, there were layers upon layers. It was a maze in the first place. Empyrean powerhouses were able to utilize spatial law, but it was just in a more superficial manner. The truly obscure and difficult to understand areas, they were unable to touch it at all. And this area of spatial rifts was far more complicated than the outside world. So, when Long Shao they all hid inside, even if a heavenly emperor came, it would also be very hard to find. A spatial maze was actually a deep layer of superimposed S, P, A, C, fragile and complicated. Once falling into this layer, wanting to find the way back again would be difficult. Longshi chased after Yi Yuan in a sullen rage and actually came into a spatial maze unknowingly. This was clearly Yi Yuan's scheme. They never would have thought that Yi Yuan entering this spatial rift was like a fish entering the sea. knowing everything about it. But their doorstep became their graveyard. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's figure walked out of a corner. No need to worry. Very soon, you guys will be able to go and meet your companions. Longshi looked at Yi Yuan, gritted his teeth, and said, Brat, do you think that you can trap us like this? This Empyrean tells you, even if it's a spatial maze, with our understanding of the spatial rifts, as long as we find a familiar plane, we'll be able to return to the surface layer S. P. A. C. But Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a smile, When did I say before that I want to use the spatial maze to trap you all? Longshi's pupils constricted, and he said in alarm and anger, What are you trying to do? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Haven't you already guessed what I want to do? Spatial collapse. It was only to see Yi Yuan stomp his feet. Chaos divine essence suddenly erupted. Chaos divine essence that was interwoven in S. P. C actually started collapsing layer upon layer. A tyrannical energy spewed forth without restraint inside the spatial rifts. Longshi said in a great rage, Brat, if you make SP, C collapse, you'll die in here too. Yi Yuan smiled and said, You're thinking too much. How can my understanding of spatial law be what you can imagine?